soft, soothing background music. Hello, dear friends. Welcome to this tranquil corner of the world where relaxation is the key to sweet dreams. Thank you for taking the time to be here with us tonight. Your presence is truly appreciated. I hope you've had a wonderful day filled with little moments of joy and peace. Now, as the day gently fades into night, it's the perfect time to unwind and let go of any lingering stress. Tonight, you're in for a treat. We have a collection of comforting stories that are sure to wrap you in warmth and ease you into a restful slumber. This time of year is perfect for such calming tales, as they bring a sense of coziness and magic to our evenings. So settle in, get comfortable, and allow yourself to drift into a world of serenity and imagination. Sweet dreams await. Story 1. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the world seemed to hum with a life all its own, a wondrous realm thrived beneath the canopy of towering trees and ethereal mists. The air was alive with the scent of pine and damp earth, a heady mixture that hinted at secrets long buried beneath layers of fallen leaves, releasing the aroma of past rains and the subtle musk of mushrooms hidden in the underbrush. This was a realm where the boundaries between the natural and the mystical intertwined, creating a tapestry of enchantment that few humans had the privilege to witness. The forest floor was a mosaic of shadow and light, where shafts of sunlight pierced through the leafy canopy, illuminating the vibrant greens of moss-covered stones and the delicate ferns that danced in the gentle breeze, their fronds whispering secrets to the passing wind. Deep within this verdant expanse, a family of deer made their home, their graceful forms gliding through the dappled glades as if guided by an unseen force. The eldest doe, her coat a rich chestnut hue that shimmered with a luster honed by years of gentle rain and golden sunlight, was revered for her wisdom and her profound connection to the rhythms of the forest. Her eyes, deep pools of amber, held the stories of countless seasons, and her presence commanded a quiet awe among the woodland creatures. Among the squirrels, rabbits, and even the occasional fox, she was known as the Keeper of Tales, her stories a bridge between the seen and unseen, the known and the mysterious. As the seasons ebbed and flowed, she would share ancient tales with her fawns, stories passed down through generations, each one a testament to the delicate balance that existed between all living things. Her voice, soft as the rustling of leaves, wove tales of the woodland sprites who tended to the saplings. These sprites, with eyes as bright as the stars and wings that glimmered like moonlight on water, nurtured the young trees with their magic until they reached for the heavens, their branches stretching upward in a silent symphony of growth. In the depths of winter, when the forest slumbered beneath a blanket of snow so pristine it seemed to glow in the pale light of the moon, the deer would gather around a crystalline pool, their breaths mingling with the frosty air in clouds of soft mist. The water, clear as glass, mirrored the sky above, where constellations wheeled their eternal dance. It was here that the eldest doe would recount the legend of the ice dancers, ethereal beings who emerged from the frozen depths, their movements as fluid as the streams that would one day thaw. With each twirl and leap, these enchanted creatures would summon swirls of glittering ice crystals, painting the air with intricate patterns that shimmered in the pale moonlight. As the fawns watched in wide-eyed wonder, the eldest doe would remind them of the importance of respecting the cycles of nature, for even the harshest winters eventually gave way to the warmth of spring. Her stories were not merely tales, but lessons woven into the very fabric of their lives, teaching the young ones to find beauty and meaning in every moment. As spring unfolded its tender wings, the forest awakened with a symphony of bird song and the gentle rustle of new leaves unfurling. The first buds unfurled and the forest floor carpeted with wildflowers. The deer would bask in the golden rays of the sun, their coats rich and glossy after the long winter. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blossoms and the gentle hum of bees, each note of nature's melody a promise of life renewed. It was during these verdant days that the eldest doe would share tales of the dryads, guardians of the trees, whose melodic laughter could be heard in the whispers of the wind. She spoke of how these mystical beings would dance among the branches, their gossamer robes trailing behind them like ribbons of emerald and jade. Their feet barely touched the ground, yet with each step they would coax forth new growth, nurturing the forest with their ancient magic until every leaf and petal radiated with vibrant life. The fawns listened, entranced, their hearts beating in rhythm with the pulse of the forest, their spirits buoyed by the harmony that surrounded them. As summer's warmth enveloped the forest, the deer would seek respite in the cool, shaded glades, their flanks dappled by the filtered sunlight. The air was thick with the scent of wild mint and the distant rumble of a waterfall, cascading over ancient stones worn smooth by time. It was here that the eldest doe would weave tales of the rain sprites, mischievous creatures who rode upon the backs of thunderclouds, their laughter echoing like peals of thunder. With a flick of their tiny wrists, these impish beings could summon gentle showers or raging storms, unleashing torrents of life-giving rain upon the thirsty earth. The fawns would listen, entranced, as the eldest doe reminded them of the importance of balance, for without the rains, the forest would wither and fade. Her stories were a reminder of the sacred duty they held, to cherish and protect the delicate equilibrium of their world. As the vibrant hues of autumn painted the forest in a blaze of crimson and gold, the deer would gather beneath the canopy of changing leaves, their eyes reflecting the kaleidoscope of colors. The crisp air carried the scent of ripe apples and the earthy aroma of fallen leaves, a sensory feast that heralded the approach of winter. It was during these crisp, golden days that the eldest doe would share the secrets of the wind spirits, invisible guardians who danced upon the currents of air, carrying the seeds of renewal to distant lands. With each whisper and sigh, these ethereal beings would usher in the changing seasons, guiding the forest through its cyclical transformations. As the fawns huddled close, the eldest doe would impart the wisdom that true harmony could only be achieved by embracing the ebb and flow of nature's rhythms. Her stories became a balm for their souls, instilling in them a deep reverence and understanding of the world they inhabited. As the eldest doe grew old and her coat turned silver with age, she knew that her time in the forest was drawing to a close. Yet with each story she shared, she left behind a legacy of wisdom and reverence for the natural world, ensuring that the delicate balance would be preserved for generations to come. Her heart was full, knowing that her fawns would carry her teachings forward, weaving their own stories into the tapestry of life. One mist-laden evening, as the stars began to prick the velvet sky, the eldest doe called her family close. She spoke of the time when she, too, was a fawn, eager to learn the mysteries of the world. She shared the tale of her first sighting of the moonlit sprites and the awe that had filled her young heart, igniting a lifelong love for the forest. Her fawns listened, eyes wide with wonder, feeling the weight of their heritage settle gently upon their shoulders. As the mists swirled and the trees whispered their ancient secrets, the deer of the forest continued to walk the paths their ancestors had trodden, their hoofbeats echoing through the ages, a symphony of harmony and wonder. The forest, in turn, cradled them in its embrace, a living testament to the stories and the spirits that had shaped it, ensuring that the magical realm beneath the towering trees would endure, timeless and eternal. As the eldest doe's days drew to a close, she embarked on a final journey, a solitary walk through the forest she had known her entire life. Each step was a farewell, each breath a tribute to the world that had nurtured her. She paused beside the crystalline pool, now shimmering under a canopy of stars, the water whispering secrets she had shared with countless generations. And there, in the tranquil embrace of her beloved forest, she lay down, her spirit gently slipping into the ethereal tapestry she had so lovingly woven, her legacy stretching onward like the roots of the ancient trees that watched over her eternal rest. Yet the forest itself had more to reveal, secrets woven into its very roots, tales that waited for the right moment to surface. On one particularly serene evening, as the fawns played near the crystalline pool, a new presence made itself known. A young stag, antlers crowned with the first hints of maturity, quietly emerged from the shadows. His coat was a deep mahogany, a stark contrast to the silvery hue of the eldest doe, and his eyes held the curiosity of youth tempered by an innate understanding of the forest's lore. The fawns, sensing something familiar yet novel, approached him tentatively. The stag, gentle and composed, introduced himself as Rowan, a name that resonated with the whispering trees surrounding them. He had traveled from a distant part of the forest, drawn by tales of the Keeper of Tales, yearning to learn from the wisdom she imparted. The eldest doe welcomed him with a nod, recognizing in him a kindred spirit who might carry forward the stories of the forest. Rowan, eager to absorb the knowledge embedded in the stories, listened intently as the eldest doe shared her tales. He learned of the symbiotic relationship between the creatures of the forest and the land they inhabited. He marveled at the intricate dance of life, where each being played a role in maintaining the balance. The doe's stories ignited a fire within him, a determination to protect the sacred cycles of the forest. As Rowan grew into his role as a guardian of the forest, he found himself forming a bond with one of the eldest doe's fawns, a spirited young doe named Lyra. Lyra possessed a vibrant energy and a keen sense of curiosity, eager to explore the depths of the woods and learn the stories that lay hidden in its shadows. Together they roamed the forest, discovering new paths and hidden glades. One day, as they ventured deeper than ever before, they stumbled upon an ancient tree, its massive trunk twisted and gnarled with age. Its bark was etched with patterns that seemed to shift and change with the light, and its roots stretched deep into the earth. As Lyra and Rowan stood in awe, the tree began to speak, its voice a low rumble that resonated through the ground beneath their hooves. The tree introduced itself as the Elder Oak, a sentinel of the forest who had witnessed the passing of countless seasons. It spoke of a time when the forest was threatened by an encroaching darkness, a shadow that sought to unravel the harmony that bound the realm together. The Elder Oak entrusted Rowan and Lyra with a quest to find the source of this shadow and restore the balance before it was too late. Determined to protect their home, Rowan and Lyra embarked on their journey, guided by the wisdom of the Elder Oak and the stories of the eldest doe. They encountered creatures both wondrous and fearsome, each encounter teaching them more about the delicate web of life that sustained the forest. They learned to listen to the whispers of the wind and the murmurs of the streams, gaining a deeper understanding of the interconnectedness of all things. As they journeyed deeper into the heart of the forest, they discovered a hidden glen, bathed in an ethereal light that seemed to emanate from the very ground. In the center of the glen stood a stone altar, covered in ancient runes that glowed with a soft, pulsing light. Rowan and Lyra realized that this was the source of the shadow, a dark energy that had seeped into the forest, threatening to unravel its harmony. With newfound courage and a deep sense of purpose, Rowan and Lyra called upon the magic that flowed through the forest, channeling it through the runes etched upon the altar. As the light intensified, the shadow began to dissipate, retreating into the depths of the earth. The forest, once again bathed in the golden glow of harmony, thrived under the protection of its guardians. Returning to their family and the eldest doe, Rowan and Lyra shared the tale of their adventure, adding a new chapter to the stories that bound the forest together. The eldest doe, her heart full of pride and gratitude, knew that her legacy was secure. Her teachings had taken root in the hearts of the young ones, ensuring that the forest would continue to thrive, its stories woven into the very fabric of the land. In the seasons that followed, Rowan and Lyra became known as the Keepers of Light, their names whispered among the trees and sung by the birds. They continued to explore the forest, uncovering hidden glades and discovering new tales, their bond growing stronger with each shared adventure. Together, they nurtured the forest, protecting it from new threats and ensuring that its beauty would endure for generations to come. And so, the forest endured, a realm of magic and wonder, where the stories of the past lived on, shaping the future in a timeless dance of harmony and renewal. The deer, guardians of the tales and the balance they preserved, continued to walk the ancient paths, their hoofbeats echoing through the ages, a testament to the enduring spirit of the forest and the stories that bound it together. Story 2. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled in a valley where the lush hills embraced the cool whispers of the wind, there stood a peculiar little shop at the corner of Maple Street. It was known as the Curious Curio, a place where the ordinary transformed into the extraordinary under the watchful eye of its proprietor, an elderly gentleman named Mr. Whitley. His shop was a treasure trove of trinkets and oddities, each with a tale of its own, waiting for the right soul to uncover its secrets. The village itself was a tapestry of vibrant life and history, with cobblestone streets that wound their way through clusters of charming cottages, each adorned with flower boxes, overflowing with blooms of every hue imaginable. The air was always tinged with the scent of fresh bread from the local bakery, mingling with the earthy aroma of the surrounding woods. It was a place where time seemed to slow, and the heart could wander freely. The villagers spoke in soft, melodic tones, their laughter ringing through the air like the gentle chime of distant bells, as if the very essence of Willowbrook was woven into their voices. One crisp autumn afternoon, as golden leaves danced merrily in the breeze, a young girl named Lila wandered into the shop. Her eyes sparkled with the curiosity of discovery, and her heart was as open as the sky above. Lila had always been drawn to the mysteries of life, and today she felt an unexplainable pull towards Mr. Whitley's shop. Inside, the air was fragrant with the scent of old books and polished wood. The dim light filtering through the stained glass windows cast kaleidoscopic patterns on the floor, adding to the shop's ethereal atmosphere. Shelves brimmed with curious items, glass bottles filled with shimmering sands, clocks that ticked backward, and maps that whispered directions only to those who listened closely. But it was a small, unassuming brass key that caught Lila's attention. It lay on a velvet cushion, its metal worn and warm, as if it had been held 1,000 times. Mr. Whitley noticed her interest and approached with a gentle smile. His attire was as eclectic as his shop, a patchwork waistcoat, a bow tie that seemed to spin tales of its own, and spectacles perched precariously on the tip of his nose. "Ah, you've found the key of whispers," he said, his voice a soft rumble like distant thunder on a warm summer night. "It's said that this key unlocks more than just doors. It has the power to reveal the unseen." Lila's heart fluttered with intrigue. "What does it reveal?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "The heart's true desire," Mr. Whitley replied, his eyes twinkling with the wisdom of ages. Beneath his gentle demeanor lay a man who had seen the world and its wonders, whose heart beat in rhythm with the secrets of the universe. But it requires more than mere possession. The journey it takes you on will ask of you courage and kindness in equal measure. With a nod of understanding, Lila accepted the key. The metal felt cool and reassuring in her palm, and she sensed that her adventure was just beginning. That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Lila set out on her journey. She followed an old cobblestone path that wound through the heart of the village and into the forest beyond. The woods were alive with the sounds of nature settling into night, the rustle of leaves, the chirp of crickets, and the distant hoot of an owl. The path seemed to shimmer in the twilight, as if guiding her toward the mysteries that lay ahead. As she walked, Lila encountered a peculiar creature, a small, furry squirrel with a tuft of white fur on its tail, scampering alongside her. "Hello there," the squirrel chattered in a surprisingly articulate manner. "I'm Nibbles, at your service. I couldn't help but notice that you carry the key of whispers." Lila was delighted by the squirrel's presence. She had always harbored a deep love for animals, finding solace in their simple, honest existence. "Yes, I'm seeking to discover what it reveals," she replied, her voice filled with the warmth of newfound friendship. "Then you'll need guidance," Nibbles said, his eyes bright with mischief and wisdom. "The key's magic works best with a little help from those who know the forest's secrets." Together they ventured deeper into the woods, where the trees stood tall and ancient, their branches weaving a tapestry against the twilight sky. Nibbles led the way with a nimble grace, offering tidbits of advice and stories about the forest's many wonders. Lila listened intently, her heart swelling with gratitude for her tiny companion. Their path took them to a clearing bathed in moonlight, where they met an elderly owl perched atop a weathered stone. His feathers were a tapestry of browns and golds, and his eyes glowed with the light of wisdom. "Welcome, travelers," the owl hooted softly. "I am Sage, keeper of the night. I understand you seek the heart's true desire." Lila nodded, feeling the weight of her journey in her chest. "Yes, but I don't know what it is I truly seek," she confessed, her voice a gentle echo of the night. Her mind swirled with thoughts of her family, her friends, and the quiet moments she cherished. She realized that each held a piece of her heart's puzzle. Sage ruffled his feathers thoughtfully. The heart often knows what the mind does not. You must listen closely, with patience and peace. The answer lies within. With Sage's guidance, Lila and Nibbles continued their journey, now aware that the key's magic was not in revealing material desires, but in uncovering the quiet longings of the soul. As they walked, Lila began to understand that her longing was not for things, but for connection, for understanding, and for the joy of shared moments. Their journey led them back to Willowbrook, where the village lay in the soft embrace of slumber. The stone cottages were dappled with moonlight, their chimneys whispering tendrils of smoke into the night sky. And as Lila stood at the threshold of her home, the key in her hand felt different, lighter, as if it had imparted its secret. She realized then that the true magic of the Key of Whispers was in the journey itself, in the friendships forged and the wisdom gained. Lila had discovered that her heart's true desire was not a destination, but a path filled with love, laughter, and the gentle guidance of kind souls like Mr. Whitley, Nibbles, and Sage. The next day, as the sun cast its golden glow over Willowbrook, Lila returned the key to Mr. Whitley, her heart brimming with gratitude. The village bustled with renewed life, children playing in the streets, merchants setting up stalls, and the melodic toll of the distant church bell. "Thank you," she said, her voice as warm as the morning light. "I've found what I was looking for." Mr. Whitley smiled, his eyes crinkling with joy. "And so the key continues its journey, waiting for the next seeker," he replied, placing it back on the velvet cushion. As Lila stepped out into the world, she felt a profound peace within her. She knew that the magic of the ordinary was all around her, and that the greatest treasures were those that filled her heart with wonder and joy. But as she walked through the village, her thoughts lingered on Mr. Whitley and his mysterious shop. Lila wondered about the many souls who had visited the curious curio over the years, each one leaving with a piece of themselves transformed. She pondered the stories Mr. Whitley must hold, tales of desire and discovery, whispered secrets that only he and the shop knew. As the day stretched into afternoon, Lila found herself drawn back to the shop. She entered, the familiar scent of old books and wood embracing her once more. Mr. Whitley looked up from a ledger, raising an eyebrow in curious amusement. "Back so soon, my dear?" Lila nodded, her eyes alight with curiosity. "I realize there is more I wish to understand," she said, her voice steady with determination. Mr. Whitley chuckled softly. "Ah, the insatiable curiosity of youth," he mused. "Very well, let us share a tale or two." He gestured for Lila to sit, and as she settled into a chair, he began to tell stories of the shop's past. A young artist who found inspiration in a simple ink bottle, an old sailor who discovered courage in a faded compass, and a scholar who unearthed forgotten knowledge in a dusty tome. Each story was woven with the magic of human experience, each a testament to the shop's mysterious allure. Lila listened, enraptured by the depth and beauty of each tale. She realized that the curious curio was more than a shop. It was a keeper of dreams and desires, a place where the mundane was touched by the extraordinary. As the stories unfolded, Lila felt a deeper connection to the village, to its people, and to the life she was crafting. She understood that her journey with the key was but a beginning, a single thread in the intricate tapestry of her life. With a heart full of gratitude, Lila thanked Mr. Whitley and stepped out into the late afternoon sun. The village of Willowbrook seemed even more vibrant, every corner alive with the promise of discovery. And so, with each new day, Lila carried forward the lessons of her journey, her heart open to the whispers of the world around her. In the quiet moments of life, she found the true magic, the everyday wonders that filled her soul with joy and her spirit with peace. In the weeks that followed, Lila often visited the curious curio, each time uncovering a new layer of stories and wonders. Mr. Whitley became more than a shopkeeper to her. He was a mentor, a keeper of secrets, and a friend. They spent hours discussing the mysteries of the world, sipping on tea brewed from herbs gathered in the nearby meadows. One particularly misty morning, Mr. Whitley shared a tale of his own, a story of his youth when he too had been a seeker of truths. He spoke of a journey to distant lands, where he had encountered ancient sages and witnessed magical phenomena. His eyes shone with the memory, and Lila listened, her imagination painting vivid pictures of his adventures. "You see, my dear," Mr. Whitley concluded, "life is a series of quests, each more enchanting than the last. The key, much like life, is a guide, not a solution. It teaches us to embrace the unknown, to find beauty in the unexpected." Lila pondered his words, feeling a sense of awe at the depth of his wisdom. She realized that her journey with the Key of Whispers was but one of many paths she would walk, each revealing new facets of herself and the world. As the seasons turned, Lila's bond with the village grew stronger. She became known for her kindness and her ability to see the extraordinary in the everyday. Her friends and neighbors often sought her counsel, drawn to her gentle spirit and the wisdom she had gleaned from her adventures. One evening, as the village gathered for a festival beneath the starlit sky, Lila found herself surrounded by laughter and music. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming jasmine, and the sound of fiddles and flutes danced through the night. She watched as children twirled with ribbons, their joy infectious and pure. In that moment, Lila understood the true essence of her journey. It was not the destination that mattered, but the connections she had forged and the love she had shared. The Key of Whispers had unlocked her heart, allowing her to see the world with eyes unclouded by doubt or fear. As the festival drew to a close, Lila stood on the edge of the village, looking out at the moonlit hills. She thought of Mr. Whitley and his shop, of Nibbles and Sage, and of the countless souls who had walked the path before her. She felt their presence, their dreams and desires intertwined with her own. With a heart full of gratitude and a spirit unburdened, Lila returned to Willowbrook, her journey an ever-unfolding story of wonder and discovery. And as she walked, the whispers of the heart guided her, each step a testament to the magic of life itself. In the quiet solitude of her evenings, Lila began to pen down her thoughts, her reflections on the journey with the Key of Whispers. Her journal became a mosaic of sketches and words, capturing the essence of her experiences. She wrote of the first chill of autumn air, of the vibrant tapestry of leaves beneath her feet, and the warmth in the eyes of the friends she had made. With each entry, she found herself rediscovering the magic in the mundane, the wonders hidden in the folds of everyday life. Her writing became a conduit for her growth, a way to articulate the transformation she was undergoing. As her pen danced over the pages, Lila unearthed dreams she hadn't realized she held, aspirations of exploring beyond Willowbrook, of sharing the light she'd found with the world. Her heart longed for adventure, yet she cherished the roots she had planted deep within the village. One day, as she wandered through Willowbrook, she noticed the old church at the village's heart, a place she had passed by countless times but never truly seen. Drawn by an inexplicable pull, she stepped inside. The air was cool and hushed, filled with the faint scent of incense and candle wax. Sunlight streamed through the stained glass, painting the stone walls in hues of sapphire and ruby. It was a place of reflection, of quiet contemplation. There she met Father Elric, the gentle priest who watched over the church with a serene presence. His eyes were kind, and his voice carried the calm of a still lake. He spoke with Lila, sharing stories of the village's history, of the people who had come and gone, leaving their indelible marks on Willowbrook's soul. In their conversations, Lila found a new dimension to her understanding, a deeper appreciation for the tapestry of lives interwoven within the village. Father Elric spoke of the importance of listening, of finding stillness amidst the chaos of life, and Lila felt the truth of his words resonate within her. As she rose to leave, Father Elric placed a hand on her shoulder. "Remember, Lila," he said softly, "the journey is not just about finding your own path, but about lighting the way for others." His words lingered with her, a gentle reminder of her purpose. As she stepped back into the sunlight, she felt a renewed sense of clarity and purpose. She understood that her journey with the Key of Whispers was not an end, but a beginning, a call to continue seeking, learning, and sharing the magic she discovered with the world around her. With each new day, Lila carried forward the lessons she had learned, her heart open to the whispers of the world around her. In the quiet moments of life, she found the true magic, the everyday wonders that filled her soul with joy and her spirit with peace. And as the seasons turned, she knew that her journey was far from over, that each step she took was a testament to the magic of life itself. Story 3. In a far corner of the universe, where the light from two suns danced across the skies like celestial ballet dancers, there floated a crystalline planet known as Amara. Its surface shimmered with hues of amethyst and sapphire, casting a serene glow upon the vast cosmos. The air was laced with a sweet melody that resonated in the bones of those who listened, a harmony that seemed to pulse with the gentle heartbeat of the planet itself. The twin suns, one a deep crimson and the other a brilliant blue, created a perpetual twilight, casting long, ethereal shadows that seemed to tell stories of their own. The symphony of Amara extended beyond sight and sound. The very air was infused with the fragrance of crystalline blossoms that thrived in the gentle climate. Each step taken on this world was cushioned by the soft earth that sparkled with embedded gemstones, and the gentle breezes whispered secrets of the cosmos to those who would listen. The lakes, smooth as glass, reflected the skies with a clarity that seemed almost magical, creating the illusion of walking among the stars. The sound of water lapping softly against the crystalline shores added a soothing rhythm to the world's natural orchestra. Amara was a world that thrived on the symphony of nature. The landscape was a breathtaking tapestry of crystal forests and luminous lakes. The trees, with branches made of pure, glistening crystal, caught the light of the suns and refracted it into a myriad of colors that painted the ground below in a dazzling spectrum. The lakes mirrored the skies, offering a glimpse into infinity, a reminder of the boundless universe that surrounded this serene planet. It was a symphony of light and sound, a living piece of art in the cosmos, where even the wind carried a soft, tinkling melody that seemed to echo the heartbeat of the world itself. The inhabitants of Amara, the Luminara, were ethereal beings who glided gracefully above the ground on wings of light. Their skin, as translucent as morning dew, glistened in the sunlight, and their eyes held the wisdom of ages. They communicated through songs and tones, their conversations a harmonious blend of melodies that echoed the beauty of their surroundings. Among them was a particularly curious Luminara named Lyra, whose fascination with the stars was as boundless as the universe itself. She often spent her nights perched on a high crystal spire, gazing dreamily at the endless expanse above, dreaming of exploring the stars beyond her tranquil home. Lyra's curiosity was insatiable, and it was fueled by stories whispered among her people of distant worlds and the wonders they held. Her heart yearned for adventure, and she would often drift into the sky, feeling the gentle pull of the stars, her wings leaving trails of light in her wake. Yet, even as she dreamed, a part of her remained anchored to her beloved Amara, torn between the safety of home and the allure of the unknown. Her internal struggle was a dance between the comfort of familiarity and the thrilling temptation of the unexplored, a push and pull that played out in her heart like the celestial dance of the twin suns. One evening, as Lyra perched atop her favorite spire, the sky was a canvas of shifting hues, the two suns slowly sinking beneath the horizon. The air was alive with the scent of crystalline blooms, their fragrance a reminder of the world she loved so dearly. As she watched the stars blink into existence, her heart ached with a longing she could not yet define. She closed her eyes, letting the gentle night breeze carry her thoughts to distant stars, her soul reaching out across the cosmos in search of answers. In the distance, a group of Luminara sang a haunting melody, their voices rising and falling in a harmony that resonated with Lyra's soul. She closed her eyes, letting the music wrap around her, and in that moment, she felt a profound connection to her world. Yet the pull of the stars was undeniable, and Lyra knew that her destiny lay beyond the horizon. She felt a calling deep within, a whisper from the universe that promised adventure and discovery, if only she dared to follow. Far away, on the rocky and rugged terrain of Zephyrus, inhabited a vastly different species known as the Korath. These were sturdy, earthbound beings with skin as tough as the basalt mountains they called home. Despite their formidable appearance, the Korath were a gentle people, known for their strength and loyalty. Their world was a stark contrast to Amara, with jagged peaks and deep valleys sculpted by time and elements. The air was crisp and carried the scent of earth and stone, a tangible reminder of the raw power of nature. Orion, a young Korath, found beauty in the raw, untamed landscape of his world. He spent his days sculpting the stones of his world, shaping them into towering monuments that touched the sky. His hands, calloused and strong, could coax elegance from the roughest rock, revealing the hidden grace within. To Orion, each stone was a story waiting to be told, a history etched in the layers of the earth. His work was both a tribute to his heritage and a silent prayer for understanding, a way to connect with the mysteries of the universe through the medium of stone. Yet, beneath his stoic exterior, Orion harbored a deep-seated desire for connection. His sculptures, though admired by his people, were solitary achievements, and he longed for someone who could truly understand the passion behind his art. He often gazed at the horizon, imagining what lay beyond the mountains, wondering if there were others out there who shared his yearning for understanding and companionship. His heart whispered of a connection that transcended the physical, a bond that could bridge the gap between his solitary existence and the larger universe. One fateful day, as Lyra soared through the cosmos on her wings of light, a celestial storm swept across the galaxy. The storm was a swirling vortex of stardust and energy, unpredictable and powerful, its tendrils reaching out with an otherworldly luminescence. It caught Lyra in its grasp, flinging her far from Amara and sending her tumbling through the stars, the universe spinning wildly around her. Colors and light danced in a chaotic symphony, a tumultuous ballet that carried her far from home. She landed, dazed but unharmed, on the rugged surface of Zephyrus. The impact sent a rippling wave through the ground, stirring the dust into a shimmering halo around her. As she lay there, stars still swirling in her vision, Lyra felt the unfamiliar weight of gravity anchoring her to the foreign soil, a stark contrast to the gentle embrace of her home planet. The air here was different, too, thicker, with a tang of minerals and the scent of rain-soaked earth. It was a world of contrasts, where the strength of the earth met the softness of the sky. Orion, who had been chiseling a new sculpture nearby, witnessed the sudden arrival of this shimmering creature from the sky. His heart pounded with a mixture of fear, awe, and curiosity. The creature before him was unlike anything he had ever seen, her presence both alien and captivating. Her wings, even in their folded state, glowed softly, casting an ethereal light that danced across the rocky surface. At first, Orion approached with caution, his sturdy form moving carefully over the uneven ground. Lyra, equally startled, slowly unfolded her wings, their glow intensifying as she tried to communicate her plight, her voice a gentle melody in the wind. But the language of the Luminara, an intricate song of tones and harmonies, was unintelligible to Orion's ears, a beautiful enigma that eluded understanding. Despite their confusion, Orion's innate kindness prevailed. He offered Lyra a place to rest, guiding her to a cozy nook amidst the rocky outcrops where a warm, crackling fire flickered softly in the evening breeze. The flames sent shadows dancing on the stone walls, their warmth a comforting balm against the chill of the night. The fire's glow painted Orion's features in soft hues, revealing the gentleness in his eyes, a stark contrast to his rugged exterior. Lyra, grateful for the kindness, nestled close to the warmth, her wings casting delicate patterns on the stone walls. She watched Orion as he tended to the fire, his movements deliberate and practiced. There was a quiet strength in him, a steadiness that spoke of a deep connection to the land. As she observed him, Lyra felt a burgeoning sense of trust, a recognition of a kindred spirit across the vast differences of their worlds. Over the next few days, Lyra and Orion found themselves in a dance of gestures and expressions, trying to bridge the gap between their worlds. Lyra, with her gentle touch, helped Orion see the beauty in the sky, tracing constellations with her fingertips against the canvas of night. She shared with him the stories her people told, of the stars and their songs, her voice a melody that transcended words. In return, Orion showed Lyra the strength of the earth, teaching her to carve small stones into intricate shapes with his sturdy hands. He demonstrated the patience required to coax a sculpture from the rock, the way each strike of the chisel needed to be precise, thoughtful. Through him, Lyra began to understand the language of the earth, the stories it held beneath its surface. The rhythm of their work became a silent conversation, a shared language born from mutual respect and growing friendship. Their days were filled with laughter and learning, punctuated by moments of frustration when words failed them. But with each misunderstanding, they grew closer, their bond deepening as they discovered the power of patience and empathy. Lyra learned to appreciate the solid strength of the Koroth, while Orion began to understand the delicate beauty of the Luminara. Together, they crafted a language all their own, a symphony of gestures and shared experiences. One evening, as the twin suns began to set, painting the sky with hues of gold and crimson, a new challenge presented itself. A seismic tremor shook the land, threatening to topple the very mountains Orion had sculpted. The ground rumbled beneath them, a deep, resonant growl that sent stones tumbling down the slopes. Lyra and Orion knew they needed to act quickly to protect their home. With Lyra's ability to glide and Orion's strength, they devised a plan. Lyra soared above, her wings a beacon in the twilight, scouting the safest path amidst the chaos. Her keen eyes spotted the weak points in the terrain, guiding Orion with precision. Orion, grounded and unwavering, used his might to stabilize the stones, his movements swift and sure. He constructed a shelter, a haven carved from the earth where they could weather the storm. Together they worked tirelessly, side by side, their combined skills forming an unbreakable shield against the quake. As the tremor subsided and the stars returned to the night sky, Lyra and Orion sat together, their hearts swelling with pride and relief. They had faced the challenge not as strangers from distant worlds, but as true companions, united in purpose and friendship. Their shared ordeal had forged a bond as strong as the stones of Zephyrus and as radiant as the light of Amara. In the quiet aftermath, as they gazed up at the universe that had brought them together, Lyra hummed a soft, soothing tune. Orion, now understanding the meaning behind her song, joined in with a low, rumbling harmony. Their voices blended seamlessly, creating a melody that resonated with the warmth of their newfound bond. And so, amidst the stones of Zephyrus and under the watchful eyes of the stars, Lyra and Orion discovered the true meaning of friendship. It was a connection that transcended words and worlds, a testament to the power of understanding and the beauty of shared challenges. As the days turned into weeks and the weeks into months, Lyra and Orion continued to explore each other's worlds, their friendship a beacon of light in the vast expanse of the cosmos. They ventured into the heart of Zephyrus, where Orion taught Lyra the secrets of the earth, and she showed him the hidden songs of the stars. Though Lyra eventually found her way back to Amara, her heart was forever tethered to Zephyrus, drawn by the unbreakable bond she shared with Orion. She often returned, her wings carrying her across the stars to the place where her heart had found its true home. The crystalline planet of Amara now held a deeper meaning for her, enriched by the experiences and connections forged on the rocky terrain of Zephyrus. Together, they proved that even the most unlikely companions could find strength in unity, and in doing so, left a legacy of friendship that would echo through the stars for generations to come. Their story became a legend, a tale of two worlds brought together by the power of understanding, a reminder that the universe was vast and filled with infinite possibilities. It was a testament to the resilience of the spirit and the boundless potential of the heart when guided by kindness and courage, echoing through time and space as a beacon of hope for all who dared to dream. In the years that followed, the alliance between the Luminara of Amara and the Koroth of Zephyrus grew stronger. Trade routes were established, allowing the exchange of precious crystals from Amara for the robust stonework of Zephyrus. Lyra and Orion became ambassadors of their people, their story inspiring countless others to seek understanding and friendship across the stars. Lyra, now a revered elder among her people, often recounted her adventures with Orion to the young Luminara, her eyes sparkling with the same curiosity that had once driven her to the stars. Orion, too, shared their tale with new generations of Koroth, his heart swelling with pride as he spoke of the luminous being who had changed his life. Their friendship became a symbol of hope in a universe filled with endless possibilities, a reminder that even the greatest distances could be bridged by compassion and understanding. As they stood together under the twin suns or beneath the starry canopy of the night sky, Lyra and Orion knew that their bond was eternal, a shining example of what could be achieved when the heart dared to dream beyond its own world. Their legacy lived on in the hearts of their people, a testament to the power of connection and the beauty of dreams shared across the stars. Story 4. In the vast tapestry of the cosmos, where stars shimmered like scattered diamonds across a velvet sky, there existed a small and unassuming planet known as Luminara. This planet was home to the gentle Luminites, bioluminescent beings whose skin glowed with a soft, radiant light, akin to the first blush of dawn. The Luminites lived in harmony among the towering crystal trees and luminescent flora, their days filled with peaceful whispers and the gentle hum of nature's symphony, a melody that seemed to flow from the very essence of their luminous world. The air on Luminara was thick with the fragrance of blooming nocturnal flowers, their petals unfurling under the watchful gaze of the twin moons that sailed gracefully across the night sky. These celestial guardians cast their silvery glow over the land, painting the crystalline landscape with hues of ethereal silver and blue, a masterpiece of serenity and wonder. The Luminites themselves moved like living lanterns, their light weaving through the forest like a gentle river of luminescence, illuminating the paths they tread with a soft, mystical glow. The planet's landscapes were a sight to behold. Crystal-clear lakes reflected the sky's myriad colors, mirroring the dance of the stars and the tranquil beauty of the moons. The mountains, veined with luminescent minerals, shimmered under the celestial glow, their peaks piercing the sky like ancient guardians. Occasionally, the wind carried not just the scent of flowers, but also the distant notes of the Luminites' harmonious songs, a sound that resonated with the very soul of the planet, echoing the unity and peace that defined their existence. One evening, as the moons hung like ancient sentinels in the sky, a curious event unfolded. A starship, sleek and metallic, descended from the heavens, its thrusters humming a low, melodic tune that resonated with the very core of Luminara. At its helm was Captain Rin, an adventurous traveler from the planet Corin. Rin was a Corinite, a species known for their rugged exteriors and a heart as deep as the universe itself. Their skin was a mosaic of shimmering scales that reflected the colors of the sky, ever-changing and mesmerizing, a testament to the vibrant spirit that lay within. Rin had traveled far in search of new worlds and new friends, but never had they encountered a place as enchanting as Luminara. The ship settled gently into a meadow of glowing blossoms, releasing a subtle fragrance that mingled with the cool night air, an aroma that whispered promises of new beginnings. The Luminites gathered, their soft voices raised in curiosity and welcome, their light flickering like a sea of stars come to life, a living tapestry of warmth and acceptance. Among them was a young Luminite named Leora. Her glow was the warm hue of dawn, and her heart brimmed with the kind of curiosity that only the young possess, a yearning to explore the unknown. She was the first to approach Rin, her luminescent tendrils reaching out in greeting. Rin, though initially startled by the unfamiliar sight, smiled warmly, their eyes reflecting the gentle light of Leora's glow, a silent acknowledgement of the bond that had begun to form between them. "Greetings, traveler," Leora said, her voice a melody of light and warmth. "Welcome to Luminara. We are honored by your visit." Rin nodded, their voice resonant like the echo of a distant sea, carrying the depth of their experiences. "Thank you, kind Luminite. I am Rin, and I come in peace and friendship." As the days passed, Rin and Leora spent much time together, exploring the shimmering forests and crystal caves of Luminara. The forests were alive with the sound of rustling leaves, a gentle symphony conducted by the whispering winds. The caves, with their walls of crystalline formations, sang with an otherworldly harmony that echoed the planet's heartbeat, a song of unity and life. One day, as they wandered deeper into the heart of the forest, they discovered a hidden grove where the trees stood taller, their crystals more vibrant than anywhere else. It was said to be a place where the planet's energy converged, a sacred site for the Luminites. Leora paused, her glow intensifying in reverence. "This is the heart of Luminara," she explained, her voice a whisper of awe. "Here, the essence of our world is most potent, a place of healing and renewal." Rin stood in silence, feeling the gentle pulse of energy that radiated from the ground, a warmth that seeped into their very being. In that moment, they understood the depth of the Luminites' connection to their world, a bond as ancient as the stars themselves. Rin shared a story of Corin, painting a picture of their homeworld with words. Corin is a world of contrasts, Rin explained, their eyes distant with memory. The deserts stretch wide and golden, while the oceans are deep and mysterious. It is a place where the sky dances with auroras and the stars seem close enough to touch, a world where the elements themselves are alive with passion. Leora listened intently, her eyes wide with wonder. "It sounds beautiful and fierce," she said, her voice tinged with awe. "I would like to see it someday." "In time, perhaps you will," Rin replied, their voice carrying a promise as enduring as the stars themselves. However, their friendship was not without its challenges. Though both were eager to learn from each other, misunderstandings arose, rooted in the differences of their worlds. One such misunderstanding occurred during a shared meal. The Luminites, who drew sustenance from the light itself, prepared a feast of radiant fruits and glowing nectar. The fruits, with their translucent skins, glistened invitingly, while the nectar shimmered in the twilight like liquid stars, a banquet of light and life. Rin, used to more substantial fare, hesitated, unsure of how to partake in this luminous banquet, their heart caught between gratitude and uncertainty. Sensing Rin's discomfort, Leora paused, her glow dimming slightly in concern, her light a mirror to her emotions. "Is something wrong, Rin?" she asked gently, her voice a soothing balm. Rin hesitated, choosing their words carefully. "I am grateful for your kindness, Leora, but I am unfamiliar with your foods. I fear I might offend by not knowing how to enjoy them properly." Leora's eyes sparkled with understanding, her glow brightening once more, a beacon of empathy. "Fear not, dear friend. Our foods are meant to be shared in joy, not in worry. Let me show you how to savor them." Together they laughed and learned, Rin discovering the delicate art of tasting light-infused delicacies, while Leora marveled at Rin's tales of hearty Coronite feasts, a cultural exchange that bridged the gap between their worlds. In this way, their misunderstanding blossomed into a deeper appreciation for each other's world, a testament to the power of friendship and understanding. As time went on, a shadow fell over their newfound friendship. A storm, unlike any seen in Luminara's history, gathered on the horizon, dark clouds swirling with an ominous energy, a force of nature that threatened the peace of their world. The Luminites, accustomed to the gentle rhythms of their serene planet, were ill-prepared for such a tempest, their hearts filled with apprehension. Rin, with their experience of navigating the unpredictable dangers of space, stepped forward, their presence a beacon of strength. "We must prepare," they urged, their voice steady and calm, a pillar of reassurance. "Leora, gather your people. I will help you find shelter and safety." A scene unfolded where Leora, with her glow dimmed by worry, called upon the wisdom of Eldra, an elder Luminite, whose light was a deep ancient gold, a symbol of knowledge and history. Eldra, known for her knowledge of Luminara's hidden pathways, guided Rin and Leora to a network of ancient crystal caves, their walls glowing with a soft, protective light, a sanctuary from the storm's wrath. The caves themselves were a wonder, with tunnels that twisted and turned like the intricate pathways of the heart. Each chamber held hidden secrets, ancient murals carved into the crystalline walls, depicting the history of the Luminites, their triumphs and trials, a testament to their enduring spirit. The glow from the walls provided warmth and comfort, a gentle embrace in the face of the storm's ferocity. As the storm approached, its winds howling like a primal force unleashed, the Luminites moved with a sense of urgency, their lights flickering in the growing darkness, a testament to their courage and resilience. Rin, drawing upon their knowledge of celestial navigation, led the way, their scales shimmering with determination, a guiding star amidst the chaos. In the heart of the storm, as lightning danced across the sky like celestial fireworks, Rin and Leora found a quiet moment to reflect. They sat together at the entrance of the cave, watching the storm's fury with awe and respect. The air crackled with energy, yet amidst the chaos, there was a profound sense of calm between them, a silent understanding that transcended words. "You have brought us strength and wisdom, Rin," Leora said, her voice a gentle whisper against the howling wind, a melody of gratitude. "We are grateful for your friendship." Rin shook their head, their eyes filled with warmth, a reflection of the bond they had forged. "It is you, Leora, who have shown me the beauty of light and kindness in the face of darkness. Together we have found a balance, a harmony that binds our worlds." As the storm passed and the skies cleared, the Luminites emerged, their spirits unbroken and their hearts full. The land was renewed, the air crisp and fresh, and the bonds forged in the storm's heart were stronger than ever, a testament to their resilience and unity. A new scene emerged as Rin and Leora stood side by side, observing the first rays of sunlight caressing the crystal trees, their surfaces sparkling like a field of diamonds, a celebration of life and hope. The Luminites, in a moment of spontaneous celebration, began to sing, their voices weaving a tapestry of gratitude and unity, a song that echoed the harmony they had found. Rin, moved by the harmony of Luminara, realized that their journey had been one of discovery, not just of new worlds, but of the depths of their own heart. This bond with Leora and the Luminites had illuminated a path within them, a path of understanding and empathy, a journey of growth and transformation. In the warm glow of the Luminara dawn, as the sun kissed the horizon with hues of gold and rose, Rin prepared to continue their journey across the stars. They boarded their starship, feeling the gentle hum of its engines resonate with a newfound hope, a promise of adventures yet to come. Leora stood below, her glow a soft embrace around Rin's heart, a beacon of the connection they had forged. "May our paths cross again, dear friend," Leora said with a smile, her light shining brightly in the morning sun, a symbol of the bond they shared. "And may the light of friendship guide us always," Rin replied, their voice a gentle echo of the promise shared, a vow that transcended the stars. With hearts intertwined in a bond that transcended worlds, Rin's starship ascended into the sky, a shimmering comet against the dawn, while Leora watched, her light a constant reminder of the friendship that had bloomed amidst the stars. In the days that followed, the tale of Rin and Leora became a cherished legend among the Luminites. It was a story passed down through generations, whispered in the gentle glow of their hearths, a tale of unity and understanding that transcended the boundaries of their world. As the Luminites continued to live in harmony with their radiant planet, they carried with them the memory of the traveler from the stars and the friendship that had bridged the vastness of the cosmos. And so, in the gentle embrace of Luminara's light, the tale of Rin and Leora became a legend whispered among the stars. A story of unlikely companions who discovered the true meaning of friendship in a universe vast and wondrous. A tale carried on the winds of time, echoing in the hearts of all who dared to dream of a world united in harmony, a story of light and hope that spanned the cosmos. Story 5. Once upon a time, in the quaint little village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills that seemed to hug the landscape with their verdant embrace, and a sparkling river that sang a gentle lullaby as it meandered through the valley, there lived a curious young girl named Lily. With her golden curls bouncing with every spirited step, and her eyes shimmering with the same brilliance as the morning dew, Lily possessed an insatiable curiosity for what lay beyond the familiar fields and orchards that formed the patchwork quilt of her home. The air in Willowbrook was always filled with the sweet scent of blooming orchards, and the village itself seemed to be painted in hues of sunlight. The villagers, with their lively chatter and warm smiles, were as much a part of the scenery as the thatched cottages and cobbled streets. Yet, beneath this harmonious exterior, Lily felt a persistent tug, a call to discover the unknown. Lily was not just driven by a sense of adventure. She was guided by the stories her grandmother often shared about her own youthful exploits. Her grandmother, a woman of indomitable spirit, had once roamed the lands beyond Willowbrook, collecting tales and trinkets from the world over. She would recount stories of distant lands where the sun set in a blaze of colors unimaginable, and of forests where the trees whispered the secrets of the ages. It was these stories, filled with mystery and wonder, that planted the seeds of exploration in Lily's heart. One soft, golden afternoon, as the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long, languid shadows across the village, Lily found herself exploring her grandmother's attic, a place filled with the whispers of the past. Dust motes danced in the beams of light streaming through the attic window, and the air was thick with the scent of old parchment and cedar chests. It was here, amidst forgotten treasures and relics, that she stumbled upon an ancient map tucked inside a worn, leather-bound book. The map was a tapestry of intricate lines and symbols, each carefully drawn with the precision of a craftsman, guiding the way to a place simply marked as the Enchanted Glade. With a heart full of excitement and a small satchel packed with essentials, a crust of bread, a flask of water, and the comforting weight of her grandmother's compass, Lily set off on her adventure. Her feet crunched through the fallen leaves, which painted the path in shades of amber and rust, while her spirit soared with the thrill of the unknown. The path led her through the woods, a cathedral of towering trees, whose leaves rustled like whispers from ancient times, where sunbeams pierced through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor that danced with the breeze. As Lily ventured deeper into the woodland, the forest seemed to breathe around her, alive with strange and delightful sights. Trees with bark that shimmered like silver under the soft touch of the sun, their leaves whispering secrets to the wind, flowers that glowed softly in shades of lavender and gold, their scent sweet and intoxicating, a heady perfume that lingered in the crisp air. Her heart beat with a mixture of trepidation and exhilaration as she moved towards the heart of the forest, feeling as though each step was a note in a symphony only she could hear. The forest was not just a backdrop for her journey, but a living entity, each element interwoven with her experience. The chorus of birdsong that accompanied her steps seemed to shift in harmony with her emotions, the crescendo of chirps and whistles swelling in moments of wonder, then softening as if to offer reassurance in times of doubt. The air itself seemed to hum with anticipation, as if the forest held its breath, waiting for her discovery. Soon, she found herself in a clearing unlike any she had ever seen. The air here was filled with a gentle humming, a melody woven with the songs of unseen birds and the murmur of a babbling brook that wound its way through the glade like a ribbon of crystal. In the center of the glade stood a great tree, its trunk wide and sturdy, its branches stretching out as if to embrace the sky. It was adorned with lanterns of all colors, glowing gently like stars in the twilight, casting a kaleidoscope of colors on the forest floor. As Lily approached the tree, she noticed a gathering of whimsical creatures playing in its shade. There were tiny, winged beings with glistening skin that caught the light like prisms, their laughter tinkling like wind chimes, and small furry animals with eyes as big as saucers, watching her with friendly curiosity. Among them was an elegant deer, its antlers woven with vines and flowers, who stepped forward with a graceful nod. "Welcome, young traveler," the deer spoke in a voice as smooth as a lullaby, its words wrapping around Lily like a warm embrace. "We are the guardians of the Enchanted Glade. What brings you to our realm?" Lily, though awed by the magical presence of these creatures, spoke with the warmth and kindness that filled her heart. "I have come from Willowbrook, drawn by the wonder of this place. I seek to learn and understand the beauty of the unknown." The deer smiled, a serene expression of wisdom and understanding. "Your courage to explore beyond what is known is a gift," it said, its gaze holding a depth of knowledge that seemed to span centuries. "But remember, true exploration is not only in the places you visit, but in the friendships you form and the lessons you learn." The creatures of the glade, sensing Lily's gentle spirit, invited her to join their festivities. They danced beneath the lantern-lit tree, their movements as fluid as the brook's current, and sang songs that told stories of old, tales of courage and friendship that resonated in Lily's heart. Each note seemed to weave a tapestry of memories and dreams, filling the glade with a sense of timelessness. As the evening deepened and the stars twinkled above, casting a silvery glow over the glade, the creatures presented Lily with a small, delicate flower that glowed with its own light. "This is a token of our friendship," the deer explained, its voice a soft caress. "It will guide you back home and remind you of the courage you hold within." With a heart full of gratitude and newfound strength, Lily bid farewell to her enchanting friends and followed the flower's gentle glow back through the forest. The path seemed shorter now, her steps lighter, and as she emerged from the woods, she felt a serene sense of accomplishment, as if she had discovered not just a place, but a part of herself. Back in Willowbrook, as she tucked the glowing flower into a small pot by her window, the gentle glow casting a comforting light in her room, Lily understood that her journey had been more than just an adventure. It was a testament to the courage of exploring beyond the familiar, of embracing the unknown with an open heart. And as she drifted into a peaceful slumber, the flower's soft glow casting a comforting light in her room, Lily knew she would always carry the spirit of the enchanted glade with her, wherever her dreams might lead. The next morning, the village was bathed in the fresh light of dawn, the air crisp and filled with the scent of dew-kissed grass. As Lily awoke, the flower by her window still glowing softly, she felt a newfound sense of purpose. Inspired by her adventure, she decided to share her story with the villagers, hoping to ignite their own curiosity and sense of wonder. Gathering the children of the village under the ancient oak tree in the village square, Lily recounted her journey with vibrant detail. Her words painted vivid pictures of the forest, the glade, and the magical creatures she had met. The children's eyes widened with amazement, their imaginations ignited by the tales of bravery and discovery. They begged Lily to take them to the enchanted glade, their hearts yearning for adventure. However, Lily, understanding the deeper lesson of her journey, encouraged them to explore the mysteries within Willowbrook first. She spoke of the hidden wonders in the village, the secret garden behind the blacksmith's shop where wildflowers bloomed in riotous colors, the mysterious echoes that bounced off the stone walls of the old well, and the delicate patterns left by morning frost on window panes. Her stories inspired the villagers to see their home with fresh eyes, to seek out the magic in the mundane. As days turned into weeks, Willowbrook buzzed with newfound energy. Inspired by Lily's adventure, the villagers began to share their own stories and dreams. The baker spoke of his desire to try new recipes, infusing his bread with the flavors of far-off lands. The village weaver, enchanted by Lily's tales, created tapestries that depicted the enchanted glade, her fingers weaving threads of shimmering gold and deep emerald green. The village became a tapestry of dreams and stories, each thread vibrant with possibility. Lily, now a beloved storyteller, found her place as a bridge between the known and the unknown, her heart forever open to the mysteries that lay just beyond the horizon. One evening, as the twilight painted the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Lily sat by the riverbank, listening to the gentle murmur of the water. She realized that her journey to the enchanted glade had awakened something profound within her, a connection not only to the land, but to the stories that wove the fabric of her life and community. As she gazed at her reflection in the shimmering river, she saw not just a girl, but a storyteller, a keeper of tales that bridged the past and the future. And so, with the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft hum of nocturnal creatures in the distance, Willowbrook settled into a tranquil night, cradling the dreams of all who dared to wander and wonder. The village, wrapped in the gentle embrace of the night, seemed to whisper promises of new adventures and endless possibilities to those who listened closely enough. Just as the enchanted glade had opened Lily's heart to the wonders of the world, so too had she opened the hearts of her fellow villagers, reminding them all that the true magic of adventure lies in the courage to explore and the joy of sharing the journey with others. In the weeks that followed, a subtle transformation began to unfold in Willowbrook, unnoticed by some, but deeply felt by those with open eyes and hearts. The village, once a quiet tapestry of routine and tradition, now hummed with an energy that was both vibrant and tender, like the first light of dawn breaking over a sleeping world. The children, inspired by Lily's tales, embarked on their own adventures. They formed small groups, each armed with a sense of wonder and a simple map drawn by Lily, detailing the hidden paths and secret nooks of the village. Their laughter echoed through the streets, a melody of innocent joy that wove through the village like a gentle wind, carrying with it the promise of discovery. The adults, too, found themselves drawn into the web of stories that Lily had spun. The blacksmith's daughter, inspired by the tales of enchanted forests, began to craft delicate charms and trinkets from the metal scraps in her father's workshop. Each piece carried a story, a whisper of magic that resonated with those who wore them. The charms became tokens of connection, exchanged between friends and family, a symbol of shared dreams and hopes. Lily's grandmother, watching her granddaughter with pride, found her own heart rekindled with the spirit of adventure. She began to write down her stories, her gnarled hands moving with a grace that belied their age. Her tales, rich with the wisdom of years and the sparkle of long-ago adventures, became a cherished collection, shared with those who gathered around her hearth, eager to hear the echoes of a lifetime spent wandering. As the seasons changed, a new festival was born in Willowbrook, inspired by Lily's journey to the Enchanted Glade. The Festival of Lanterns, held under the autumn moon, became a celebration of exploration and storytelling. Lanterns of every shape and color, crafted by the villagers, were hung from the ancient oak in the village square. Their glow transformed the night into a tapestry of light, casting a warm, inviting glow over the gathering. During the festival, villagers shared their stories, each tale a thread in the rich tapestry of their shared lives. Laughter and song filled the air, mingling with the scent of spiced cider and baked apples. The festival became a cherished tradition, a time to remember the courage of those who dared to explore and the beauty of the stories that bound them all together. Lily, standing amidst the twinkling lanterns, felt a profound sense of belonging. Her journey had not only changed her, but had woven new threads into the fabric of her community. She had discovered not just the wonders of the enchanted glade, but the magic of connection and the power of stories to transform and unite. As the festival drew to a close and the villagers began to drift back to their homes, Lily remained under the oak tree, gazing up at the lanterns that danced like stars in the night sky. In the gentle rustle of leaves, she heard the whisper of the glade, a promise of new adventures and untold stories waiting to be discovered. And so, Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and a singing river, became a place of wonder and possibility, forever changed by the journey of a curious young girl named Lily, whose heart had opened to the world and, in turn, opened the hearts of all who called the village home. In the quiet of the night, the village seemed to hum with the promise of tomorrow, a melody of dreams and stories that would echo through the ages, inviting all who dared to listen to join in the dance of life and discovery. Story 6. Once upon a time, in a village nestled between lush, rolling hills and a vast cerulean lake, there lived a kind-hearted young woman named Leora. Her hair, as dark as the midnight sky, cascaded down her back, and her eyes sparkled like the stars above. Leora was known throughout the village for her gentle smile and her way with the forest creatures, who seemed to understand her better than most humans. Yet, beneath her serene exterior, Leora carried a weight in her heart. She felt a restlessness, a yearning for something beyond the familiar paths she walked daily. Change was stirring within her, but its shape and direction eluded her like a wisp of smoke. The feeling was as if an invisible river flowed beneath her feet, urging her to follow its mysterious course. But Leora hesitated, unsure of how to navigate a journey she couldn't quite see. One crisp autumn morning, as the first golden leaves began to fall, Leora decided to visit the ancient woods that bordered her village. These woods were known for their enchanting beauty and the gentle magic that whispered through their branches. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of pine and earth, and as Leora walked, the soft crunch of leaves underfoot seemed to echo the quiet, hopeful stirrings in her heart. As she wandered deeper into the forest, she came across a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight. In the center stood a magnificent oak tree, its trunk wide and gnarled with the wisdom of centuries. Beneath its sprawling branches sat an elderly woman with hair as silver as moonlight, weaving a delicate tapestry on a loom fashioned from branches and vines. Her name was Maya, the village weaver, known not only for her exquisite tapestries, but also for her wisdom and kindness. "Welcome, dear Leora," Maya said, her voice as soft as the breeze that rustled the leaves. "I've been expecting you." Leora, surprised but comforted by Maya's warm presence, sat down beside her. "I feel a change within me, Maya," Leora confessed, her voice tinged with uncertainty. "But I don't know what it means or what to do." Maya nodded, her fingers deftly weaving vibrant threads into the fabric. "Change is like the seasons, dear one. It comes in its own time, bringing new colors and life. But to embrace it, you must first understand yourself." With a gentle smile, Maya reached into a basket beside her and pulled out a small, shimmering crystal. "This is a crystal of reflection," she explained, placing it in Leora's hand. "Look into it, and it will show you your heart's true desires." Leora gazed into the crystal, and as she did, images began to swirl like mist within its depths. She saw herself exploring the world beyond the village, meeting new friends, and learning from the wonders of nature. Her heart fluttered with a mix of fear and excitement as she glimpsed her potential for growth and transformation. "But how do I begin?" Leora asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "Every journey begins with a single step," Maya replied, her eyes twinkling with wisdom. "Trust in yourself and remember that you are never alone. The magic of friendship and the strength within you will guide your path." Emboldened by Maya's words, Leora thanked her and continued her walk through the forest. As she wandered, the forest seemed to come alive with a gentle magic. The trees whispered encouragement, the birds sang songs of courage, and even the babbling brook seemed to speak of hope and new beginnings. Soon, Leora came upon a small cottage nestled at the edge of the forest, smoke curling lazily from its chimney. The door opened to reveal a young man named Finn, who was known in the village for his kindness and gentle spirit. Finn invited Leora inside, where the warmth of the cottage and the scent of fresh bread enveloped her like a comforting embrace. As they shared a simple meal, Leora spoke of her journey and the changes she felt stirring within her. Finn listened intently, his eyes reflecting understanding and support. "I felt the call of change too," he admitted, his voice steady and reassuring. "It's like the pull of the tides, gentle yet insistent." Together, they talked late into the evening, their conversation weaving a tapestry of dreams and possibilities. They spoke of the magic that lay in discovering one's true self and the courage needed to embrace the unknown. As the fire crackled softly in the hearth, Leora felt her fears begin to melt away, replaced by a growing sense of purpose and excitement. In the days that followed, Leora and Finn embarked on their journey together. They explored the village and its surroundings, each new discovery a step toward understanding themselves and the world around them. The forest was their guide, its magic mirroring the transformation taking place within their hearts. They met other villagers along the way, each with their own stories of change and growth. There was Marin, the baker who had discovered a passion for painting, and Tomas, the blacksmith who found joy in teaching children the art of crafting. Each encounter added a new thread to the tapestry of Leora and Finn's journey, enriching their understanding of the beauty and complexity of life. As the seasons turned, Leora and Finn grew in wisdom and strength, their friendship blossoming like the wildflowers in spring. Through their experiences, they learned to embrace change as a natural and essential part of life, finding comfort in the knowledge that they were not alone. One evening, as they sat by the lakeside watching the sunset paint the sky in hues of pink and gold, Leora felt a deep sense of peace and fulfillment. The restlessness that had once troubled her was gone, replaced by a quiet confidence and joy in the present moment. "Thank you, Finn," Leora said softly, her heart full of gratitude, "for walking this path with me. I've learned so much about myself and the magic of friendship." Finn smiled, his eyes reflecting the warmth of the setting sun. "And I am grateful to you, Leora," he replied, "for teaching me that true change begins within and that the journey is just as important as the destination." As the stars began to twinkle overhead, Leora and Finn knew that their journey would continue, each new day bringing fresh adventures and discoveries. With hearts open to the magic of change and transformation, they embraced the beauty of personal growth and the endless possibilities that lay before them. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, they returned to the village, their spirits light and their hearts full, ready to face whatever challenges and wonders the future might hold. For they had learned the most important lesson of all, that with love, wisdom, and friendship, they could overcome any obstacle and find joy in the ever-changing tapestry of life. Story 7. Once upon a starry night, nestled deep in the heart of an ancient forest, a young rabbit named Willow awoke to the gentle patter of raindrops on the canopy above. The earthy scent of damp moss filled her nostrils, and she could taste the crispness of the cool night air on her tongue. This was her favorite time, when the world seemed to hold its breath in anticipation of the coming dawn. As Willow ventured out of her cozy burrow, she marveled at the way the moonlight danced through the mist, casting an ethereal glow upon the forest floor. Tiny water droplets clung to each blade of grass, sparkling like diamonds in the pale light. In the distance, the soothing trickle of a stream whispered its eternal melody, guiding her paw steps. Willow's sensitive ears twitched as she detected the faintest rustle of leaves above. Peering upward, she caught sight of her dear friend, Pip the chickadee, flitting from branch to branch. With a cheerful chirp, Pip alighted beside her, ruffling his feathers against the gentle rain. "Greetings, Willow," Pip trilled. "Have you felt the stirrings in the forest tonight? Something magical is afoot." Willow nodded, her nose twitching with curiosity. "Indeed, my friend. The air seems to crackle with energy, as if the very trees themselves are whispering ancient secrets." Pip bobbed his head sagely. "You speak true, Willow. Tonight marks the changing of the seasons, a time of great power and transformation. The forest is preparing to cast off the slumber of winter and awaken to the vibrant renewal of spring." As if on cue, a warm breeze swept through the trees, carrying with it the sweet fragrance of wildflowers yet to bloom. Willow closed her eyes, drinking in the scent of new beginnings. Suddenly, the forest seemed to come alive around them, as if awakening from a long, deep sleep. Buds unfurled into delicate blossoms, their petals unfurling in a riot of color. Tender shoots pushed through the rich soil, reaching eagerly toward the filtered sunlight. A chorus of birdsong filled the air, welcoming the arrival of spring with joyous melodies. Willow's heart swelled with wonder as she witnessed the miraculous transformation. "Oh, Pip, it's as if the forest has been reborn," Pip nodded sagely. "Indeed, my friend. This is the cycle of life, the eternal dance of nature that has played out since the beginning of time. Each season brings its own beauty and wisdom, if we but open our hearts to receive it." As they wandered through the awakening forest, Willow and Pip encountered many of their fellow creatures, all reveling in the magic of the changing season. The wise old oak tree, whose gnarled branches had borne witness to countless springs, shared tales of renewal and growth. The playful brook babbled merrily, its waters swollen with the melting snows of winter. Even the shy wildflowers seemed to nod in greeting, their vibrant petals unfurling in the warm sunlight. Willow listened raptly, her heart filling with gratitude for the precious lessons the forest had to offer. She realized that true wisdom did not come from books or scrolls, but from the patient teachings of nature itself, the rhythms of the seasons, the delicate balance of life, and the interconnectedness of all living things. As the first rays of dawn filtered through the canopy, Willow turned to Pip with a contented sigh. "Thank you, dear friend, for sharing this wondrous night with me. I feel as though I have been gifted with a precious treasure, the understanding that true harmony comes from living in balance with the cycles of nature." Pip chirped happily, his bright eyes twinkling. "And that, Willow, is the greatest wisdom the forest can impart. To live in harmony with nature is to embrace the magic that surrounds us, in every season and every moment." Together they watched as the sun rose over the forest, its golden rays ushering in a new day, filled with the promise of growth, renewal, and the eternal dance of life. Story 8. Once upon a time, in a small village nestled between the lush, rolling hills and the shimmering expanse of the whispering woods, lived a young weaver named Leora. Known for her nimble fingers and intricate designs, Leora had a gift for creating tapestries that seemed to dance with life. However, despite the beauty she spun into her work, Leora felt a quiet discontent simmering beneath the surface, a yearning for something beyond the familiar threads and looms of her everyday life. Leora's village was a place of gentle routine, where change came as slowly as the seasons. Most of the villagers found comfort in this constancy, but Leora often found herself gazing toward the distant horizon, wondering what lay beyond the familiar hills. She longed for transformation, yet feared the unknown path such a journey might take. One crisp autumn evening, as golden leaves whispered secrets to the wind, Leora wandered deeper into the whispering woods than she ever had before. The trees stood tall and wise, their branches intertwined like old friends sharing stories. As the twilight deepened, a soft, ethereal glow caught her eye. She followed the light until she reached a clearing where a grand, ancient oak tree stood at its center, its trunk wide and sturdy, its roots reaching deep into the heart of the earth. Beneath the tree's boughs lay a pool of crystal-clear water, reflecting the stars that began to twinkle in the evening sky. As Leora approached, the air around her seemed to shimmer with an otherworldly energy. The pool, she realized, was no ordinary water. It was enchanted, a mirror that revealed one's innermost self and potential. Kneeling by the water's edge, Leora gazed into its depths. At first, she saw only her own reflection, but as she peered closer, the image began to change. Her reflection transformed, showing not just who she was, but who she could become. She saw herself weaving not only tapestries of thread, but of light and shadow, creating patterns that told stories of distant lands and untold adventures. Startled yet captivated by the vision, Leora knew that to embrace this transformation, she must first embrace change. But how could she, when the mere thought filled her with uncertainty? Just then, a gentle rustling in the branches above announced the arrival of a wise old owl named Aaron. With feathers as soft as the night sky and eyes that gleamed with ancient wisdom, Aaron perched on a low-hanging branch and gazed kindly at Leora. "Do not fear change, dear Leora," Aaron hooted softly. "It is but a thread in the grand tapestry of life. To grow is to weave new patterns, to discover the beauty that lies beyond what you have known." "But how do I begin?" Leora asked, her voice a whisper on the cool evening breeze. "Begin with a single step," Aaron advised. "Trust in your heart and let it guide you. You are not alone on this journey. Friends shall come to aid you, and in their support you will find strength." Taking Aaron's words to heart, Leora decided to embark on a journey of personal discovery. The very next morning, she set out with a bundle of her finest threads and a determination to weave a new chapter in her life. As she journeyed through the woods, Leora met a cheerful squirrel named Tilo, whose joyful chatter and boundless energy lifted her spirits. Tilo, with his bushy tail and bright eyes, had an uncanny knack for finding the most beautiful acorns hidden beneath the leaves. His ability to uncover hidden treasures taught Leora to look beyond the surface and find the beauty in unexpected places. Together they traveled to the foothills, where they encountered a gentle deer named Mara. With her graceful movements and serene presence, Mara embodied the peace and patience Leora longed to cultivate within herself. Mara taught Leora the art of stillness, how to listen, truly listen, to the whispers of the world around her. As the days passed, Leora's journey brought her to a vibrant meadow where wildflowers bloomed in a riot of colors. Here she met a playful breeze known as Zephyr, who danced among the blossoms and sang songs of freedom and exploration. Zephyr's light-hearted laughter reminded Leora of the importance of joy and spontaneity, encouraging her to embrace the unknown with an open heart. With each new friend and lesson, Leora felt herself growing, not just in skill and wisdom, but in confidence and courage. She began to weave her tapestries anew, incorporating the lessons she had learned from her companions. Her creations became more vibrant, more alive, reflecting the journey of transformation she was undergoing. Finally, Leora returned to the clearing by the enchanted pool, her heart full and her spirit renewed. As she gazed into the water once more, she no longer saw the hesitant young weaver she had been. Instead, she saw a woman who had embraced change, who had discovered the strength within herself to weave a life as rich and beautiful as any tapestry. Aaron, Tilo, Mara, and Zephyr gathered around her, their presence a comforting reminder that she was never alone. Together, they watched as the first stars of evening began to twinkle above, their light a promise of endless possibilities yet to be explored. And so, in the heart of the whispering woods, beneath the watchful gaze of the ancient oak, Leora learned that true transformation begins within. With the support of friends and the courage to embrace the unknown, she had discovered the beauty of personal growth, a journey that, like her tapestries, would continue to unfold in wondrous patterns throughout her life. And in that peaceful starlit clearing, Leora knew she had found her place in the grand tapestry of the world, woven with love, friendship, and endless potential. Story 9. In a tranquil valley, nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there was a village known for its delicate harmony with nature. The villagers lived in quaint cottages with ivy creeping up their walls, surrounded by gardens filled with flowers that danced in the gentle breeze. It was here that a young girl named Maribel called home. Maribel had hair like spun gold and eyes that mirrored the azure sky. She was as gentle as the morning dew and as curious as a sparrow. Yet Maribel felt a stirring disquiet within her heart. While the village thrived in its timeless routine, she sensed an unspoken yearning for something more, something different. Change, however, was a notion that sat uneasily with Maribel. She cherished the familiar, the crisp scent of apples in autumn, the soft hum of bees in summer. The thought of altering the well-trodden paths of her life filled her with a mix of excitement and trepidation. So she continued with her daily chores, tending to her garden and weaving dreams under the starlit sky, while the whisper of change lingered like a half-remembered song. One late afternoon, as the sun began its descent and painted the horizon with hues of pink and gold, Maribel wandered into the heart of the forest. It was a place she often visited, a sanctuary where the world seemed to hold its breath. The air here was cool and fragrant, with ferns brushing against her ankles and the distant call of a nightingale echoing through the trees. As she meandered deeper into the woods, she stumbled upon a hidden glade she had never seen before. In the center stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches reaching skyward like the arms of an old wizard. The tree seemed to hum with a life all its own, its leaves whispering secrets with the wind. Entranced, Maribel approached and noticed a peculiar sight. At the base of the oak, nestled among the roots, was a small, shimmering pool. The water glowed with an ethereal light, casting ripples of luminescence onto the surrounding foliage. It was as if the moon itself had melted into the earth. Curiosity piqued, Maribel knelt by the pool. She felt a strange pull, a gentle coaxing to dip her hand into the liquid light. As her fingers touched the surface, a ripple spread outwards and a soft, melodious voice filled the glade. "Welcome, seeker of change," the voice intoned, as smooth and soothing as a lullaby. "You have found the Well of Whispers, a place where one's deepest truths and desires are laid bare. Do not fear what you seek." Startled yet oddly comforted, Maribel whispered, "But I am afraid of change. What if I lose myself in the process?" The pool shimmered in response, reflecting her face mingled with starlight. "Change is not about losing oneself, but rather about discovering who you truly are," the voice replied. "To grow, you must first let go of what holds you back." Maribel sat in silence, contemplating the words. She had always feared that to change was to forget, to abandon what she loved most. But perhaps, she thought, it was not about leaving behind, but about bringing the best parts forward. Every day following her discovery, Maribel returned to the glade, seeking guidance from the Well of Whispers. As she listened, she felt her heart slowly unfurl like a blossom in the sun. The villagers noticed a subtle transformation in Maribel. Her laughter was more frequent, her steps more assured. She began to see the world with new eyes, finding joy in the unexpected and beauty in the unknown. One morning, as the first light touched the valley, Maribel awoke to a gentle tapping at her window. It was her dear friend, Rowan, a kind-hearted boy with eyes the color of moss and a smile that could light up the gloomiest day. Rowan had always been there, a steadfast presence in her life, and his companionship was like a comforting hearth. "Maribel," he said, his voice brimming with excitement, "I've heard whispers of a festival in the neighboring village, celebrating the first blossoms of spring. Would you join me on this adventure?" Maribel hesitated, her heart fluttering with both anticipation and apprehension. The idea of venturing beyond the familiar boundaries of her village was daunting, yet the thought of discovering new wonders was equally thrilling. Sensing her hesitation, Rowan gently took her hand. "Think of it not as leaving, but as a chance to weave new stories into the tapestry of your life. I'll be with you every step of the way." With a deep breath and a heart full of newfound courage, Maribel agreed. Together they set out on the journey, their path winding through meadows awash with wildflowers and beneath the canopy of towering trees. The air was alive with birdsong and the promise of spring. As they walked, Maribel shared her visits to the Well of Whispers, speaking of the guidance she received and the comfort it brought. Rowan listened intently, his respect for Maribel's growth evident in his thoughtful silence. Upon reaching the neighboring village, Maribel was awash with wonder. The festival was a riot of colors and sounds, a celebration of life and renewal. Lanterns swayed in the breeze, casting warm glows over the cobblestone streets, while music filled the air like a joyous symphony. Maribel found herself caught up in the magic of the moment, her fears melting away like morning mist. She danced with Rowan under a canopy of stars, their laughter mingling with the music, her heart light and free. It was in this moment that Maribel realized she was not losing herself, but rather becoming more fully who she was meant to be. As the festival drew to a close, Maribel and Rowan sat together on a grassy hill overlooking the village, the distant sound of merriment still echoing in their ears. The moon hung low in the sky, casting a silver path over the land. "Thank you, Rowan," Maribel said softly, "for helping me find the courage to embrace change." Rowan smiled, his gaze warm and steady. "Thank you, Maribel, for showing me the beauty of transformation. We all have the power to grow, but it takes a brave heart to do so." With those words, Maribel understood that change was not something to be feared, but embraced. It was a journey of discovery, one that she would continue with open arms and an open heart. As the night deepened and the first stars began to twinkle, Maribel and Rowan made their way back home, their path illuminated by the gentle glow of the moon. The journey had changed them both, weaving new threads of friendship and understanding into their lives. In the days that followed, Maribel returned to the Well of Whispers, not out of need, but out of gratitude. The pool greeted her with a serene glow, its voice a gentle caress. "You have discovered the strength within, the courage to change," it said. "Remember, my dear, the journey of growth is endless, and each step is a step towards your true self." With a heart full of gratitude and a spirit as light as the morning breeze, Maribel thanked the Well of Whispers and left the glade, her mind filled with dreams yet to be woven. And so, in the tranquil valley surrounded by whispering forests, Maribel found her place in the dance of life, embracing change as a companion rather than a stranger. She understood now that transformation was not a destination, but a beautiful journey of becoming. The villagers watched her with admiration, inspired by her courage and grace. They, too, began to see change as a friend, finding strength in the gentle wisdom Maribel shared. In the end, Maribel's story was one of discovery, not only of the world beyond her village, but of the boundless possibilities within her own heart. And as the seasons turned and the years passed, she continued to grow, her spirit forever intertwined with the magic of the Well of Whispers, a beacon of light and love in an ever-changing world. Story 10. In the heart of a tranquil valley, nestled between rolling hills painted with wildflowers, there lay a village called Willowbrook. The village was known for its ancient willow tree, which stood by the river with branches that danced gently in the breeze. It was said that the tree had seen countless seasons and held within its bark the stories of all who had lived in Willowbrook. In this village lived a young woman named Marin. Marin was known for her gentle spirit and the kindness she spread like petals in the wind. Yet despite her tender heart, she found herself struggling with a deep-seated fear of change. The world around her seemed to shift like the sands of time, and she often felt like a leaf caught in a storm, unsure of where she might land. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Marin sat by the river, her toes dipping into the cool, soothing water. She watched the willow tree sway, its leaves whispering secrets to the evening breeze. It was in this moment of quiet reflection that she noticed something peculiar, a faint glow emanating from a knot in the tree's trunk. Curiosity stirred within her like a budding flower, and she approached the tree with cautious steps. As she reached out to touch the glowing knot, a warm, gentle light enveloped her hand, and she felt a soft vibration travel through her fingertips. Startled, she pulled back, but then a soft voice filled the air, as melodious as a bird's song. "Fear not, dear one," the voice whispered, "for the magic of this valley is here to guide you." Marin's heart skipped a beat, and she glanced around, seeking the source of the voice. To her surprise, a small, luminescent creature emerged from the glow, an ethereal being with wings like gossamer and eyes as bright as starlight. It hovered before her, its presence both calming and wondrous. "I am Leora," it introduced itself, "and I dwell within the spirit of this willow. I have watched you, Marin, and felt your heart's struggle. Change, though daunting, is the dance of life, and it is time for you to learn its rhythm. Marin listened, her heart open and her mind curious. But how? She asked, her voice a whisper on the wind. How do I embrace change when it feels so overwhelming? Leora fluttered closer, its light wrapping around Marin like a comforting embrace. Through the magic of transformation, you shall find your way, it replied. But remember, you are not alone. Friends and the wisdom of nature will guide you. With that, Leora touched Marin's hand once more, infusing her with a gentle warmth. Tomorrow, Leora continued, we shall begin your journey. Trust in yourself and the friends you have yet to meet. As night fell, Marin returned to her cottage, her heart alight with anticipation. She slept soundly, dreams woven with threads of light and laughter, as the moon bathed the valley in a silvery glow. The next morning, Marin awoke to the soft chirping of birds and the scent of dew-kissed grass. As she stepped outside, she noticed the world seemed somehow brighter, infused with a vibrancy she hadn't perceived before. With renewed purpose, she made her way to the willow tree, where Leora awaited her. Together, they ventured into the heart of the valley, where nature's wonders unfolded like a tapestry before them. Along the way, they met a wise old tortoise named Eldon, whose shell glistened with the patina of countless years. Eldon walked with a slow, deliberate grace, and he welcomed Marin with a knowing smile. The earth holds many lessons for those willing to listen, Eldon said, his voice a deep rumble that resonated with the ground beneath him. Patience and perseverance are the roots of growth. Marin listened intently, her heart absorbing Eldon's wisdom like a sponge. She realized that change, much like the seasons, could not be rushed but must be embraced with patience and an open heart. As they continued their journey, Marin and Leora encountered a family of sparrows, flitting joyfully from branch to branch. The sparrows sang songs of freedom and adventure, their melodies twining with the rustle of leaves in the breeze. To soar, you must first believe in your wings, chirped one of the sparrows, her eyes twinkling with youthful exuberance. Courage is not the absence of fear, but the triumph over it. Marin marveled at the sparrow's carefree spirit, understanding that courage came from within, a flame that could be kindled by belief and nurtured by friendship. With each encounter, Marin felt herself changing, her heart expanding with newfound courage and wisdom. She learned to see the beauty in transformation, much like the willow shedding its leaves to make way for new growth. Days turned into weeks, and Marin's journey through the valley became a journey of the soul. She discovered that change, though sometimes daunting, was a gift that brought growth and new beginnings. She learned to trust in herself and the world around her, finding strength in the support of her newfound friends. Finally, the day came when Marin returned to the willow tree, her heart brimming with gratitude and understanding. Leora awaited her, its luminescent form shining with pride. "You have blossomed, Marin," Leora said, its voice a gentle caress. "The magic of transformation is within you now, a part of who you are." Marin smiled, feeling the truth of Leora's words resonate within her. The fear that once held her back had transformed into a quiet confidence, a belief in the beauty of life's ever-changing dance. As the sun set behind the hills, painting the sky with hues of gold and amber, Marin embraced Leora, her heart full of love and appreciation. "Thank you," she whispered, "for guiding me on this journey." Leora nodded, its light flickering like a candle in the wind. "Remember, dear Marin, that change is the gentle breath of life. Embrace it with an open heart, and you will always find your way." With those words, Leora's form shimmered and dissolved into the evening air, leaving behind a soft, lingering glow. Marin returned to her cottage, her spirit alight with the warmth of friendship and the wisdom she had gained. She knew that while change would continue to be a part of her life, she now had the tools and the courage to embrace it. As she lay in bed that night, the world outside her window sang a lullaby of rustling leaves and whispering winds. Marin closed her eyes, her heart at peace, and drifted into a deep, restful sleep, knowing that she was forever changed, forever growing, and forever surrounded by the magic of Willowbrook. Story 11. In the heart of a lush, emerald forest, where the trees whispered secrets to the wind, and the flowers sang lullabies to the stars, nestled a quaint village known as Willowbrook. This magical place, hidden from the hustle and bustle of the outside world, was home to kind-hearted folk and enchanting creatures alike. It was a realm where the sun always seemed to rise with a gentle promise of wonder, and the moonlight danced upon the leaves with a silvery grace. In Willowbrook, there lived a young girl named Lila, with hair the color of acorns and eyes as bright as the morning sky. Lila had an insatiable curiosity and a heart open to the mysteries of the world. Her best friend, a wise and gentle owl named Orin, often accompanied her on her adventures. Orin, with his soft, feathery coat and eyes that glimmered with ancient wisdom, was always ready to share stories and offer guidance. One crisp autumn morning, as the first golden leaves began to tumble from the trees, Lila noticed something peculiar. The village's enchanted fountain, usually bubbling with clear, sparkling water that shimmered like liquid diamonds, had ceased its playful dance. The fountain was the heart of Willowbrook, a source of both beauty and magic, and its sudden silence cast a gentle shadow over the village. "Orin," Lila called, her voice tinged with concern. "Something strange is happening with the fountain. We must find out why." Orin fluttered down from his perch on an ancient oak, his wings making a soft rustling sound. "Indeed, Lila, we should investigate. The fountain's magic is woven into the fabric of our village." Together, they set out to unravel the mystery. Their first stop was the home of Elder Thistle, the village's wise and gentle leader. Elder Thistle, with her long silver hair and eyes like pools of moonlight, was known for her deep knowledge of magic and her ability to see beyond the ordinary. "Ah, Lila and Orin," she greeted them warmly, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "I have sensed a change in the air. The fountain's silence is no small matter." "Elder Thistle, do you know what could be causing it?" Lila asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. Elder Thistle shook her head slowly. "I have my suspicions, but it is best to seek the counsel of the forest's magic itself. Follow the path through the whispering woods to the glade of echoes. There you will find the answers you seek." With hearts full of determination, Lila and Orin set off into the whispering woods. The forest was alive with the soft rustle of leaves and the gentle songs of birds. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, painting the path with dappled patterns of light and shadow. As they walked, Orin shared stories of the forest's history, tales of bravery and kindness that had shaped Willowbrook over the centuries. Lila listened intently, finding comfort in the familiar cadence of Orin's voice. Soon they arrived at the Glade of Echoes, a serene clearing where the air shimmered with a soft, ethereal glow. In the center of the glade stood a circle of ancient stones, each adorned with intricate carvings that pulsed with a gentle, rhythmic light. Lila stepped into the circle, her heart beating in time with the stone's glow. She closed her eyes and whispered her question to the glade. "What has silenced the fountain's song?" A soft breeze stirred the leaves, and a gentle voice seemed to echo in the air, as if the forest itself was speaking. "The fountain's magic is intertwined with the spirit of harmony. Discord has crept into its flow, clouding its song." Lila opened her eyes and looked at Orin. "Discord? What could be causing it?" Orin pondered for a moment, his eyes reflecting the wisdom of ages. "Perhaps there is an imbalance somewhere in the village, something that has disrupted the harmony." With this new understanding, they returned to Willowbrook, their minds turning over the possibilities. They decided to observe the village closely, to look for anything that seemed out of place or at odds. As they walked through the village, they noticed something unusual near the edge of the woods. A small family of will-o-wisps, gentle creatures of light and laughter, seemed restless and unsettled. Their usually bright glow flickered and dimmed as they moved. Lila approached them with care, her voice soft and reassuring. "Hello, little ones. Is something troubling you?" The leader of the will-o-wisps, a tiny sprite with a glow as soft as candlelight, nodded. "We have been unable to find our way home. The path we always follow has become tangled and confused." Orin blinked thoughtfully. "Perhaps this is the source of the discord. If the will-o-wisps are lost, their light cannot join with the fountain's magic to create harmony." Lila smiled, a plan forming in her mind. "Let's help them find their way. We can guide them back to their home in the woods." Under Orin's watchful eye, Lila and the will-o-wisps made their way through the forest. The path was indeed tangled. overgrown with vines that seemed to twist and turn without reason. Lila gently cleared the way, her touch as light as a feather, while Orin kept a lookout from above. As they moved deeper into the woods, the will-o-wisps began to brighten, their glow becoming steadier and more confident. Finally, they reached a small grove where the air was filled with the sweet scent of jasmine and the gentle hum of nature's song. "This is it," the sprite whispered, her voice filled with joy. "We are home." The will-o-wisps gathered together, their light merging into a soft, warm glow that spread through the grove and beyond. Lila and Orin watched as the light traveled back towards the village, weaving through the trees like a gentle breeze. When they returned to Willowbrook, the fountain was once again bubbling with life, its water sparkling in the afternoon sun. The villagers gathered around, their faces filled with relief and joy. Elder Thistle smiled as she approached Lila and Orin. "You have restored the harmony, my dear ones. Your kindness and wisdom have brought the fountain's magic back to us." Lila felt a warm glow of happiness in her heart. She knew that the mystery had been solved not just with cleverness, but with understanding and friendship. As the sun dipped below the horizon and the stars began to twinkle in the sky, the village of Willowbrook settled into a peaceful slumber. The fountain sang its gentle song, a melody of harmony and hope, and the forest whispered a lullaby to the world. And so in the heart of the magical forest, with the warmth of the village and the wisdom of the woods all around, Lila and Orin rested, knowing that harmony had been restored to Willowbrook. Story 12. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the sunlight danced with the shadows and the air hummed with centuries-old secrets, there existed a world known only to those who dared to listen and look beyond the ordinary. This was a place where the veil between the tangible and the magical was gossamer thin, and where nature's creatures lived lives enriched by the wisdom of the ages. The forest was a tapestry of towering oaks and whispering willows, their leaves a kaleidoscope of green hues that rustled like a symphony when the wind swept through. The ground was soft beneath a carpet of moss, dotted with wildflowers whose vibrant colors seemed to pulse with life. The scent of pine mingled with the earthy aroma of damp soil, creating a fragrance that was both invigorating and soothing. In this enchanted woodland, the creatures of nature thrived in a delicate balance that had been tended to by invisible hands of harmony for countless generations. Among these creatures was a wise old tortoise named Thistle, whose shell bore the stories of the forest in intricate patterns etched by time itself. Thistle moved slowly but deliberately, each step a measured moment of contemplation and grace. Thistle was beloved by all the forest dwellers, from the tiniest ants that marched in disciplined lines across the forest floor to the majestic deer that moved with the grace of the wind. His wisdom was sought by creatures great and small, and he was always willing to share the knowledge passed down through the whispers of the forest. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden sun rose to paint the sky with hues of amber and rose, a young squirrel named Pip approached Thistle. Pip's fur was as soft and gray as the clouds that sometimes kissed the treetops, and his eyes sparkled with curiosity and a hint of worry. "Thistle," Pip began, his voice a gentle rustle like leaves in the breeze, "the acorns are fewer this year, and I fear there won't be enough to last through the winter." Thistle listened, nodding slowly. He understood the anxiety in Pip's voice, for the rhythm of the seasons was a melody that needed every note to be in harmony. "Do not fret, young Pip," Thistle said, his voice deep and soothing, like the rumble of distant thunder. "The forest has its ways, and the balance will always find itself." "But how?" Pip asked, tilting his head to one side, a gesture of earnest inquiry. "Come, let us walk," Thistle suggested, leading Pip along a path dappled with sunlight. As they walked, Thistle spoke of the cycles of nature, of how each season brought its own gifts and challenges, and how the key was to adapt and find the hidden abundance in what seemed scarce. As they journeyed deeper into the forest, they came upon a clearing where the birch trees stood like silent sentinels. Here the air was alive with a different energy, a gentle hum that resonated with the change of seasons. The leaves were turning, their edges tinged with gold and crimson, and the ground was sprinkled with fallen leaves that crunched softly underfoot. "Look around you, Pip," Thistle said, gesturing with his weathered forefoot. The forest is in a state of transformation. The leaves that fall now will nourish the earth, preparing it for new growth. And though the acorns may be fewer, there are other provisions to be found. As if on cue, a gentle breeze stirred the branches, and a cascade of pine cones tumbled from a nearby tree, landing with a soft thud on the forest floor. Pip's eyes widened with delight. "I hadn't noticed these before," he exclaimed, scampering forward to gather the unexpected bounty. Thistle chuckled, a sound like the creak of an old tree swaying in the wind. "There is always more to discover, if only we open our eyes and hearts to the possibilities." As the sun began its descent, painting the sky with strokes of lavender and tangerine, Pip and Thistle returned to the heart of the forest. The air grew cooler, carrying with it the promise of the coming winter. Pip, his cheeks full of pine cones, paused to look at Thistle with gratitude. "Thank you, Thistle," he said, his voice filled with warmth. "I've learned that balance isn't about having everything, but about finding what we need and cherishing it." Thistle nodded, his heart swelling with pride for the young squirrel. "Indeed, Pip, and remember, the forest speaks to those who listen, and its wisdom flows like a river through all who call it home." With that, they parted ways, each to their own cozy nook within the vast embrace of the forest. The stars began to twinkle in the sky, each one a tiny beacon of hope and peace. As the forest settled into the gentle embrace of night, a sense of calm and contentment enveloped all its inhabitants. The creatures tucked themselves into their nests and burrows, lulled to sleep by the soothing symphony of the forest, a melody of rustling leaves, the distant hoot of an owl, and the soft murmur of a brook making its way through the trees. And so in the ancient forest where magic and reality danced together, the creatures continued to live their hidden lives, guided by the timeless wisdom of balance and harmony. The seasons would change, bringing new challenges and gifts, but the forest would remain a sanctuary of peace and unity, a reminder that even in the smallest acorn lies the potential for a towering oak. With a heart full of stories and a mind brimming with dreams, the forest slumbered under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, ready to embrace whatever tomorrow would bring. Story 13. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, where the air always carried a hint of lavender and the cobblestone streets echoed with gentle laughter, there was a peculiar occurrence that had the townsfolk scratching their heads. It all began one misty morning when the sun was just a shimmer on the horizon, casting its golden glow across the sleepy rooftops. Every morning, the villagers would wake to find their shoes mysteriously polished and their gardens free of weeds. It was as if a silent helper had swept through the village during the night, leaving behind a trail of kindness. At first, the villagers were delighted, murmuring about their unseen benefactor over steaming cups of chamomile tea. But as the days turned into weeks, the mystery deepened. The baker, Mr. Crumble, noticed his loaves of bread were not only rising higher, but also seemed to have an extra sprinkle of sweetness. The children at the village school discovered that their arithmetic books had answers lightly penciled in the margins, guiding them gently toward understanding. Even the well by the village square, known for its often temperamental nature, now provided water that was always cool and sparkling. While these occurrences were undeniably pleasant, they piqued the curiosity of one young villager named Finn. With tousled auburn hair and eyes as bright as the stars, Finn was known for his inquisitive nature. He decided it was time to unravel the mystery behind these nighttime wonders. One evening, as the last of the sun's rays dipped behind the hills, Finn set out on his quest. He packed a small satchel with essentials, a lantern, a notebook, and a few of Mrs. Crumble's pastries, just in case the night proved longer than anticipated. With determination, he headed toward the forest that bordered Willowbrook, where he suspected the answers lay hidden. The forest, known as the Whispering Woods, was a place of enchantment. Tall, ancient trees swayed gently in the breeze, their leaves rustling like soft whispers in the night. As Finn ventured deeper, the sweet scent of pine and earth enveloped him, creating a cocoon of tranquility. He paused, feeling the gentle pulse of magic that thrummed through the air. Just as Finn was about to continue, a soft, melodic voice called out, "Finn, dear traveler, what brings you to the heart of the woods at this hour?" Startled but not afraid, Finn turned to see a delicate creature perched upon a moss-covered log. It was a moonbeam sprite, her wings shimmering like gossamer in the moonlight. Her eyes twinkled with an ancient wisdom, and her smile was as warm as a summer's day. "I seek the one who has been helping our village," Finn replied with a respectful bow. "Can you guide me?" The sprite nodded, her laughter like the tinkling of bells. "You seek the Night Weaver," she said, "a gentle spirit who weaves harmony and kindness into the world as we sleep." Intrigued, Finn followed the sprite deeper into the woods, listening intently as she spoke of the Night Weaver, a being whose heart was as boundless as the night sky. "But beware," the sprite cautioned, "the Night Weaver is shy and will only reveal itself to those who truly understand the value of its gifts." As they approached a clearing bathed in moonlight, Finn saw a figure gracefully moving among the flowers, weaving threads of silver light into the air. The Night Weaver, a creature of ethereal beauty, seemed to be made of moonlight and dreams, its presence both calming and awe-inspiring. Finn watched in silence, understanding the gentle, selfless nature of the Night Weaver's work. He realized that the true magic lay not in the acts themselves, but in the quiet, unassuming way they were performed. He knew then that this mystery was not meant to be solved with fanfare, but with appreciation. With a heart full of gratitude, Finn stepped forward. "Thank you," he whispered into the night, his voice carrying on the breeze, "for all that you do." The Night Weaver turned, its eyes meeting Finn's with a knowing smile. In that moment, Finn felt a warmth spread through him, as if enveloped in a comforting embrace. No words were needed, for the understanding between them was complete. As Finn made his way back to Willowbrook, the sprite accompanying him, he felt a deeper connection to his village and its newfound magic. He returned with a gentle heart, ready to share the lesson he had learned, that kindness often works unseen, and that the greatest mysteries are those solved by the heart. The villagers of Willowbrook continued to enjoy the Night Weaver's gifts, embracing the wonder of their enchanted village. And each night, as the stars twinkled above, Finn would look out his window, feeling the comforting presence of the Night Weaver, knowing that some mysteries are best left as they are, beautiful and untouched. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Willowbrook remained a place of gentle magic and quiet wonder, where the night was a sanctuary of dreams, and the heart knew the true meaning of gratitude. Story 14. Once upon a time, nestled deep within the heart of the whispering woods, where every leaf seemed to hum a gentle lullaby, there lay the quaint village of Willowbrook. It was a place where the air was always tinged with the sweet scent of honeysuckle, and the cobblestone paths glistened under the soft glow of lanterns that lined the streets like sentinels of warmth. In Willowbrook, the houses were snug and round, with thatched roofs that resembled fluffy caps of wool. Each home was adorned with colorful shutters and cheerful flower boxes brimming with daisies and lavender. At the edge of the village, where the brook babbled a constant melody, stood the cozy cottage of young Marigold, a girl with eyes as bright as a starry night and hair the color of ripe wheat. Marigold loved living in Willowbrook, where every day was a new adventure. Her best friend was a wise, old owl named Oliver, who lived in the grand oak tree that stood like a guardian at the center of the village. Oliver had feathers dappled with the colors of autumn leaves and eyes that twinkled with ancient wisdom. One crisp autumn evening, as leaves danced in the gentle breeze, a peculiar thing began to happen in Willowbrook. The villagers noticed that every morning the colors in their flower gardens were swapped. The roses were suddenly lavender, the daisies turned a deep blue, and even the marigolds had taken on a vibrant shade of magenta. It was as if a playful painter had tiptoed through the gardens under the cover of night, swapping colors as they pleased. The villagers were perplexed, but not alarmed. They gathered at the community square, a sun-dappled clearing where the air was always filled with the sweet scent of apple pie from the nearby bakery. Over cups of chamomile tea, they murmured about the strange happenings, each wondering what could be causing such a whimsical change. Marigold, with a heart full of curiosity and a mind as sharp as a squirrel's, decided to unravel the mystery. She turned to her wise friend Oliver, who always had a keen perspective on matters both ordinary and extraordinary. "Oliver," she said one evening, perched on the old oak's lowest branch. "Have you noticed the curious colors in the gardens? It's as if the flowers are playing a game." Oliver blinked slowly, his eyes reflecting the warmth of the setting sun. "Indeed, dear Marigold, I have noticed. The woods whisper tales of a mischievous breeze that dances through the village at night. Perhaps it holds the answers you seek." Intrigued, Marigold decided to stay awake and observe the village under the moon's soft gaze. She wrapped herself in a warm, woolen cloak and settled by her window, where she could watch the gardens bathed in silver moonlight. As the stars twinkled above and the village lay in slumber, Marigold noticed something extraordinary. A gentle, shimmering breeze swept through the village, carrying with it a melody as sweet as a lullaby. As it drifted over the gardens, the colors of the flowers began to swirl and change, as if responding to an unseen conductor. In awe, Marigold realized that this was no ordinary breeze. It was the work of the Wind of Whimsy, a magical current known in legend to bring joy and laughter wherever it blew. But why had it chosen Willowbrook? The next day, Marigold shared her discovery with Oliver and the villagers. Together, they pondered why the Wind of Whimsy had chosen their little village. It was then that Oliver, in his gentle wisdom, suggested, "Perhaps it wishes to remind us of the beauty in change and the joy in unexpected surprises." The villagers nodded in agreement, their hearts warmed by the thought. They decided to embrace the Wind of Whimsy's playful nature. Each morning, they would gather in the square to admire the new colors in their gardens, sharing laughter and stories over tea. As the weeks passed, the villagers of Willowbrook found themselves eagerly awaiting the nightly visit of the Wind of Whimsy. They marveled at the ever-changing palette of their gardens, finding joy in the small surprises each morning brought. One day, as the sun set in a blaze of orange and pink, Marigold and Oliver sat together under the old oak tree. "Thank you, Oliver, for helping me see the magic in change," Marigold said, her voice soft with gratitude. Oliver ruffled his feathers contentedly. "Sometimes, dear Marigold, the greatest mysteries are those that remind us to find delight in the unexpected. And remember, with curiosity and friendship, there is no challenge too great." And so the mystery of the color-changing flowers became a cherished part of Willowbrook's tales, a gentle reminder of the beauty found in life's surprises. In the cozy village, where the air was always sweet and the nights filled with wonder, Marigold and her friends continued to share their adventures, embraced by the warmth of their friendship and the magic of the whispering woods. With hearts full of joy and minds open to wonder, the villagers of Willowbrook lived happily ever after in their enchanted world, where every day was a story waiting to be told. And as the stars twinkled above, the gentle Wind of Whimsy danced on, forever weaving its magic through the night. Story 15. In a quaint village tucked away in the gentle embrace of rolling hills and murmuring brooks, there lived a young boy named Oliver. His home was a cozy cottage with a thatched roof, surrounded by a garden that burst with colors and scents so rich they seemed to dance on the breeze. His days were filled with the laughter of friends and the warm glow of the sun, yet Oliver's heart often wandered to the far-off places that whispered to him in the night. One evening, as the stars began to twinkle like tiny lanterns in the sky, Oliver sat by his window, his eyes tracing the horizon. He felt a gentle tug, an invitation to explore the mysteries that lay beyond the familiar hills. With a heart full of wonder and a spirit eager for adventure, he decided to follow that call. The next morning, Oliver packed a small satchel with his favorite things, a worn map, a smooth stone from the brook, and a crust of bread wrapped in cloth. With a gentle kiss on his mother's cheek and a promise to return by nightfall, he set off on his journey. The path led him through meadows draped in morning mist, where dew-kissed flowers nodded in the breeze. The air was sweet with the fragrance of blooming honeysuckle, and the soft rustle of leaves created a melody all its own. As Oliver ventured further, he found himself at the edge of a forest, its trees standing tall like ancient guardians. With a deep breath, he stepped into the forest, where the light filtered through the canopy in dappled patterns, painting the ground with golden patches. The air was cool and filled with the earthy scent of moss and wild mushrooms. As he walked, Oliver marveled at the way the forest seemed alive, whispering secrets with each rustle and chirp. Soon he stumbled upon a clearing where the sunlight pooled like liquid gold. In the center stood a tree unlike any he had ever seen. It was tall and majestic, with bark that shimmered like silver and leaves that glowed with an iridescent hue. As Oliver approached, he noticed a small door at the base of the tree, intricately carved with symbols that seemed to pulse with a gentle light. Curiosity piqued. Oliver reached for the door. It swung open with a soft creak to reveal a staircase spiraling down into the heart of the tree. With a mix of excitement and trepidation, he descended the stairs, each step echoing softly in the stillness. At the bottom, Oliver found himself in a cavernous room filled with the soft glow of luminescent fungi. The walls were lined with shelves carved into the wood, holding scrolls and bottles that glimmered with mysterious substances. In the center of the room, a small table was set with a teapot and delicate cups, as though expecting a visitor. As he marveled at his surroundings, a soft, chittering sound drew his attention. From a nook in the wall emerged a creature no larger than a squirrel, with soft, downy fur and eyes that twinkled like starlight. It regarded Oliver with a curious tilt of its head before scampering over to the table, where it gestured towards the teapot. Understanding the invitation, Oliver poured himself a cup of the fragrant tea, which smelled of lavender and honey. He took a sip, feeling warmth spread through him, bringing with it a sense of calm and clarity. The creature, whom Oliver decided to call Lumino, began to chatter in a language of soft clicks and hums. Though he couldn't understand the words, Oliver felt the warmth of friendship in Lumino's tone. Together, they explored the room, uncovering scrolls that told tales of ancient travelers and maps that revealed worlds hidden within the folds of the forest. As the day wore on, Oliver realized he had to return home before nightfall. Reluctantly, he bid farewell to Lumino, who offered him a small vial filled with shimmering liquid as a parting gift. With a heart full of gratitude, Oliver ascended the stairs and stepped back into the sunlit world above. The journey home felt different, as if the forest now held a deeper magic. Oliver's mind buzzed with the wonders he had seen, and his heart brimmed with the promise of new adventures. The courage to step into the unknown had opened his eyes to the beauty that lay beyond the horizon. When he returned to his village, the sun was setting in a blaze of pink and gold. His mother greeted him with a warm embrace, her eyes filled with love and relief. As Oliver recounted his day, he shared not just the story of his adventure, but the lesson he had learned, that courage is not the absence of fear, but the decision to follow the whispers of one's heart. That night, as Oliver lay in bed, he held the vial Lumino had given him, watching it catch the moonlight and cast shimmering patterns on the walls. He drifted off to sleep with a smile, comforted by the memory of his journey and the promise of more to come. And so, in the cozy village nestled among the hills, Oliver's story became a beacon of courage and exploration, inspiring others to listen to the call of adventure and discover the magic that waits beyond the known. The village thrived on tales of wonder, each story weaving a tapestry of friendship and bravery that warmed hearts like the glow of a crackling fireplace on a cold winter's night. Story 16. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets older than time itself, there existed a hidden realm known only to those who listened with their hearts. This was a place where the boundaries between reality and magic gently intertwined, creating a dance of wonder and tranquility. The forest was an eternal tapestry of greens and browns, its floor carpeted with soft moss that cushioned every footstep, while the canopy above wove a sheltering embrace of leaves that filtered sunlight into a gentle golden glow. This enchanted forest was home to a myriad of natural creatures, whose lives were intricately linked to the rhythms of the earth and sky. Among them was a wise old tortoise named Alaric, whose shell was a map of the world in miniature, etched with the stories of ages past. Alaric moved with a deliberate grace, his every step a testament to the patience and wisdom accumulated over countless years. One crisp autumn morning, as the forest was cloaked in a delicate mist and the air was laced with the earthy perfume of fallen leaves, Alaric awoke to a peculiar sight. The birds, who usually greeted the dawn with a chorus of melodious song, were silent. Instead, they flitted anxiously among the branches, their bright eyes darting nervously. Sensing the unease, Alaric decided to investigate. As he meandered through the forest, he encountered a small gathering of creatures beneath the boughs of an ancient oak. There was Bramble, the inquisitive young squirrel whose coat was the color of ripe chestnuts, and Luna, the gentle deer with eyes like liquid pools of wisdom. Perched on a low-hanging branch was Aurelia, the wise owl with feathers that shimmered like silver in the dappled light. "Why are the birds so troubled?" Alaric inquired, his voice a soft rumble. "It's the weather," Aurelia replied, her gaze scanning the horizon. "The winds have changed, and with them, the balance of the forest is shifting." Bramble, with his quick curiosity, scampered forward. "What does that mean, Aurelia? Is something wrong with the forest?" Luna, her voice as soothing as the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze, explained. "Every season brings its own magic, its own challenges. But this time, something is amiss. The rains that should have come are late, and the streams are growing quieter." Alaric pondered this news. He knew that the forest thrived on balance, that each creature and every element played a role in maintaining harmony. If the rains did not come, the entire ecosystem would suffer. Yet he also understood that nature often held solutions within its own mysteries. "We must seek the wisdom of the elder tree," Alaric suggested, referring to the oldest and mightiest tree in the forest, whose roots ran deep into the earth and whose branches touched the sky. Under the direction of Aurelia, the group made their way through the forest to the elder tree. As they approached, they could feel its ancient presence, a serene strength that resonated in their very bones. The tree's trunk was a massive pillar, its bark covered in a tapestry of lichens and moss, and its leaves whispered a language only the heart could understand. Gathered around the elder tree's base, Alaric, Bramble, Luna, and Aurelia formed a circle of unity. Alaric, with his deep, resonant voice, spoke to the elder tree. "Great elder tree, keeper of time and wisdom, we seek your guidance." For a moment, all was still. Then, a gentle breeze stirred, carrying with it the voice of the elder tree, as ancient as the stones and as wise as the stars. "The balance of nature is delicate, dear friends. It ebbs and flows like the tides. To restore harmony, one must look within, to the heart of the forest where the magic of the seasons resides." Bramble's eyes widened with wonder. "The heart of the forest? Where is that?" "Follow the path of the morning sun," the elder tree advised, "and listen to the whispers of the wind." With renewed purpose, the companions set off. The morning sun filtered through the thinning leaves, casting playful patterns on the forest floor. The air was alive with the subtle scents of pine and damp earth, soothing and invigorating all at once. As they journeyed deeper into the forest, they came upon a hidden glade bathed in sunlight. It was a place untouched by time, where flowers bloomed in a riot of colors, and a small, crystal-clear spring bubbled with life. Here the essence of the forest's magic was palpable, a gentle hum that resonated with the beating of their hearts. In the center of the glade stood a stone altar, covered in intricate carvings that depicted the cycles of nature, the birth of spring, the fervor of summer, the reflection of autumn, and the rest of winter. It was here that the magic of the seasons was strongest, a nexus of the earth's energy and the sky's whispers. Alaric approached the altar, feeling the warmth of the sun on his shell. "This is the heart of the forest," he murmured, understanding dawning. "We must honor the cycles of nature and ask for their aid." The companions gathered around the altar, each offering a token of their gratitude and respect. Bramble placed a nut from the tallest tree, Luna a tuft of her soft fur, Aurelia a feather from her shimmering wing, and Alaric a leaf from his travels. As they stood together, a gentle rain began to fall, each drop a shimmering jewel that danced upon the leaves and mingled with the earth. The forest sighed in relief, its thirst quenched, and the creatures felt their spirits lift with the promise of renewal. The birds resumed their song, a joyful chorus that filled the forest with hope and harmony. The stream, once a mere trickle, now sang with the vigor of replenished life, its waters glistening under the sun's tender caress. In that magical glade, the companions understood the wisdom of the elder tree's words. Balance was not something to be taken for granted, but a living, breathing entity that required care and respect. Together, they had restored the harmony of the forest, each playing their part in the grand tapestry of life. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of gold and lavender, the companions returned to their homes, their hearts full of the peace that comes from knowing they had made a difference. And so the ancient forest continued to thrive, a testament to the power of friendship, wisdom, and the gentle magic of nature. It stood as a reminder that even in the face of challenges, balance could be found and harmony restored when creatures of the earth worked together with love and understanding. In the quiet of the evening, as the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Alaric settled down beneath the sheltering boughs of a familiar tree. He listened to the symphony of the night, the rustle of leaves, the distant call of an owl, the soft murmur of the stream, and felt content. The forest was at peace, and so was he. Thus, in the heart of the ancient forest, the hidden lives of its creatures continued, each day a new chapter in a story of harmony and balance, written with the gentle hand of nature herself. Story 17. In a quaint village nestled at the edge of a lush, whispering forest, there was a little cobblestone cottage where the scent of freshly baked bread often mingled with the earthy aroma of moss and pine. This was home to young Lila, a girl as gentle as the morning sun peeking through the trees. Her days were filled with the simple joys of tending to her grandmother's garden, feeding the songbirds, and exploring the twisting trails that wove through the enchanting woods. Lila was a curious soul, with hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled like dew-kissed violets. She had a heart full of wonder and a spirit that danced like the dappled sunlight on the forest floor. But what made Lila truly special was her extraordinary gift. She could hear the whispers of the trees. This secret she kept close, like a cherished promise shared only with her dearest friend, a wise old owl named Orin. Orin was not an ordinary owl. His feathers shimmered with a silvery hue, and his eyes held centuries of wisdom. Every evening he would glide silently from his perch high in the ancient oaks to sit with Lila as she wove tales of her day. The forest was their world, a tapestry of secrets and stories waiting to be discovered. One day, as Lila wandered along a path lined with ferns and wildflowers, she stumbled upon something curious. Nestled beneath the roots of a gnarled oak was a small, intricately carved box. Its surface was adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to dance when touched by the sun. Lila could feel a gentle hum of magic emanating from it, a melody only she could hear. With a soft creak, the box opened, revealing a shimmering stone that pulsed with a warm golden light. Lila could feel its energy, a comforting presence that wrapped around her like a cozy blanket. She knew, deep in her heart, that this was no ordinary stone. It was a gift from the forest, a token of its trust and love. That night, as the stars twinkled like 1,000 tiny lanterns in the sky, Lila shared her discovery with Orin. The owl's eyes widened with understanding as he gazed at the stone. "This is a heartstone, dear Lila," he explained in his soothing voice. "It holds the power of the forest's heart, a magic that can heal and protect, but it must be used with great care and kindness." Lila nodded, her heart swelling with a sense of responsibility. She knew that the stone had chosen her for a reason, and she vowed to honor its gift. But she also sensed that this was just the beginning of a journey, one that would lead her deeper into the mysteries of the forest. As weeks turned into months, Lila's bond with the forest grew stronger. She learned to listen to its heartbeat, to understand the language of the leaves rustling in the breeze and the soft murmur of the streams. The heartstone became a part of her, guiding her, teaching her the gentle art of healing. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was filled with the scent of apples and fallen leaves, a new challenge presented itself. A group of travelers arrived at the village, wary and seeking shelter. Among them was a young boy named Finn, whose laughter was as bright as a summer's day. But Finn carried a shadow with him, a sadness that dimmed his spirit. Lila watched from afar as Finn tried to join the village children in their games, but something held him back. She sensed that he was hiding a secret, a burden too heavy for his small shoulders. Her heart ached for him, and she knew that the time had come to use the Heartstone's magic to help a friend in need. With Orin by her side, Lila approached Finn one golden afternoon as he sat by the edge of the forest, gazing wistfully at the trees. "Hello," she said softly, her voice as gentle as the wind through the leaves. "My name is Lila. Would you like to walk with me?" Finn looked up, surprise flickering in his eyes. He hesitated for a moment, then nodded, a small smile playing at the corners of his lips. Together, they ventured into the woods, where sunlight filtered through the canopy in soft, warm beams. As they walked, Lila shared stories of the forest, of the animals, and the hidden glades where magic lingered in the air. Slowly, Finn began to open up, his laughter bubbling forth like a brook freed from ice. He spoke of his travels, of the places he had seen, and finally, of the loss that had brought him such sorrow. His story was one of both sadness and hope, a tale of a family displaced by a storm and a dream of finding a new home. Lila listened with her heart, feeling the weight of his words. She knew that the Heartstone could not change the past, but it could help heal the wounds it had left behind. With great care, she took the stone from her pocket, its warmth radiating through her fingers. "This is a Heartstone," she explained, holding it out to Finn. "It's a gift from the forest, meant to help those who are hurting. Would you like to see what it can do?" Finn's eyes widened with wonder as he reached for the stone. The moment his fingers touched its surface, a soft glow enveloped them both. Lila could feel the magic weaving around them, a gentle tapestry of light and warmth. Finn's eyes closed, his breath steady and calm, and for the first time in a long while, a peaceful smile spread across his face. When he opened his eyes, the sadness that had lingered there was gone, replaced by a newfound sense of hope. "Thank you," he whispered, his voice filled with gratitude. "I feel lighter." Lila smiled, her heart full. She knew that the forest had given them both a precious gift that day, a reminder of the healing power of friendship and the quiet strength that comes from sharing burdens. As the days turned to weeks, Finn and Lila became inseparable, their laughter ringing through the forest like a joyful song. Together they explored new paths, discovered hidden glades, and learned from the wise whispers of the trees. The Heartstone was a constant companion, its magic a gentle presence in their lives. Through their adventures, Finn found his place in the village, his heart light and free. And Lila, with Orin always watching over her, continued to grow in her understanding of the forest's magic, her bond with the natural world deeper than ever. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Lila and Finn sat on a hill overlooking the village. The Heartstone lay between them, its glow a soft reminder of the journey they had shared. "Do you think the forest will always be there for us?" Finn asked, his voice thoughtful and calm. Lila nodded, her gaze on the horizon where the stars began to twinkle. "I believe so," she replied. "The forest is alive, just like us. It changes and grows, but its heart, its magic, is always there. As long as we listen and care for it, it will care for us in return." In that moment, under the vast canopy of the starlit sky, they understood the true gift of the Heartstone. It was not just a source of magic, but a symbol of the enduring connection between them and the world around them, a reminder of the power of kindness, friendship, and the gentle wisdom of nature. And so, as the cool night air wrapped around them, Lila and Finn knew that their story was just one of many woven into the fabric of the forest. A tale of friendship and healing, of adventure and discovery, a story that would live on in the whispers of the trees and the laughter of the wind. And with that comforting thought, they returned to the village, hand in hand, their hearts as light and free as the song of the nightingale echoing through the forest. Their journey a testament to the magic that exists in the world when one believes in the gentle power of love and friendship. Story 18. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled at the edge of the Whispering Woods, there lived a gentle-hearted young girl named Amara. Her home was a small, cozy cottage with a thatched roof, surrounded by a garden that seemed to bloom in every season. The air was perpetually filled with the sweet scent of lilacs and honeysuckle, and the gentle hum of bees could be heard as they danced from flower to flower. Amara lived with her grandmother, a wise old woman named Granny Willow, whose eyes sparkled like the stars on a clear night. Granny Willow was known in the village for her stories, tales filled with magic and wonder, often shared by the warmth of their old stone fireplace. It was said that Granny Willow possessed an enchanted locket, a keepsake passed down through generations, which held the power to reveal hidden truths and guide those who sought its wisdom. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Amara and Granny Willow would sit by the fire. The flames crackled softly, casting flickering shadows across the walls as Granny Willow opened the locket, whispering words only she knew. The locket would glow warmly, filling the room with a comforting light that seemed to hold all the secrets of the world. One crisp autumn day, as leaves danced to the ground in a cascade of crimson and amber, Amara set off to explore the edge of the whispering woods. She had always been drawn to the mysterious forest, where the trees whispered secrets to the wind, and the streams sang melodies unknown to the human ear. Her curiosity was insatiable, and the woods seemed to promise adventure and discovery. As Amara wandered deeper into the forest, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight. In a small clearing bathed in dappled sunlight, she found an old, twisted oak tree with a hollow at its base. Inside the hollow lay a small, intricately carved box, its surface covered in runes that shimmered like moonlight on water. Amara's heart quickened with excitement and a hint of trepidation. She carefully opened the box, revealing a delicate feather unlike any she had seen before. It shimmered with iridescent colors, changing from emerald green to sapphire blue as it caught the light. Tucked beneath the feather was a note, written in a script that seemed to dance across the page. To the finder of this feather, a gift of flight and sight. Use it wisely, for it holds the power to reveal what is hidden from the eyes of those who seek with haste. Intrigued and a little bewildered, Amara slipped the feather into her satchel and made her way back home, her mind buzzing with possibilities. That evening, as she sat by the fire with Granny Willow, she shared her discovery. Granny Willow's eyes widened with recognition and delight. "Ah, the feather of farsight," she mused. "It is a rare and wondrous thing, my dear. It allows the bearer to see beyond the ordinary, to glimpse truths hidden from the casual gaze. But remember, Amara, it is not just the feather that holds power, but how you choose to use it." Amara nodded, her heart swelling with a sense of purpose. She knew that the feather had come to her for a reason, and she was determined to uncover its secrets. Over the following days, she carried it with her, feeling its gentle warmth against her side, waiting for the moment when its true power would reveal itself. One misty morning, as the village lay cloaked in a gentle fog, Amara awoke with a strange sense of anticipation. She felt drawn to the whispering woods, as if the trees themselves were calling her. With the feather in hand, she set out through the forest, her footsteps silent on the leaf-strewn path. As she ventured deeper, the woods seemed to come alive around her. The rustling of leaves became a symphony, and the babbling brooks sang in harmony with the birdsong. Amara felt a connection to the world around her that she had never experienced before, as if the feather had opened her heart to the wonders of nature. Eventually, she reached a place she had never seen, a hidden glade nestled deep within the forest. There she found a small, crystalline pond, its surface as smooth as glass. Kneeling beside it, Amara gazed into the water, the feather clutched tightly in her hand. To her astonishment, the pond began to shimmer and swirl, transforming into a mirror of visions. The water showed her images of the village, her friends, and the people she loved. But it also revealed a shadow that loomed over them, an unseen threat that crept ever closer. Amara's heart raced with fear and determination. She knew she had to warn the villagers, to protect them from the danger that lay ahead. But how could she convince them of something she had seen only in a magical reflection? As she pondered, the feather seemed to pulse with a gentle warmth, filling her with a sense of calm and clarity. She realized that the locket and the feather were connected, both gifts of guidance and truth. With newfound resolve, Amara made her way back to the village, ready to share what she had learned. Gathering the villagers in the square, Amara spoke with a voice steady and sure, recounting the visions she had seen. Though some were skeptical, Granny Willow stood beside her, the open locket glowing with a reassuring light. The villagers listened, their doubts melting away as they felt the truth of Amara's words. Together they devised a plan to protect the village, drawing on the strengths and skills of each person. The days that followed were filled with cooperation and camaraderie, as the villagers worked side by side, united in purpose and spirit. Through it all, Amara felt the bond of friendship grow stronger, the ties that connected them woven from trust and shared experiences. She realized that the true magic lay not in the feather or the locket, but in the hearts of those who believed in one another. In time, the shadow passed, leaving the village untouched and safe. Amara's journey had changed her, opening her eyes to the power of wisdom, friendship, and the quiet strength within herself. As the sun set on the final day, painting the sky with a tapestry of colors, Amara and Granny Willow sat by the fire once more. The locket glowed softly, a beacon of hope and understanding, while the feather rested in Amara's lap, a reminder of the journey that had brought them all together. And so, with hearts full of gratitude and love, the village settled into a peaceful slumber, knowing that they were protected by the bonds they had forged and the gentle magic that watched over them all. Story 19. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and lush, whispering forests, there existed a curious legend. It was a tale that spoke of a magical compass, hidden deep within the heart of the enchanted wood, which could reveal paths unseen and guide its bearer to their heart's true desire. This compass, however, was said to be guarded by the ancient spirits of the forest, and only those with pure intentions could hope to find it. The village was a peaceful place, its cobblestone streets lined with cottages that seemed to sigh contentedly beneath their thatched roofs. At the edge of the village lived a young woman named Mira. With hair like woven sunlight and eyes that mirrored the cerulean sky, Mira was known for her kindness and gentle spirit. Her days were spent tending to her small garden and caring for the animals that sought refuge in her yard. Though Mira cherished her life in Willowbrook, she often felt a restless yearning within her heart. She longed for adventure, to see the world beyond the horizon, and perhaps to find a place where she truly belonged. Yet, she could not bring herself to leave the village, for she felt a deep connection to the land and its people. One crisp morning, as the first light of dawn painted the sky in hues of rose and gold, Mira sat by the edge of her garden, sipping tea from a delicate porcelain cup. The air was fragrant with the scent of blooming jasmine, and a gentle breeze rustled the leaves of the old oak tree that stood like a sentinel at the garden's border. As Mira breathed in the serenity of the moment, a soft rustling caught her attention. Curious, she set down her cup and moved towards the sound, her bare feet silent on the dew-kissed grass. There, beneath the sprawling branches of the oak, she found a small, scruffy fox caught in a tangle of brambles. Mira's heart ached at the sight, and she knelt beside the creature, speaking softly to calm its fears. "Don't worry, little one. I'll help you," she murmured, her voice as soothing as the murmuring brook that flowed nearby. With gentle hands, Mira freed the fox from its thorny prison, her touch careful and compassionate. Once liberated, the fox regarded her with intelligent amber eyes that seemed to hold a spark of gratitude. Then, with a swift nod of its head, it darted away into the underbrush, leaving Mira with a sense of fulfillment and a lingering question in her heart. As days turned into weeks, the memory of the fox faded into the rhythm of village life. Yet the yearning in Mira's heart grew stronger, whispering to her of distant lands and unknown adventures. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and stars began to twinkle in the gathering twilight, Mira found herself drawn to the edge of the enchanted wood. The forest loomed before her, its ancient trees standing tall and mysterious, their branches weaving a tapestry of shadow and moonlight. Feeling an inexplicable pull, Mira stepped into the woods, her footsteps light and sure. She moved with a sense of purpose, as though guided by an unseen hand. The air was cool and fragrant, filled with the earthy scent of moss and the sweet perfume of wildflowers. As she ventured deeper into the forest, Mira felt the presence of the ancient spirits, their whispers carried on the wind like a gentle lullaby. The path twisted and turned, leading her through groves of silver birch and past sparkling streams that sang their own melodies. After what felt like an eternity, Mira found herself in a small clearing bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. At its center stood a stone pedestal, and upon it rested a compass unlike any she had ever seen. Its casing was crafted from gleaming silver, adorned with intricate engravings that seemed to shimmer with a life of their own. The needle of the compass quivered gently, pointing not north but towards a direction that seemed to call to Mira's very soul. She reached out, her fingers brushing the cool metal, and as she did, a warmth spread through her, filling her with a sense of belonging and purpose. In that moment, Mira understood that the compass was more than a tool for navigation. It was a guide for the heart, a key to discovering one's true path. Holding it close, she turned and began her journey back to Willowbrook, the forest parting before her as though welcoming a dear friend. The following days were filled with preparations for Mira's journey. The villagers, though saddened by the thought of her departure, understood her need to explore and supported her wholeheartedly. They gifted her with provisions and tokens of goodwill, their love and blessings accompanying her on her way. Before she left, Mira visited the old oak tree where she had first encountered the fox. She sat beneath its branches, her heart full of gratitude for the woodland spirits who had entrusted her with the compass. As she closed her eyes, she felt a soft brush against her hand, and when she looked, there was the fox, its fur gleaming like burnished copper in the morning light. With a soft bark, the fox trotted away, pausing to look back at Mira as if urging her to follow. Heart pounding with anticipation, Mira rose and set off after the fox, her compass in hand, ready to embrace whatever lay ahead. As the sun rose higher in the sky, Mira and the fox journeyed through fields of wildflowers and over gentle hills. The world unfolded before her like a tapestry of color and life, each step revealing new wonders and possibilities. The compass guided her through lands both strange and beautiful, where towering mountains kissed the sky and shimmering lakes mirrored the clouds. She met people from all walks of life, each with their own stories and wisdom to share. In every encounter, Mira found friendship and kindness, her heart growing ever fuller with the connections she made. Yet despite the joy of her travels, Mira could not shake the feeling that something was missing. It was as if a part of her was still searching, still yearning for something she could not name. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blazed with the colors of sunset, Mira found herself on the shores of a vast ocean. The waves lapped gently at her feet, their rhythmic song soothing her restless heart. As she gazed out at the endless expanse of water, Mira realized that her journey was not just about exploring new lands, but about discovering herself. The compass had led her to this moment, to the realization that her true desire was not a place or a destination, but a state of being. With this newfound understanding, Mira turned the compass over in her hands, feeling the weight of its magic and the promise of its guidance. She knew that wherever she went, she carried her true home within her, in the love and memories she had gathered along the way. With a heart full of peace and gratitude, Mira set her sights on the horizon, ready to continue her journey with the fox by her side and the compass in her hand. The road before her was long and winding, but she walked it with confidence and joy, knowing that she was exactly where she needed to be. And so, Mira's story became a part of the legend of Willowbrook, a tale of adventure and heart, of a magical compass, and the young woman who followed its guidance to find her own true path. As the years passed, the villagers would gather around the fire on long winter nights, sharing her story with wide-eyed children and dreaming of their own adventures yet to come. Thus, the legend lived on, a testament to the power of dreams and the courage to follow one's heart, even when the path is uncertain. For in the end, it is the journey that shapes us, and the love we find along the way that truly guides us home. In the warm glow of a crackling fire, the story of Mira and the magical compass would be told and retold, each telling adding new layers of wonder and magic to the tapestry of Willowbrook's rich history. The villagers would smile as they spoke of Mira's kindness and bravery, her spirit a beacon of hope and inspiration for all who heard her tale. As the story unfolded, the listeners would imagine the world through Mira's eyes, seeing the beauty and mystery in every moment, feeling the thrill of discovery and the joy of connection. They would dream of their own adventures, of following the compass of their hearts to places unknown and lives yet unlived. And as the night wore on and the fire burned low, the story would draw to a close, leaving its audience with a sense of wonder and possibility. For in the end, the tale of Mira and the magical compass was more than just a story. It was a reminder of the magic that exists within each of us, waiting to be discovered and embraced. With a final whispered word, the storyteller would bid the listeners good night, sending them off to dreamland with hearts full of hope and imagination. And as they drifted off to sleep, the village of Willowbrook would settle into the quiet embrace of night, its dreams woven with the threads of magic and adventure that Mira's story had left behind. In the gentle hush of the village, the stars would twinkle overhead, their light a gentle reminder of the infinite possibilities that lay within reach for those brave enough to seek them. And so, the legend of the magical compass would continue to inspire and enchant, a timeless tale of courage, friendship, and the power of the heart's true desire. As the years turned to decades, the story of Mira became a cherished part of Willowbrook's folklore, passed down from generation to generation. The villagers would gather in the village square on warm summer evenings, sharing the tale beneath the twinkling stars, their voices weaving a tapestry of magic and wonder that captured the hearts of young and old alike. Children would listen with wide eyes, dreaming of the day when they might embark on their own adventures, guided by the compass of their hearts. They would imagine the enchanted wood and the hidden paths it held, the whispers of the ancient spirits urging them onward to discover the world beyond the village borders. As the story wove its magic, it inspired a sense of unity and connection among the villagers. They found strength in Mira's courage, her willingness to embrace the unknown and follow her heart's true desire. Her story reminded them of the importance of kindness, friendship, and the power of dreams. The fox, too, became a symbol of the story's magic. It was said that the descendants of Mira's fox could still be seen darting through the woods, their eyes bright and knowing, as if they carried the wisdom of the ages within them. The villagers would leave offerings of food and flowers at the edge of the forest, a sign of their gratitude for the guidance and protection provided by the woodland spirits. In time, Mira's story spread beyond the borders of Willowbrook, reaching neighboring villages and distant lands. Travelers would come seeking the village, drawn by the legend of the magical compass and the promise of adventure and self-discovery. Some would venture into the enchanted wood, their hearts open to the possibilities that lay within. Others would find solace in the village itself, the warmth and hospitality of its people, a balm for weary souls. Each visitor would carry the story of Mira with them, weaving it into their own lives and spreading its magic far and wide. And so, the tale of Mira and the magical compass continued to enchant and inspire, a timeless reminder of the beauty of the journey and the power of the heart's true desire. For in the end, the greatest adventure of all is the one that leads us to discover who we truly are and the love that guides us home. Story 20. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled deep within an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. She was a quiet, gentle soul with a heart full of wonder and an insatiable curiosity about the world around her. One crisp autumn evening, as Willow strolled along the winding forest path, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight. Amidst the fallen leaves and twisted roots lay a strange, glowing object, a smooth, polished stone that seemed to emanate a soft, warm light from within. Entranced by its ethereal beauty, Willow reached down and picked it up, cradling it gently in her small hands. As her fingers brushed against its surface, a tingling sensation coursed through her body, and suddenly the world around her began to shift and change. The trees seemed to stretch higher, their branches intertwining and forming an intricate canopy overhead. The air was filled with the sweet scent of wildflowers and the melodic chirping of birds, and all around her, tiny glimmering lights danced and flickered, like 1,000 fireflies in the twilight. Willow gasped in awe, her eyes wide with wonder. She had stumbled upon a hidden world within the forest, a realm of magic and enchantment that few had ever witnessed. As she explored this newfound paradise, Willow encountered a host of peculiar and delightful creatures. There were playful sprites that zipped through the air, leaving shimmering trails in their wake, and gentle wood nymphs that tended to the trees and plants with loving care. One such nymph, a kind-hearted being named Oak, took Willow under her wing and revealed the secrets of this enchanted realm. She explained that the glowing stone was a magical artifact, a conduit that allowed those with pure hearts to enter this hidden world and commune with its inhabitants. Over the course of many visits, Willow formed a deep bond with Oak and the other creatures, learning about the intricate balance of nature and the importance of protecting the forest's delicate ecosystems. She discovered that the magical realm was a sanctuary, a place where the natural world could flourish and thrive, untouched by the destructive forces of the outside world. However, Willow's newfound knowledge also came with a heavy responsibility. She learned that the magic of the stone was fading, and if it were to dim completely, the hidden realm would be lost forever, along with all its wondrous inhabitants. Determined to save this enchanted place, Willow embarked on a quest to restore the stone's power. Guided by Oak and her friends, she ventured deep into the heart of the forest, facing challenges and obstacles that tested her courage and resolve. Along the way, she encountered a wise old oak tree whose ancient roots stretched deep into the earth. The tree revealed that the stone's power was tied to the health of the forest itself, and that only by nurturing and protecting the natural world could its magic be renewed. With newfound determination, Willow became a steadfast guardian of the forest, tending to the plants and animals with unwavering care and compassion. She rallied the creatures of the hidden realm, and together they worked tirelessly to restore the balance of nature, removing harmful pollutants and nurturing the growth of new life. As the seasons passed, the forest flourished once more, and the stone's warm glow grew brighter and brighter, pulsing with renewed energy. Willow's dedication and selflessness had not gone unnoticed, and the magical realm bestowed upon her a special gift, the ability to communicate with all living things, from the tallest trees to the smallest insects. With her newfound connection to nature, Willow became a bridge between the hidden realm and the outside world, sharing her knowledge and wisdom with others, inspiring them to appreciate and protect the delicate beauty of the natural world. Years passed, and Willow grew into a wise and respected figure, her story passed down through generations as a reminder of the profound bond between humans and the environment that sustains us all. And deep within the forest, the hidden realm continued to thrive, a testament to the power of friendship, perseverance, and the unwavering belief that even the smallest acts of kindness can create ripples of change that echo through the ages. Story 21. In a quaint, sleepy village tucked away at the edge of a vast, whispering forest, there lived a young girl named Mara. The village was a place where time seemed to stroll rather than rush, with cobblestone paths winding between ivy-clad cottages and the sweet scent of honeysuckle drifting lazily through the air. Each day the villagers would gather at the old stone well in the square to share stories, tales of forgotten kingdoms, of brave knights and wise wizards, and of magical objects hidden in plain sight. Mara, with her curious hazel eyes and unruly curls, loved these stories more than anything. She would sit cross-legged near the well, listening intently as the elders wove their tales. But it was the story of the enchanted compass that held her heart captive. It was said that this compass could guide its bearer not just through the physical world, but through the journey of their own heart, revealing truths and helping them find their true path, even in the darkest of times. One serene afternoon, as the golden sun began its descent, painting the sky in hues of amber and rose, Mara ventured into the forest. The trees stood tall and ancient, their leaves whispering secrets to the wind. She had often wandered here, finding solace in the gentle rustling of the leaves and the soft, earthy scent of moss and pine. Today, however, felt different. There was a sense of anticipation in the air, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. As Mara explored deeper into the woods, she stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen before. In its center stood an old, gnarled oak tree, its branches stretching wide like welcoming arms. At the base of this tree lay a small, intricately carved box, its surface shimmering faintly in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity piqued. Mara approached the box and gently lifted the lid. Inside, nestled on a bed of soft velvet, was a compass, its needle spinning in slow, deliberate circles. Mara's heart skipped with excitement. Could this be the enchanted compass from the stories? She reached out, her fingers brushing against its cool, smooth surface. The compass stilled instantly, its needle pointing decisively towards the heart of the forest. With a mixture of wonder and trepidation, Mara followed the compass's lead. The path it directed her on was unfamiliar, winding deeper into the forest where the trees grew denser and the light more muted. As she walked, the sound of her footsteps mingled with the gentle murmurs of the forest, birds chirping softly, the distant babble of a brook, and the occasional rustle of unseen creatures. After what felt like hours, Mara emerged into another clearing. Here, the air was filled with the scent of wildflowers and the gentle hum of bees. In the center of the clearing stood a circle of stones, their surfaces weathered and ancient. As Mara approached, she noticed a small, silver-haired rabbit sitting atop one of the stones, its eyes twinkling with a knowing light. "Welcome, Mara," the rabbit said in a voice that was both soft and wise. "I am Niv, the guardian of this grove. You have found the enchanted compass, but your journey has only just begun." Mara, though surprised, felt an inexplicable trust in Niv. "What must I do?" she asked, clutching the compass tightly. "The compass has chosen you because you seek something beyond what you know," Niv replied. "But to truly understand its power, you must face the challenge of the forest, a challenge that requires not strength, but wisdom and heart." Determined, Mara nodded. "I'm ready." Niv hopped down from the stone and led Mara to a path shrouded in mist. "Follow this path," he instructed. "You will encounter 3 trials. Each will test your understanding of yourself and the world around you. Remember, the compass will guide you, not in direction, but in truth." Mara set off, the compass held firmly in her hand. The path before her was winding and mysterious, the mist swirling like a living thing. Soon she arrived at a small, bubbling brook. Its waters were clear and inviting, but as she looked closer, she saw a bridge, a simple wooden structure that appeared frail and worn. As she pondered how to cross safely, a voice drifted through the air. "Do not trust only your eyes," it whispered. Mara closed her eyes and took a deep breath, letting the compass rest in her palm. She felt its gentle pulse, the warmth spreading through her fingers, and opened her eyes to see not a bridge, but stepping stones just beneath the surface of the water. With careful steps, she crossed the brook, the compass guiding her safely to the other side. The second trial awaited her in a grove filled with wildflowers of every color. In its center stood a single wilted flower, its petals drooping sadly. A soft voice, like the rustle of leaves, spoke from the grove. "To give is to receive," it said. Mara knelt beside the flower and thought of the stories she had heard, of kindness and the power of giving. Gently, she cupped her hands around the flower and whispered words of encouragement, willing her warmth and care into its roots. Slowly, the flower lifted its head, its petals unfurling in a vibrant display of color. In return, the grove seemed to glow with a newfound brightness, the flowers swaying in a gentle dance of gratitude. The final trial lay at the heart of the forest, where Mara found herself standing before a great oak, the very tree where she had discovered the compass. Here, the air was thick with anticipation. The tree's bark was etched with patterns that seemed to shift and change, forming a message that only the heart could read. "Listen," came the gentle voice of the tree, "to the whispers of the world and let them guide you." Mara closed her eyes once more, letting the sounds of the forest wash over her, the rustling leaves, the chirping crickets, the distant hoot of an owl. Slowly she began to understand, not with her ears, but with her heart. The patterns on the tree transformed, revealing a truth that had always been within her. That courage was not the absence of fear, but the triumph over it, and that love and kindness were the true paths to wisdom. When Mara opened her eyes, she found herself back in the clearing with the circle of stones. Niv was there, gazing at her with a warm, approving smile. "You have passed the trials, Mara," he said softly. "The compass has shown you what you needed to see." Mara looked down at the compass, its needle now resting peacefully. She felt a deep sense of calm and understanding, as if the forest had whispered its secrets into her soul. With a grateful heart, she thanked Niv and began her journey back to the village, the compass safely tucked in her pocket. As she walked through the forest, the trees seemed to part for her, guiding her home with gentle grace. The sun had dipped below the horizon, leaving a sky of twinkling stars overhead. Yet, Mara felt no fear, only a profound sense of peace and belonging. When she finally stepped out of the forest and into the village, the stone well in the square stood waiting, like an old friend. The villagers gathered around her, eager to hear her tale. as Mara shared her journey, the trials, the wisdom, and the magic of the compass. The villagers listened with rapt attention, their hearts warmed by her words. And so, the story of the enchanted compass became a cherished tale in the village, passed down through the generations. Mara, with her newfound understanding, lived a life filled with kindness and wisdom, forever guided by the compass of her heart. As the years went by, the forest continued to whisper its secrets, and the village flourished in harmony with the magic that surrounded them. Mara's journey had not only changed her, but had also brought the village closer together, reminding them all of the power of friendship, love, and the gentle wisdom of the world. And so, as the stars twinkled above and the gentle night enveloped the village, the story of the enchanted compass lulled the villagers into a restful sleep, their dreams filled with wonder and the promise of new discoveries. Story 22. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between lush rolling hills and the edge of an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Clara. The village was known for its charming cobblestone streets and the fragrance of wildflowers that danced on the breeze. But it held a secret that only a few whispered about, the enchanted willow tree that stood by the edge of the forest. Clara was a spirited soul, with an eye for the wonder hidden in everyday things. Her days were spent exploring the meadows, where sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting playful shadows on the ground. She adored the stories told by the village elders about the magical willow tree that granted special gifts to those with pure hearts. One golden afternoon, as the sun began its descent, painting the sky in shades of amber and rose, Clara decided to visit the willow. With a heart full of curiosity, she walked through the whispering grasses of the meadow, her footsteps soft against the earth. The air was sweet, with the scent of honeysuckle, and the gentle rustle of leaves was like a lullaby. When Clara reached the willow tree, she felt a sense of calm wash over her. Its branches stretched out like welcoming arms, and the leaves shimmered with a silvery luminescence. Sitting beneath the tree, Clara closed her eyes and breathed deeply. As she did, she felt a gentle tickle on her palm. Opening her eyes, she found a small, intricately carved wooden box resting on the ground beside her. Intrigued, Clara picked up the box and examined it closely. It was warm to the touch, and the carvings seemed to shift as if alive, depicting tiny scenes of woodland creatures and twinkling stars. With a careful hand, she opened it to reveal a delicate silver bell. The bell was unlike any she had ever seen, with a soft, ethereal glow that seemed to pulse with each gentle breeze. As she held the bell, Clara heard a melodious chime, not with her ears, but deep within her heart. It was a sound that spoke of dreams and distant memories. Enchanted by its beauty, Clara knew this was no ordinary bell. She felt a tingling sensation as if the bell had awoken something within her, a sense of adventure and a desire to uncover the mysteries it held. Eager to understand the bell's magic, Clara decided to seek wisdom from the village's wise woman, Agnes. Agnes lived in a cozy cottage at the edge of Willowbrook, surrounded by a garden overflowing with vibrant herbs and flowers. She was known for her vast knowledge of the forest and its secrets, and her gentle nature was a comfort to all who sought her advice. Clara arrived at Agnes's door just as the first stars began to twinkle in the evening sky. The warm glow from the cottage windows spilled onto the path, inviting and comforting. Agnes welcomed Clara with a kind smile, her eyes twinkling with curiosity as she listened to Clara's tale. After hearing about the magical bell, Agnes leaned back in her chair, her gaze thoughtful. "The bell you possess is a rare gift, dear Clara," she said, her voice gentle and wise. "It has the power to reveal hidden truths and guide you on your path. But remember, true magic lies not in the bell itself, but in the heart of the one who wields it." Clara pondered Agnes's words, understanding that the journey she was about to undertake would require more than just the bell's magic. It would need courage, kindness, and the wisdom to see beyond the surface of things. The next morning, Clara set off to explore the possibilities the bell might unveil. Accompanying her were two of her closest friends, Finn, a lively boy with a knack for finding joy in the simplest of things, and Lila, a gentle girl whose love for animals was known throughout the village. Together, they ventured into the forest, where the air was cool and filled with the earthy scent of pine. Birds flitted from branch to branch, their songs weaving a tapestry of sound that accompanied their steps. As they walked, Clara rang the bell, its chime resonating through the trees like a soft breeze. Suddenly, the forest floor shimmered, and before them appeared a path lined with glowing mushrooms, leading deeper into the woods. The friends exchanged excited glances and followed the trail, their hearts filled with anticipation and wonder. The path led them to a hidden glade, where a gentle brook babbled over smooth stones, and a carpet of wildflowers stretched in every direction. In the center of the glade stood an ancient stone archway, covered in ivy and bathed in the soft light of the setting sun. As they approached the archway, Clara felt a pull, as if the bell was guiding her toward something important. She rang it once more, and the air shimmered with a gentle golden light. Through the archway, they glimpsed a world unlike any they had seen, a place where the sky was painted with vibrant colors, and the air was filled with the laughter of distant voices. Clara and her friends stepped through the archway, finding themselves in a land of endless possibilities. The landscape was a patchwork of vivid meadows, sparkling streams, and towering mountains that seemed to touch the sky. Here, the air was filled with a sense of magic, and Clara felt her heart swell with joy. In this magical realm, they met a wise old owl named Orin, who perched majestically upon a low-hanging branch. His feathers were a mottled mix of brown and cream, and his eyes were the color of amber. Orin greeted them with a slow nod, his voice deep and soothing. "Welcome, travelers from Willowbrook," he said, his gaze settling on Clara. "The bell you carry is a key to this world, a place where the past and future intertwine. But to truly understand its power, you must learn to listen, not just with your ears, but with your heart." With Orin's guidance, Clara and her friends embarked on a series of gentle quests that taught them to see the beauty in the ordinary and to find strength in friendship and understanding. They learned to listen to the stories of the wind, to follow the whispers of the leaves, and to trust in their own inner wisdom. As the days turned into weeks, Clara discovered a newfound confidence in herself and her abilities. She realized that the bell's magic was not just in its chime, but in the connections it helped her forge, with her friends, with the world around her, and with the deeper parts of her own heart. Finally, the time came for Clara and her friends to return to Willowbrook. With a sense of peace and fulfillment, they bid farewell to Orin and the magical land, stepping back through the stone archway into the familiar embrace of the forest. As they emerged from the trees, the village lay before them, bathed in the soft glow of twilight. Clara held the bell close, feeling its gentle warmth as a reminder of their journey and the lessons they had learned. In the days that followed, Clara shared the stories of her adventure with the villagers, inspiring them to look for the magic in their own lives. She found joy in the simple moments and cherished the bonds she had deepened with her friends. And so, in the heart of Willowbrook, surrounded by the love of her friends and the gentle beauty of the world, Clara discovered the true magic of the bell, a magic that lay not in the object itself, but in the journey of discovery and the wisdom of an open heart. As the night settled over the village, Clara lay beneath the twinkling stars, the bell resting by her side, its soft glow a comfort in the darkness. And with a heart full of gratitude and peace, she closed her eyes, knowing that she would always carry the magic of the willow tree and its secrets within her. And that, dear listener, is how a simple bell became a symbol of wonder and friendship, teaching us that the greatest magic of all comes from within. May your dreams be filled with such magic, and may your heart always be open to the wonders of the world. Story 23. Once upon a time, nestled deep in the heart of an ancient and whispering forest, there lay a small village named Elderglen. Elderglen was a place where time seemed to sway gently with the breeze, and the air was always sweet with the scent of pine and wildflowers. The villagers lived in harmony with the land, tending to their gardens and caring for the creatures that roamed the woods. In this village, there lived a young girl named Mara. Mara was not like the other children of Elderglen. While they chased each other through the meadows and waded in the cool streams, Mara preferred to wander alone, her eyes wide with wonder at the world around her. She had a curious mind, and a heart full of dreams as vast as the sky above. Mara lived with her grandmother, a wise woman known for her tales of magic and mystery. The villagers often gathered around the fireplace in their cozy cottage to listen to grandmother's stories of brave heroes and enchanted lands. But Mara's favorite was the tale of the starry amulet, a magical object said to hold the power of the stars themselves. According to legend, the starry amulet was hidden deep within the forest, protected by a hidden world that only the pure of heart could find. It was said to grant its bearer the ability to understand the language of all living things, from the rustle of the leaves to the whispers of the night wind. Mara would sit entranced as her grandmother spoke of the amulet's shimmering light, which shone like a beacon in the darkest night. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was tinged with the promise of change, Mara set out on a journey. She had decided, with the unwavering certainty that only children possess, that she would find the starry amulet. She packed a small satchel with bread and cheese, a flask of water, and her grandmother's old compass, its needle as restless as her own spirit. As Mara stepped beyond the familiar bounds of Elderglen, the forest embraced her in a cool, leafy hug. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting playful patterns on the forest floor. The path ahead was dappled with light and shadow, and the air was rich with the scent of moss and earth. She walked for hours, the forest a symphony of rustling leaves and birdsong. As she wandered deeper, the trees grew taller and more ancient, their gnarled trunks whispering secrets of times long past. Mara paused to rest beside a burbling brook, its waters clear and cold. She dipped her fingers into the stream, watching the ripples dance away like tiny silver fish. As Mara sat, she heard a soft rustling behind her. Turning, she saw a small creature peeking out from behind a tree. It was a fox, its fur the color of autumn leaves, its eyes bright and curious. The fox regarded her with a look that seemed almost knowing, as if it had seen many things in its wanderings through the forest. "Hello there," Mara said softly, her voice a gentle breeze in the stillness. "I won't harm you." To her surprise, the fox stepped forward, its paws making no sound on the soft earth. It sat before her, its tail curled neatly around its feet, and regarded her with a gaze that was both wise and playful. Mara felt a warmth spread through her, a sense of connection with this wild creature. She reached into her satchel and broke off a piece of bread, holding it out to the fox. It sniffed the offering, then delicately took it from her hand, its eyes never leaving hers. "Thank you," Mara whispered, though she wasn't sure if she was thanking the fox or the forest itself for this unexpected companionship. The fox seemed to understand her gratitude, for it inclined its head as if in acknowledgement. Then, in a swift motion, it bounded away, disappearing into the underbrush with a flick of its bushy tail. Mara watched it go, a sense of wonder tingling in her chest. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Mara found herself in a part of the forest she had never seen before. The trees here were thick and twisted, their branches entwined like the fingers of ancient giants. The air was cool and filled with the scent of damp leaves and distant rain. In the fading light, Mara noticed a glimmering ahead, a soft light that seemed to pulse like a heartbeat. Her heart quickened as she followed it, the path beneath her feet soft with fallen leaves. The light led her to a clearing, where the trees parted to reveal a small pond, its surface still and mirror-like. And there, at the center of the pond, floated the starry amulet. It was just as her grandmother had described, a pendant of silver and starlight, its light shimmering with an inner fire. Mara's breath caught in her throat. She knew, in her heart, that this was the moment she had been searching for. But as she stepped closer, she realized she was not alone. The fox had returned, sitting at the edge of the pond, its eyes reflecting the amulet's glow. For a moment, Mara hesitated. She had come all this way to find the amulet, but she sensed that the fox had its own purpose for being here. She knelt beside it, her fingers brushing the soft fur of its back. "What do you think?" she asked softly, her voice barely more than a whisper. The fox gazed at her, then back at the amulet, as if to say that the choice was hers to make. Mara understood the silent message. The amulet's power was not something to be taken lightly, and perhaps it was not meant for her alone. With a newfound resolve, Mara reached out, her fingers skimming the water's surface to grasp the amulet. As she did, a warmth spread through her, a sense of understanding and connection with the world around her. She could feel the forest breathing, hear the whispers of the leaves, and the murmur of the distant streams. The fox watched her, its eyes filled with a quiet approval. Mara knew then that she was not alone in this journey, that she and the fox were bound by the same thread of destiny. Together, they stood in the clearing as the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, their light mingling with the glow of the amulet. Mara felt a sense of peace wash over her, a knowledge that she had found something far greater than she had imagined. As the night deepened, Mara and the fox returned to Elderglen, the path before them illuminated by the soft light of the amulet. The villagers greeted them with awe and wonder, their eyes widening at the sight of the magical object. Mara's grandmother embraced her tightly, a proud smile on her face. "You found it, my dear," she said, her voice filled with warmth and love. "The starry amulet is yours, and with it, the wisdom to understand the world around you." Mara nodded, her heart swelling with gratitude. She knew that the amulet's true power lay not in its magic, but in the journey it had inspired, the friendships it had forged, and the understanding it had brought. From that day on, Mara and the fox were inseparable, their bond a testament to the magic of friendship and the wonders of the world. Together, they explored the hidden corners of the forest, uncovering its secrets and sharing its stories with those who would listen. And as the years passed, Mara grew into a wise and gentle woman, her heart forever intertwined with the magic of the starry amulet and the whispering forest she called home. The villagers spoke of her kindness and wisdom, and the tales of her adventures inspired countless others to seek their own paths, guided by the light of the stars. In the heart of Elderglen, beneath the ancient trees and the twinkling night sky, Mara's story lived on, a beacon of comfort and hope for all who heard it. And in the quiet moments, when the world was still and the stars shone bright, the gentle laughter of a girl and her fox could be heard, echoing through the forest like a melody of friendship and wonder. Story 24. In the cozy village of Willowbrook, nestled among rolling hills and lush forests, there was a time when magic was as common as the gentle breeze that swept through the trees. The villagers often spoke of a hidden world, a place where the natural and magical intertwined, but few had ever seen it. The tale begins with a young boy named Finn, whose heart was filled with curiosity and wonder. Finn had always been different from the other children in Willowbrook. While they played by the river, he spent his days exploring the woods, his imagination painting the world in vibrant colors. He was a kind-hearted soul, often seen helping his neighbors, his gentle nature endearing him to everyone. Yet there was a yearning within him, a call to adventure that whispered on the wind. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the leaves danced in shades of amber and gold, Finn set out on a journey that would change him forever. He had heard stories of a magical object hidden deep within the heart of the forest, a shimmering stone that granted its bearer the ability to see the hidden world. The stone was said to be guarded by an ancient spirit, wise and benevolent, who chose only the most deserving to wield its power. With a satchel slung over his shoulder and a sturdy walking stick in hand, Finn ventured into the forest. The path was dappled with sunlight, the air rich with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. Birds sang a cheerful tune, and squirrels chattered in the treetops, their presence a comforting reminder that he was never truly alone. As he journeyed deeper into the woods, the landscape began to change. The trees grew taller, their branches intertwining to form a canopy that filtered the light into soft, ethereal beams. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, carrying with it a sense of anticipation and mystery. Finn could feel a tingling in his fingertips, a sign that he was nearing something extraordinary. After hours of walking, Finn arrived at a clearing bathed in the golden glow of the setting sun. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its trunk thick and gnarled, its roots reaching out like fingers grasping the earth. At its base lay the shimmering stone, its surface catching the light and transforming it into a kaleidoscope of colors. Finn approached reverently, kneeling before the stone. As he reached out to touch it, a warm, gentle voice filled the air. "Who seeks the stone of insight?" it asked, the words resonating in his heart. "I am Finn," he replied, his voice steady despite the awe he felt. "I wish to see the hidden world." The spirit revealed itself in the form of a soft, glowing light. It hovered above the stone, its presence calming and wise. "Why do you seek this sight, young Finn?" Finn paused, choosing his words carefully. "I wish to understand the world beyond what is seen, to appreciate its beauty and learn from its wisdom. I believe that through understanding I can help others find joy and peace." The spirit seemed to ponder his answer, the light twinkling like stars in a twilight sky. "Very well," it said at last. "You have a pure heart, Finn. I grant you the sight, but remember, with this gift comes responsibility. Use it wisely." As Finn touched the stone, a gentle warmth spread through him, and the forest around him transformed. Colors became more vibrant, every leaf and petal shimmering with life. Creatures he had never seen before appeared, a fox with emerald eyes, a deer with antlers of silver, and birds with feathers like rainbows. It was as if the very essence of magic had been unveiled. Filled with wonder, Finn returned to the village, eager to share what he had seen. But as he tried to explain the marvels of the hidden world, he found that words were insufficient. The villagers listened, intrigued but skeptical, unable to see the magic that was now so clear to him. Despite this, Finn did not despair. He understood that the gift he had received was not just for him to see, but to inspire others to look beyond the surface, to find beauty and wonder in the everyday. He began to weave tales of the hidden world, stories that captured the imagination of all who heard them. As the seasons passed, Finn's stories became a source of joy and comfort to the villagers. His gentle words wove a tapestry of friendship and understanding, reminding everyone of the simple joys in life. In time, the village of Willowbrook became a place where kindness and wonder flourished, a testament to the power of seeing the world with open hearts and minds. And so, Finn's journey came full circle. He had sought the stone to see the hidden world, but in doing so he had transformed his own. Through wisdom and friendship, he had discovered the true magic lay not in what was unseen, but in the connections we make and the love we share. As the sun set each evening, casting a warm glow over Willowbrook, Finn would sit by the fire, his heart full of contentment. He had found his place in the world, and in doing so, had helped others find theirs. And that, he realized, was the greatest magic of all. Thus ended the tale of Finn, the boy who saw the hidden world and through kindness and wisdom taught others to see the magic in their own lives. It was a story that would be told for generations, a gentle reminder that the greatest treasures are often found within our own hearts. Story 25. Once upon a time, in a cozy village nestled between rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Lily. She had a boundless curiosity and a heart filled with wonder for the world around her. Little did she know, her life was about to take an extraordinary turn. One crisp autumn morning, Lily was helping her mother in the garden, carefully tending to the vibrant array of flowers and vegetables. As she reached down to pluck a ripe tomato, her hand brushed against an old, tarnished watering can tucked away in the corner of the garden shed. In that very moment, something magical happened. The watering can began to tremble, and a warm, gentle light enveloped Lily's hand. Suddenly, a melodious voice echoed in her mind. "Dearest child, you have been chosen to embark on a remarkable journey." Lily's eyes widened with disbelief as the watering can transformed before her eyes, revealing a kindly old woman with sparkling eyes and a radiant smile. "I am Willow, the guardian of nature's wonders," she said. "This watering can holds an ancient power, the ability to nurture and revive even the most withered of plants." Lily could hardly believe her eyes, but Willow's words rang true. With a gentle wave of her hand, the dormant flowers in the garden burst into vibrant bloom, their petals unfurling in a kaleidoscope of colors. "But this is merely the beginning," Willow continued. "A great challenge lies ahead, one that requires your courage, compassion, and wisdom. The Enchanted Forest, once a realm of unparalleled beauty, has fallen under a dark spell. Its trees and flora are wilting, and the magical creatures who call it home are losing their strength." Lily's heart ached at the thought of such a wondrous place in peril. Without hesitation, she agreed to embark on this extraordinary quest, clutching the watering can close to her chest. As Lily stepped into the Enchanted Forest, she was greeted by two unlikely companions, a wise old owl named Horace and a sprightly rabbit named Thistle. Horace's sharp eyes and vast knowledge would guide them through the twisting paths, while Thistle's boundless energy and unwavering optimism would lift their spirits. Together, they ventured deeper into the forest, encountering challenges at every turn. Twisted vines blocked their path, threatening to ensnare them. Lily's watering can glowed with a warm light, and as she poured its magical waters, the vines retreated, revealing a clear path ahead. They soon discovered that the source of the dark spell was a forgotten, withered tree at the heart of the forest. Its gnarled branches reached towards the sky, its bark cracked and lifeless. Horace explained that this was the great oak, the guardian of the Enchanted Forest, and its failing health had allowed the darkness to spread. As they approached the great oak, a menacing figure emerged, a twisted, thorny creature bent on preventing them from breaking the spell. With a snarl, it lashed out with its barbed vines, but Lily stood firm, her watering can poised and ready. In that moment, Thistle's boundless energy proved invaluable. The sprightly rabbit darted and weaved, distracting the creature with its quick movements, allowing Lily to douse the great oak with the magical waters. Slowly but surely, the tree began to heal, its bark smoothing and its leaves unfurling in a vibrant green canopy. As the great oak regained its strength, the dark spell was broken. The forest burst into life once more, its colors vibrant and its creatures filled with renewed energy. Lily had succeeded in her quest, her courage and wisdom guiding her through the challenges. Willow appeared once more, her eyes shining with pride. "You have proven yourself worthy, dear Lily," she said. "The watering can's power is now yours to wield, a reminder that even the smallest acts of kindness and nurturing can have a profound impact." From that day forward, Lily became the protector of the Enchanted Forest, using her newfound gift to ensure its beauty and magic endured for generations to come. And whenever she felt the weight of her responsibility, she would remember the lessons she learned, the power of friendship, the importance of wisdom over force, and the incredible wonders that can blossom when one nurtures the world with love and compassion. Story 26. In a galaxy where stars twinkled like distant lanterns against the velvet night, there existed a small planet named Lumina, known for its ethereal glow and serene landscapes. Its surface was a patchwork of shimmering fields, quaint villages, and lush, whispering forests. The air was always sweet, with the scent of blooming starflowers, and the skies were painted with the gentle hues of a perpetual twilight, casting a comforting glow across the land. On Lumina lived a kind-hearted, luminescent being named Solon. Solon's skin shimmered like the surface of a calm sea under moonlight, and his eyes glowed softly with a light that reflected his gentle soul. He was a gatherer of starflowers, a task he cherished for its solitude and the beauty it bestowed upon his world. One day, as Solon wandered through the twilight fields, a strange occurrence caught his attention. The sky above him darkened momentarily, and a brilliant streak of light blazed across the heavens, ending with a soft thud in the nearby glade. Driven by curiosity and a gentle sense of duty, Solon hurried toward the source of the disturbance. There, amid the delicate blooms and swaying grasses, sat a peculiar vessel, small, sleek, and humming with an energy unlike anything Solon had ever encountered. As he approached, the vessel's door slid open with a soft hiss, revealing a creature unlike any he had seen. The visitor was a diminutive, feathered being named Lyra from the distant planet of Aviara, a world of endless skies and vibrant colors. Her feathers shimmered in hues of azure and emerald, and her eyes sparkled with both curiosity and wariness. Lyra's ship had encountered a rogue meteor shower, forcing her to make an emergency landing on this unfamiliar world. Solon, ever the welcoming soul, approached with a gentle demeanor, his hands held out in a gesture of peace. However, Lyra, disoriented and cautious, misinterpreted his intentions. Her feathers ruffled in defense, and she let out a series of high-pitched chirps, a language Solon did not understand. For a moment, tension hung in the air like a thick fog, but Solon, undeterred, offered a reassuring smile. He gestured toward the starflowers, picking one carefully and extending it toward Lyra. The flower's soft luminescence cast a warm glow over the glade, and Lyra, intrigued by its beauty, relaxed slightly. Understanding began to dawn as Solon spoke soothingly, his voice a gentle melody of sounds. Though the words were foreign, His tone conveyed kindness and warmth. Lyra, sensing his sincerity, responded with a series of gentle whistles and trills, her language of gratitude. Over the days that followed, Solon and Lyra learned to communicate through gestures, expressions, and the universal language of kindness. Solon showed Lyra the wonders of Lumina, guiding her through fields of starflowers that sang softly in the breeze and forests where the trees whispered ancient secrets. Despite their differences, the unlikely companions found common ground in their appreciation for beauty and their shared curiosity. They faced challenges together, such as navigating the dense mist that occasionally enveloped the forest, or finding shelter during a rare luminous storm. In these moments, their trust in one another deepened, each learning to rely on the other's strengths. One afternoon, as they rested by a tranquil pond, Lyra noticed Solon's contemplative gaze toward the sky. She chirped softly, a question in her tone. Solon, understanding her curiosity, pointed to the stars beginning to twinkle above. "Home," he said simply, the word filled with longing and love. Lyra nodded, understanding the sentiment. Though she missed the open skies of Aviara, she had found something unexpected on Lumina, a friendship that transcended the boundaries of language and species. As the days turned into weeks, Lyra's ship was repaired, ready to take flight once more. Yet the thought of leaving her newfound friend filled her with a bittersweet ache. Solon, too, felt the impending farewell like a shadow over the heart. On the day of departure, Solon presented Lyra with a bouquet of starflowers, their glow a symbol of the light they had brought into each other's lives. Lyra, in return, gifted Solon a single azure feather, a token of their bond and a reminder of the skies she called home. As the ship ascended into the starry expanse, Solon watched until it became a mere point of light among the countless stars. Though they were worlds apart, the friendship they had forged would forever illuminate their hearts, a testament to the power of understanding and the beauty of unlikely companions. And so, under the shimmering skies of Lumina, Solon continued his life, his days brighter for the memories of a feathered friend who had shown him the meaning of true friendship. Story 27. In a quaint little village nestled between a lush forest and a bubbling brook, where the air always smelled sweetly of honeysuckle and freshly baked bread, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had a knack for discovering the extraordinary in the ordinary, and her days were filled with delightful adventures. Her auburn curls bounced as she skipped along the cobblestones, always on the lookout for something new and exciting, though never straying far from the comforting embrace of her home, where the fireplace crackled warmly. One crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves danced lazily to the ground, Lila awoke to find something unusual outside her window. There, on the dew-kissed grass, lay a trail of shimmering silver dust. It sparkled in the early sunlight, weaving through the garden and disappearing into the woods. Curious and intrigued, Lila decided to follow the trail, her heart fluttering with anticipation. She dressed quickly, slipping into her favorite woolen sweater, and tiptoed past her sleeping parents, who were nestled under a quilt by the fire. As she stepped outside, the chilly air nipped at her cheeks, and the scent of pine was sharp and invigorating. With each step, the silver dust glimmered more brightly, guiding her deeper into the forest where the trees whispered secrets to one another. As Lila ventured further, she noticed the trail seemed to pulse with a gentle rhythm, like the heartbeat of the forest itself. It wasn't long before she encountered a small gathering of woodland creatures, their eyes wide with curiosity. There was a wise old owl perched on a low branch, its feathers as soft as down, a family of rabbits peeking out from behind a log, their noses twitching, and a fox with a magnificent bushy tail, who regarded her with a knowing gaze. "Hello, Lila," hooted the owl in a voice as smooth and rich as the finest cocoa. "We've been expecting you." Lila stopped in her tracks, amazed that the creatures knew her name. "Expecting me?" she echoed, her eyes wide with wonder. "But why?" The fox stepped forward, its eyes twinkling like stars. "Because you have a gift, dear Lila. You see the world with eyes that can unravel mysteries." The young girl blushed, feeling a warm glow of happiness. "What mystery needs unraveling?" she asked eagerly. The owl nodded towards the silver trail. "This dust is a message from the Enchanted Grove, a place hidden deep within the heart of the forest. Something is amiss. and the grove has called upon you to help." Lila's eyes sparkled with excitement. "I'll do my best," she promised, her voice filled with determination. With the woodland creatures as her companions, Lila continued to follow the trail, which seemed to grow brighter and more insistent with every step. They traversed through dappled sunlight and shadow, the forest alive with the gentle sounds of rustling leaves and distant birdsong. The path wound its way to a clearing where an ancient oak stood sentinel, its branches reaching towards the sky like welcoming arms. At the base of the oak was a small, intricately carved door. It was adorned with symbols that glowed faintly in the dim light. Lila knelt to examine it more closely, her fingers tracing the elegant patterns. As she did, the door swung open with a soft creak, revealing a hidden pathway lined with luminescent flowers that lit the way with a soft, ethereal glow. The owl fluttered down to Lila's shoulder, offering assurance. "This is the entrance to the enchanted grove. Tread carefully, but fear not. You are among friends." With a deep breath, Layla stepped through the doorway, feeling a tingle of magic brush against her skin. The air was thick with enchantment, and the grove was unlike anything she had ever seen. Trees with leaves of shimmering gold and silver swayed gently, their trunks etched with stories of old. The ground was carpeted in soft moss that cushioned her steps, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming flowers. In the center of the grove stood a magnificent fountain, its waters cascading in a never-ending dance. And there, at the edge of the fountain, sat a tiny creature with delicate wings that sparkled like rainbows. It was a sylph, a creature of air and light, and it looked up as Lila approached, its face etched with worry. "Oh, brave Lila," the sylph said in a voice as light as the breeze. "Thank you for coming. The grove is in trouble, and only you can help." Lila knelt beside the fountain, her heart swelling with compassion. "Tell me what's wrong, and I'll do everything I can." The sylph fluttered its wings anxiously. "The source of our magic is dwindling, and with it, the life of the grove. We need to find the missing piece of the heartstone, which keeps our world in balance." Lila nodded, understanding the importance of the task. "Where do we begin?" she asked, ready for the challenge. The fox, who had followed her into the grove, stepped forward, its tail brushing against Lila's hand. "The heartstone is hidden within the forest, guarded by puzzles and riddles. Use your gift of observation to guide us." With the encouragement of her new friends, Leela set out to search the grove for clues. She noticed how the sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting intricate patterns on the ground. It was as if the forest itself was trying to communicate, each shadow and beam of light a piece of the puzzle. As they explored, Lila's attention was drawn to a particular tree with bark that glowed faintly in the twilight. Upon closer inspection, she discovered that the bark was covered in symbols similar to those on the door. She traced them with her finger, feeling a subtle hum beneath her touch. "The answer lies within these symbols," Lila mused aloud, her mind working swiftly. As she pondered, the woodland creatures gathered around, offering their insights. The owl, with its vast knowledge, provided guidance. These symbols tell a story of unity and harmony. Perhaps the missing piece is not far, but hidden in plain sight. Inspired by the owl's words, Lila turned to the sylph. "Could the heartstone be part of something larger? Something that connects us all?" The sylph's eyes widened with realization. "Of course, the heartstone is a part of the fountain's core, hidden beneath the water's surface." With newfound determination, Lila approached the fountain, its waters glistening under the dappled sunlight. She knelt down, peering into the depths, and there, nestled among the smooth stones at the bottom, lay a fragment of the heartstone. With the help of the sylph, Lila carefully retrieved the fragment, feeling a gentle warmth emanating from it. As she placed the piece back into its rightful place in the fountain's heart, the entire grove seemed to come alive with renewed energy. The trees shimmered with vibrant colors, and the air was filled with the joyful songs of birds and the laughter of the woodland creatures. The sylph fluttered around Lila, its eyes sparkling with gratitude. "You've done it, Lila. The grove is restored and balance is returned." The owl nodded sagely, its eyes filled with pride. "You have shown great wisdom and kindness, young one. The forest will always welcome you as a friend." Lila beamed, her heart full of warmth and happiness. "Thank you, all of you." I'm so glad I could help." With the Heartstone restored and the grove safe once more, Lila bid farewell to her magical friends, promising to visit often. As she made her way back through the forest, the silver dust guiding her steps, she felt a deep sense of peace and fulfillment. When she finally returned home, the sun was setting, casting a golden glow over the village. Her parents were waiting for her by the fireplace, their eyes filled with love and curiosity about her day's adventures. Lila curled up beside them, the warmth of the fire wrapping around her like a comforting blanket. As she shared her tale, her voice soft and full of wonder, the crackling of the fire punctuated her words, and the room filled with the gentle glow of contentment. And so, with the mystery of the enchanted grove resolved and new friendships forged, Lila drifted off to sleep, her dreams filled with magical forests and shimmering trails, knowing that she was exactly where she was meant to be, in a world where kindness, friendship, and a little bit of magic could solve any mystery. And in the village, as the stars twinkled brightly in the night sky, the air was filled with the soft, sweet promise of many more adventures to come. Story 28, titled The Whispering Woods. In a small, secluded village nestled on the edge of an expansive forest, there was a legend as old as the trees themselves. It was said that deep within the Whispering Woods there existed a hidden world, a realm of mystery and magic that unveiled itself only to those with the purest of hearts. This story begins with a young girl named Miri, whose spirit was as bright and curious as the morning sun glistening on dew-kissed leaves. Miri lived in a quaint cottage with her grandmother, who often spoke of the wonders that lay beyond the familiar paths of the village. Her grandmother's stories were like a gentle melody, weaving tales of enchanted creatures and ancient trees that held secrets in their gnarled branches. Miri listened wide-eyed, her imagination painting vivid pictures that danced in her mind long after the tales were told. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves and the sky was a canvas of soft pastels, Miri decided to explore the forest. She packed a small satchel with a loaf of bread, a flask of warm tea, and one of her grandmother's hand-knitted scarves. As she stepped beyond the village's edge, the forest welcomed her with a symphony of rustling leaves and the gentle chirping of unseen birds. The path was narrow, flanked by towering trees that seemed to whisper secrets to one another as the wind wove through their branches. Miri walked with a light step, her heart beating in time with the forest's gentle pulse. She felt a tingle of excitement, as if the woods themselves were guiding her towards something wondrous. As she wandered deeper into the forest, the sunlight filtered through the canopy in golden beams, casting intricate patterns on the forest floor. The air grew cooler, carrying with it the fresh scent of pine and the faint fragrance of wildflowers. Miri paused to admire a cluster of mushrooms, their caps a vibrant red speckled with white dots, as if they were tiny, colorful umbrellas sheltering the forest's smallest inhabitants. Suddenly she heard a sound that didn't belong to the forest's usual symphony. It was a gentle, melodic humming, almost like a lullaby carried by the breeze. Intrigued, Miri followed the sound, her heart quickening with anticipation. The path twisted and turned, leading her to a small clearing bathed in dappled sunlight. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak tree, its trunk wide and its branches spreading majestically toward the sky. The humming grew louder, emanating from the tree itself. As she approached, Miri noticed a small, curious door carved into the base of the oak. Her eyes widened with wonder. Could this be the entrance to the hidden world her grandmother had spoken of? With a mixture of trepidation and excitement, Miri reached out and gently pushed the door open. A soft, warm light spilled out, enveloping her in a comforting glow. She stepped inside, finding herself in a world that was both familiar and fantastical. The air shimmered with magic, and the vibrant colors around her seemed to pulse with life. As she ventured deeper into this hidden realm, Miri encountered creatures she had only imagined in her dreams. Friendly fairies flitted about, their wings sparkling like dew in the sunlight. A wise old owl perched on a branch, its eyes twinkling with ancient knowledge. Miri marveled at the wonders around her, each step revealing new delights. Yet amidst the enchantment, she noticed something peculiar. The creatures, though kind and gentle, seemed troubled. their usual cheer dimmed by an unseen burden. Miri's heart went out to them, and she resolved to uncover the source of their unease. She soon discovered the cause of the trouble. A mysterious fog had settled over the heart of the hidden world, casting a shadow over its vibrant beauty. The fog was not of the natural kind. It carried with it an air of sadness, a longing that seemed to drain the joy from the very air. Determined to help, Miri sought the counsel of the wise old owl. "The fog," the owl explained in a voice as soft as the rustling leaves, "is the result of a lost memory, a forgotten joy that once brought harmony to our world. It is hidden within the forest, waiting to be found and restored." Miri felt a spark of hope ignite within her. She knew she had to find this lost memory, to bring back the light and laughter to the hidden world. With a newfound sense of purpose, she set off on a journey through the enchanted realm, guided by the whispers of the forest. As she wandered, Miri encountered many challenges. She crossed babbling brooks that sang gentle melodies, climbed over moss-covered stones that were as slippery as ice, and navigated through thickets of thorny brambles that seemed to reach out with mischievous intent. Through it all, she relied on her wits and the kindness of the creatures she met along the way. One day, as she rested by a sparkling stream, Miri met a fox with a coat as red as autumn leaves and eyes that glimmered like the moonlit sky. The fox approached her cautiously, its ears perked with curiosity. "I know of the memory you seek," the fox said in a voice as smooth as the flowing water. "It lies in a place where time stands still, guarded by the spirit of the forest." Miri's heart leaped with excitement. "Can you take me there?" she asked eagerly. The fox nodded, a gentle smile playing on its lips. "Follow me, and together we shall find what is lost." Their journey led them through a part of the forest that seemed untouched by time. The trees here were ancient, their trunks gnarled with age, and their leaves whispered stories of days long past. Miri felt a sense of awe and reverence as she followed the fox, her footsteps light on the forest floor. At last they arrived at a secluded glen, where the air was filled with a serene stillness. In the center stood a crystal-clear pool, its surface as smooth as glass. The fox stopped at the water's edge and turned to Miri. "Here lies the memory you seek," the fox said softly. "But only one with a heart as pure as yours can awaken it." Miri knelt by the pool, her reflection gazing back at her from the water's surface. She closed her eyes and let her heart speak, reaching out to the memory that lay hidden beneath. She thought of the joy and wonder she had experienced in the hidden world, the laughter of the fairies, the wisdom of the owl, and the kindness of the fox. She thought of her grandmother's stories, woven with love and magic, and the light they had brought to her life. As she opened her eyes, the water began to ripple, glowing with a warm, golden light. Slowly, a vision emerged from the depths, a memory of a time when the hidden world was filled with joy and harmony, when laughter echoed through the trees and magic flowed like a gentle breeze. The memory shone brightly, casting its light across the glen and dispelling the fog that had clouded the hidden world. The air was filled with the sound of joyous laughter, and the creatures of the forest joined in a celebration of life and renewal. Miri felt a sense of fulfillment and peace, knowing she had helped restore the balance of this enchanted realm. The fox looked at her with eyes full of gratitude. "You have brought back what was lost," it said. "The forest and its inhabitants are forever in your debt." With a heart full of joy, Miri bid farewell to her newfound friends and made her way back to the entrance of the hidden world. As she stepped through the door of the ancient oak, she felt the warmth of the forest embrace her one last time, whispering words of gratitude and farewell. When Miri emerged from the whispering woods, the sun was setting, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold. She made her way back to the village, her spirit aglow with the magic of the hidden world. Her grandmother awaited her, a knowing smile on her face, as if she too had glimpsed the wonders of the enchanted realm. As they sat together by the fireside that evening, Miri shared her adventures, her voice filled with wonder and excitement. Her grandmother listened with a heart full of pride, knowing that Miri had not only discovered the hidden world, but had also grown in wisdom and kindness. The legend of the Whispering Woods lived on, now enriched by Miri's tale of courage and friendship. And though the hidden world remained a mystery to many, Miri knew that it was a place of magic and harmony, waiting to be discovered by those with hearts open to its wonders. As she drifted off to sleep that night, the gentle whispers of the forest echoed in her dreams, a reminder of the beauty and magic that lay just beyond the edge of the village. And in her heart, Miri carried the light of the hidden world, a beacon of hope and joy that would guide her throughout her life. The end. Story 29. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the whispers of the wind carried secrets of time, there nestled a glen so serene that it seemed untouched by the world beyond. Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy, casting dappled shadows that danced upon the forest floor, while the air was alive with the gentle rustling of leaves and the distant murmurs of a babbling brook. This was a place where the natural world thrived in harmony, a delicate balance maintained by its hidden inhabitants. Here, creatures of all shapes and sizes lived in a symphony of coexistence, each playing its part in the grand tapestry of life. The wise old owl, perched high in a gnarled oak, oversaw the harmony, his amber eyes watching over the forest with a knowing gaze. The owl was a keeper of ancient wisdom, passed down through generations, and he took it upon himself to guide the younger creatures in understanding the delicate balance of their home. His gentle hoots echoed through the night, imparting stories of old, lessons woven with the fibers of nature's own truths. One crisp autumn morning, as a golden mist lingered in the air, a young hedgehog named Pip awoke beneath a blanket of fallen leaves. Pip was curious and full of wonder, his tiny nose twitching as he sniffed the earthy scents of the forest. He had heard the owl's stories, but he longed to understand the magic of the seasons himself. With a determined heart, Pip set out to explore, his little feet crunching on the leaves, each step a soft whisper in the quiet woods. The forest was a kaleidoscope of colors, the trees adorned with leaves of amber, crimson, and gold, as if nature itself had dipped a brush into the autumn sky. As Pip ventured deeper, he came across a family of squirrels busily collecting acorns. The squirrels, always lively and cheerful, paused in their task to greet their spiky visitor. "Good day, Pip," chattered the eldest squirrel, her bushy tail flicking with delight. "Have you come to join us in our preparations for winter?" Pip smiled, his eyes widening with curiosity. "I wish to understand the forest's magic," he replied, his voice as soft as the breeze. "The owl speaks of balance and harmony, but I want to see it for myself." The squirrels exchanged knowing glances, their eyes twinkling with the wisdom of many seasons. "The forest is a dance," the elder squirrel explained. "Each creature, each tree plays its part. The seasons guide us, and we adapt, just as you see us gathering acorns for the colder days ahead." Thanking the squirrels, Pip continued on his journey, the forest a living, breathing entity all around him. He marveled at the mushrooms that dotted the path, their caps glistening with morning dew, and the gentle hum of bees savoring the last of the wildflower's nectar. As the sun climbed higher, warming the crisp air, Pip reached the edge of a tranquil pond. Here the water mirrored the sky, a canvas of azure and clouds, and the reeds swayed gracefully at its banks. A family of ducks paddled serenely, their soft quacks a melody of contentment. The mother duck, with her brood of ducklings, paddled close to Pip, her eyes kind and wise. "The water reflects the sky," she said, her voice as smooth as the pond's surface. "In this reflection we find our own balance. The pond nourishes us, and in return we care for it, keeping it clean and vibrant." Pip nodded, understanding beginning to blossom within him like the first buds of spring. He realized that the forest was a web of connections, each creature relying on another, each act of kindness rippling through the glen like waves upon the pond. As the day waned and the sun dipped low, painting the sky with hues of orange and pink, Pip made his way back home. The forest was aglow with the soft light of dusk, and the cool air carried the scent of pine and earth. The wise old owl awaited him, perched silently in his oak, the soft glow of evening casting a halo around his feathers. "You've learned much today, young Pip," the owl hooted gently, his voice a soothing lullaby in the gathering twilight. Pip nodded, his heart full of the forest's secrets. "I have seen how every creature plays a part, how the seasons guide us in harmony," he replied, his voice tinged with the awe of newfound understanding. The owl's eyes gleamed with approval. "Remember, Pip, wisdom is not just in knowing, but in sharing what you have learned. The forest thrives when we teach one another, when we care for our home as it cares for us. And so, as the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Pip nestled once more beneath his blanket of leaves, his tiny heart at peace. He dreamed of the forest's stories, of seasons in balance, of the gentle life lessons whispered by the wind. And as he drifted into slumber, the forest cradled him in its eternal embrace, a promise of harmony and home. In the gentle hush of night, the forest breathed in unity, the creatures resting in the assurance of their shared world, a world where all were vital and all were cherished. And so in the heart of the ancient forest, the magic of nature continued, a timeless dance of life unfolding with each new dawn. Story 30, The Whispering Willow. In a quaint village nestled between emerald hills and a sapphire sea, there was a peculiar legend of a tree that murmured secrets to the wind. The villagers called it the Whispering Willow. It stood at the heart of a forest, its branches stretching toward the heavens, leaves shimmering with a silver hue under the moonlight. Many believed that the tree could unveil the hidden truths of the heart and even grant wishes, though few had dared to seek it. At the edge of this village lived a young girl named Isla. Her heart was as kind as the first spring rain, and her curiosity as boundless as the ocean. Isla had always been enchanted by the whispers of the forest, and her evenings were often spent imagining the adventures that lay beyond the familiar paths. Her best friend, a gentle fox named Finn, was her constant companion. Finn had found Isla one winter's day, and from that moment they were inseparable, sharing secrets and dreams beneath the starry skies. One autumn afternoon, as the leaves danced in hues of amber and gold, Isla and Finn sat by the brook that meandered through the forest. The air was crisp, carrying with it the scent of pine and earth. Isla's eyes sparkled with a thought she had been nurturing for days. "Finn," she began, her voice a soft melody against the rustling leaves, "do you ever wonder what the whispering willow might say to us? What secrets it holds?" Finn tilted his head, his eyes wise and warm. "I think the willow speaks the language of dreams, Isla. Perhaps it knows the wishes of our hearts." Isla smiled, her heart swelling with the possibility. "Then let's find it. Let's make a wish." The decision was made. That very evening, as the sun slipped below the horizon, painting the sky with strokes of crimson and violet, Isla and Finn set out on their journey. They followed the path through the forest, guided by the soft glow of the lantern Isla carried, its light flickering like a tiny star. The forest was alive with sounds, the gentle hoot of an owl, the distant call of a nightingale, and the whispering of leaves sharing secrets only they understood. The path was winding, and the trees loomed tall and ancient, their branches forming a natural tapestry against the night sky. As they ventured deeper, the air grew cooler, and a mist began to weave through the trunks, curling around Isla's ankles like a friendly cat. She paused to take in the beauty around her, the moon casting a silvery glow over the world, making everything seem ethereal and timeless. "Are you afraid, Finn?" Isla asked, glancing down at her friend who trotted faithfully by her side. Finn shook his head, his tail brushing against her leg reassuringly. "With you, Isla, there is nothing to fear." Their journey continued until they reached a clearing where the whispering willow stood in all its majestic glory. It was a sight to behold, its trunk wide and gnarled, telling tales of centuries past. The branches swayed gently, though there was no breeze, and the leaves shimmered with an otherworldly light. Isla approached the tree with reverence, her heart pounding with anticipation. She placed her hand on the bark, feeling its rough texture beneath her fingertips, and closed her eyes. Finn settled beside her, his presence a comforting warmth against the cool night. "Great Willow," Isla whispered, her voice blending with the rustle of the leaves, "I've come to seek your wisdom, to know the truth of my heart and to make a wish." For a moment there was silence, and then the tree began to hum, a low melodic sound that resonated deep within Isla's soul. The leaves quivered, and a gentle voice, like a breeze through the reeds, spoke. "Child of kindness, seeker of truth, your heart's desire lies within you. But beware the paths of longing, for they are often shrouded in mist. What is it you truly seek?" Isla pondered the question, feeling the weight of its meaning. She thought of her village, her family, and the dreams she held close. What was it that she truly sought? Adventure, yes, but also understanding and the courage to follow her dreams. She took a deep breath, her resolve firm. I wish for the strength and wisdom to follow my dreams, to understand my heart, and to bring joy to those I love. The tree's leaves danced, shimmering like stars scattered across the sky. A wish of purity and heart. It shall be granted, but remember, Isla, the journey is as important as the destination. Isla nodded, her heart swelling with gratitude. Thank you, Great Willow. With their wish made, Isla and Finn lingered beneath the tree, basking in the serenity of the moment. The night was still, the forest holding its breath in reverence. Isla felt a sense of peace, as if the whispering willow had wrapped her in a warm embrace, whispering secrets of the universe just for her. As dawn began to paint the world in soft pastels, Isla and Finn made their way back to the village, the path familiar yet somehow different. Isla's heart was light, filled with a newfound understanding and a gentle resolve. She knew now that her dreams were within reach, and that her journey was just beginning. Back home, the village was waking up, the scent of bread baking wafting through the air, mingling with the earthiness of the morning dew. Isla smiled, her heart brimming with hope and joy. She had found what she was looking for, and in doing so, discovered the true magic of the whispering willow. And so, her days were filled with small adventures, each one a step towards her dreams. With Finn by her side, Isla grew in wisdom and strength, her heart a beacon of kindness and love. The village whispered of the girl who had spoken to the willow, and in her journey they found inspiration and hope. Years passed, and Isla's legend grew, her tale one of courage, friendship, and the magic of belief. The whispering willow stood, watching over the forest, its leaves whispering secrets to those who dared to listen, reminding them that the greatest magic of all lies within the heart and the dreams we dare to follow. And thus the story of Isla and the whispering willow became a cherished memory, a gentle reminder that in the quietest moments, when the world is still and the heart is open, magic can be found. It is in the friendships we cherish, the dreams we pursue, and the love we give freely. As the fire crackled softly in the hearth and the stars twinkled like 1,000 tiny lanterns in the sky, Ila's story was told time and again, warming hearts and inspiring dreams. And in the heart of the forest, the whispering willow stood, a timeless sentinel of secrets and wishes, whispering to the wind, waiting for the next dreamer to seek its wisdom. For those who listen closely, the willow's whispers can still be heard, echoing through the forest, a gentle song of hope and dreams, a reminder that the magic of the heart is the greatest magic of all. And as long as there are dreamers like Isla, the world will be a place of wonder and endless possibilities. Story 31. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the leaves murmured secrets to the wind and the moon bathed the forest in a silvery glow, lay the quaint village of Moonshadow Hollow. This was a place where magic thrived in every nook and cranny, and where the air always carried a hint of enchantment. The villagers lived in harmony with nature, and their days were filled with gentle laughter and the soft hum of life. Amidst this serene setting stood the cottage of a wise old herbalist named Bramble. Her garden overflowed with herbs and flowers that seemed to twinkle under the stars, and her home was a sanctuary for those seeking healing or advice. Bramble's wisdom was renowned, and her heart as warm as the hearth that glowed cheerfully in her kitchen. One autumn evening, as the golden leaves drifted lazily to the ground, a peculiar series of events began to unfold. It started with the arrival of a gentle breeze that carried with it a melody, hauntingly beautiful, yet strangely unfamiliar. The villagers paused in their routines, captivated by the ethereal music that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere all at once. In the days that followed, small but curious occurrences rippled through Moonshadow Hollow. The brook that babbled through the village began to shimmer with colors not of this world, reflecting hues of lavender and emerald. The apples in the orchards turned a shade of silver, glistening like little moons among the branches. Even the stars seemed to dance a different rhythm, twinkling with an unusual brightness. The villagers, though accustomed to magic, found these happenings perplexing. They gathered in the village square, their faces lit by the gentle glow of lanterns, and turned to Bramble for guidance. "What do you make of this, dear Bramble?" asked Rowan, the kindly baker whose bread filled the air with the comforting scent of warm dough. Bramble, her eyes twinkling with a wisdom that came from years of understanding the mysteries of the forest, considered the question. Magic has its ways, she mused, her voice a soft melody. But even magic follows its own rules. Let us seek the source of this enchantment, for there is always a reason behind the wonder. Accompanied by a small group of villagers, Bramble set out into the woods. The path was soft beneath their feet, cushioned by fallen leaves that whispered secrets of the past. Fireflies danced around them, their gentle light guiding the way as the soothing melody continued to weave through the trees. As they ventured deeper into the forest, they came upon a clearing bathed in moonlight, where a circle of stones glistened like jewels. At the center stood a majestic tree, its branches reaching skyward as if in conversation with the stars. Beneath this ancient guardian, a fox with fur as white as snow sat serenely, its eyes reflecting the wisdom of ages. "Greetings, travelers," the fox spoke, its voice like the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. The villagers, though startled, felt an innate sense of calm in the fox's presence. "I am Lyric, keeper of the melodies of the forest. It is I who have woven the music that now graces your village." Bramble stepped forward, her eyes filled with understanding. "Why do you share your song with us, dear Lyric?" she asked, her voice woven with kindness. Lyric sighed softly, a sound that echoed the longing of distant winds. "Long have I watched over the harmony of these woods, but recently I sensed an imbalance. The colors of the brook and the silver apples are a reflection of this discord. I sought to share my melody, hoping to guide the forest back to its natural rhythm." The villagers exchanged glances, their hearts moved by the fox's gentle plea. "How can we help restore the balance?" Rowan asked, his voice filled with earnestness. Lyric smiled, the warmth of the gesture spreading through the clearing like the first rays of dawn. "The answer lies in understanding. The forest speaks in its own language, and it is through listening that we may find the source of this imbalance." Bramble nodded, her mind a tapestry of thoughts woven with threads of wisdom. "Let us observe, let us listen," she said, her voice a gentle command, "for it is through the eyes of the heart that we shall see what needs to be mended." The villagers returned to Moonshadow Hollow, their hearts attuned to the whispers of the forest. They watched the brook, noting the way its waters danced over stones, and listened to the rustle of leaves, each sound a note in the symphony of nature. Days turned into nights, and slowly the villagers began to see patterns in the enchanting occurrences. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of amber and rose, Bramble gathered the villagers once more. "I believe we have found the source of the imbalance," she announced, her voice a soothing balm. "It is the stones in the clearing. They have shifted over time, altering the flow of magic through the forest." With gentle hands and hearts full of purpose, the villagers made their way back to the clearing. Guided by Lyric, they carefully repositioned the stones, each movement accompanied by the fox's melodious guidance. As the final stone settled into place, the air shimmered with a sense of completion, and the melody that had woven through the forest reached its crescendo, then slowly faded into a peaceful silence. The brook returned to its usual clarity, the apples resumed their rosy hue, and the stars twinkled in their familiar pattern. The forest, once again, sang its natural song, a melody of balance and harmony. As the villagers celebrated beneath the starlit sky, Lyric appeared before them, gratitude shining in its eyes. "Thank you, dear friends, for listening to the song of the forest and restoring its harmony," the fox said, its voice a gentle caress. Bramble, her heart full of warmth, replied, "It is we who should thank you, Lyric, for reminding us of the magic that lies in understanding and friendship." And so, with hearts lightened by the adventure and the bonds they had strengthened, the villagers returned to Moonshadow Hollow, their spirits as bright as the stars overhead. The forest, now in perfect balance, cradled them in its gentle embrace, and the village nestled into a peaceful slumber, accompanied by the tender lullaby of the whispering woods. The strange occurrences became a cherished memory, a reminder of the power of observation, wisdom, and the gentle magic of friendship. And every so often, when the breeze carried a familiar melody, the villagers would smile, knowing that Lyric, the fox with the voice of the forest was watching over them, keeping the harmony alive. Story 32. In the quiet village of Willowbrook, nestled in a valley where the seasons painted the landscape with vibrant hues, there lived a kind-hearted young woman named Clara. Clara was known throughout the village for her gentle nature and her love for collecting unusual objects. She often wandered the meandering paths of the countryside, eyes always searching for something that might tell a story of its own. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the sun began its slow descent behind the rolling hills, Clara wandered further than she ever had before. The air was filled with the scent of fallen leaves, and the gentle rustle of the forest was like a whispering invitation. As she strolled along a path seldom trodden, she stumbled upon a small, curious wooden box nestled beneath the roots of an ancient oak tree. The box was unlike anything Clara had ever seen, with intricate carvings that seemed to dance in the dappled sunlight. As she lifted it, the box felt warm to the touch, as if it were alive with a hidden energy. Curiosity piqued. Clara carefully opened the lid, and to her amazement, inside lay a beautifully crafted silver bell, its surface etched with swirling patterns that seemed to move like a gentle breeze. No sooner had she touched the bell than a soft, melodious chime rang out, filling the air with an enchanting sound. To her surprise, the bell's chime transformed the world around her. The colors of the autumn leaves brightened, the scent of the forest intensified, and the whispers of the trees grew louder, almost as if they were speaking directly to her. As Clara marveled at the sensation, a small creature emerged from the underbrush. It was a fox with fur as red as the autumn leaves, and eyes that twinkled with a mischievous yet kind light. "Greetings, Clara," the fox said, his voice warm and friendly. "I am Phelan, the keeper of the Whispering Woods. You have found the Bell of Echoes, a magical item that reveals the secrets of the world to those with a kind heart." Clara, though initially startled by the talking fox, felt a sense of calm wash over her. "What secrets does the Bell of Echoes hold?" she asked, her voice filled with wonder. "The bell has the power to awaken the hidden voices of nature, allowing you to understand the wisdom they offer," Phelan replied. "With it, you can embark on a journey of discovery, learning from the world around you. But remember, the true power of the bell lies in listening with an open heart." Intrigued by the promise of adventure, Clara decided to explore the depths of the Whispering Woods, with Phelan as her guide. Together, they journeyed through the forest, the bell's chime accompanying their steps like a gentle song. As they walked, Clara learned to listen to the whispers of the trees, the murmurs of the streams, and the songs of the birds. Each day brought new wonders, and with each step, Clara grew more attuned to the natural world. She discovered that the trees shared stories of resilience, the streams spoke of patience, and the birds sang of freedom. With Phelan's guidance, Clara learned to see the beauty in every leaf, every drop of water, and every note of birdsong. One day, as they ventured deeper into the woods, they encountered a challenge. A massive oak had fallen across a stream, blocking the flow of water and threatening the harmony of the forest. The animals of the woods were gathered around, their eyes filled with worry. Clara knew that this was a moment where wisdom, not force, was needed. She rang the Bell of Echoes, and as its chime resonated through the air, she heard the soft voice of the stream. It spoke of the gentle power of persistence, of how water could carve through stone with time and patience. Inspired by the stream's wisdom, Clara devised a plan. She gathered the animals, and together they began to carefully dismantle the fallen oak, piece by piece, allowing the water to flow freely once more. With each small effort, they restored balance to the forest, proving that even the smallest actions, when done with care and cooperation, could overcome great obstacles. As the water flowed freely again, the forest erupted in a chorus of joyous sounds. Clara realized that the journey had changed her. She had learned to listen, to understand, and to appreciate the quiet strength of nature. With Phelan by her side, Clara continued to explore the Whispering Woods, sharing the wisdom of the Bell of Echoes with all she met. And though her adventures were many, she always returned to Willowbrook, carrying the lessons of the forest in her heart, a gentle reminder of the magic that could be found in the world around her. And so, Clara's story became a part of the village's lore, a tale of discovery and wonder that whispered through the generations, reminding all who heard it of the power of listening, the beauty of nature, and the strength of a kind heart. As the fire crackled softly in the hearth and the stars twinkled in the night sky, the village of Willowbrook slept soundly, comforted by the knowledge that magic was never far away, waiting to be discovered by those who dared to listen. Story 33. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled among rolling green hills and sparkling streams, there was a place known as Willowwood. Willowwood was a village like no other, for it existed in a world where magic and reality danced together like leaves in the gentle breeze. Here the sun always seemed to cast a golden hue over the cobblestone streets, and the air was perpetually tinged with the sweet scent of blooming honeysuckle. In this serene village lived a young girl named Nora. Nora was known for her keen sense of curiosity and her fondness for solving puzzles. Her bright blue eyes sparkled with wonder, and her laughter was as light as the fluttering wings of a butterfly. Nora lived with her grandmother, a wise old woman who had spent many years tending to the needs of the villagers with her gentle hands and warm heart. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves rustled softly underfoot, the villagers awoke to find something peculiar. Overnight, shimmering footprints had appeared, winding through the village and disappearing into the depths of the whispering woods. These footprints glowed faintly in the early morning light, like silver threads woven into the fabric of the earth. Whispers spread quickly throughout the village. Some believed it was the work of mischievous sprites, while others thought it might be a sign from the forest spirits. However, no one could say for certain what had caused this mysterious occurrence. Intrigued by the mystery, Nora decided she must uncover the truth. She set off to visit the wise elder, Mr. Thistledown. Mr. Thistledown was a gentle soul with a beard as white and fluffy as the clouds above. His cottage was at the edge of the whispering woods, a charming little home surrounded by a garden teeming with herbs and flowers that seemed to hum with life. As Nora approached, she noticed Mr. Thistledown tending to his garden, humming a soft tune. He looked up with a twinkle in his eye as she drew near. "Ah, Nora," he said, his voice warm and welcoming. "Come to seek advice about the glittering footprints, have you?" "Yes, Mr. Thistledown," Nora replied eagerly. "Do you know what they are?" Mr. Thistledown chuckled softly. "I have my suspicions, dear one, but wisdom often lies in observing and listening. Let us take a walk and see what the forest wishes to tell us." Together, they followed the trail of shimmering footprints into the whispering woods. The forest was alive with the sounds of rustling leaves and the soft murmur of hidden streams. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting playful patterns on the forest floor. As they walked, Nora noticed something curious. The footprints seemed to avoid certain areas, weaving around clusters of wildflowers and patches of mushrooms. She pointed this out to Mr. Thistledown, who nodded sagely. "Ah, you have sharp eyes, my dear. The path tells a story, if we are willing to read it." Encouraged by her observation, Nora continued to follow the trail with renewed determination. It wasn't long before they stumbled upon a small clearing bathed in dappled sunlight. There, sitting upon a moss-covered log, was a creature unlike any Nora had ever seen. It was a fox, but not an ordinary one. Its fur shimmered like spun silver, and its eyes gleamed like polished jade. Around its neck hung a delicate chain with a tiny, intricately carved wooden acorn. "Hello, little one," the fox said in a voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "I am Phelan, guardian of these woods. I see you have followed my trail." Nora, though surprised, felt no fear. There was a kindness in the fox's eyes, a wisdom that put her at ease. "Yes," Nora replied, her voice filled with wonder. "But why have you left these footprints?" Phelan tilted his head, a playful glint in his eyes. "I have been seeking the one who can see, not just with their eyes, but with their heart. The forest needs a friend, and I believe that friend is you." Nora felt a warmth spread through her, a gentle sense of belonging. "I would love to help, but what can I do?" "The forest is changing," Phelan explained, his voice a gentle murmur. "The balance is shifting, and the creatures need guidance to keep harmony. You, with your keen senses and open heart, can help us find the way." Nora nodded, understanding the unspoken promise. She felt a sense of purpose blooming within her, like a flower opening to the sun. From that day forward, Nora visited the Whispering Woods often, learning the ways of the forest from Phelan and Mr. Corar Thistledown. She listened to the songs of the birds, learned the language of the trees, and discovered the secrets hidden within the dance of the shadows. With her newfound knowledge, Nora helped the villagers understand the needs of the forest, teaching them to live in harmony with the land and its magical inhabitants. The village of Willowwood flourished, becoming a place where magic and reality continued their timeless dance, and where the laughter of children mingled with the whispers of the woods. And as for the shimmering footprints, they became a cherished part of Willowwood's lore. A reminder of the day a kind-hearted girl named Nora found her place among the wonders of the world. Each night, as the stars twinkled above, the villagers would tell the tale beside their crackling hearths, a story of friendship, wisdom, and the gentle magic that binds us all. And so, as the fire's glow softly flickered and the world outside slumbered beneath a blanket of stars, the village of Willowwood nestled into a peaceful sleep, cradled by the gentle arms of the forest. Story 34. In a secluded grove shielded by towering oaks and whispering pines, where the light danced like liquid gold upon moss-covered stones, there lay a realm hidden from the eyes of most. This was a place where the forest's heart beat in time with the gentle rhythms of the earth, and where the natural world thrummed with a quiet magic that spoke to the soul. The air was rich with the scent of pine needles and damp earth, a heady perfume that seemed to hold the very essence of life itself. In this enchanted forest, creatures lived in harmony, their lives intertwined like the intricate roots beneath the ground. Birds with wings painted in hues of sunrise flitted through the canopy, their songs weaving through the air like delicate lace. Squirrels chattered as they darted among the branches, their bushy tails flicking like brushstrokes on the canvas of the sky. At the center of this living tapestry stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches reaching skyward as if eager to embrace the stars. This mighty tree, known as the Heartwood, was home to a community of creatures who revered it as a guardian and guide. Among them was a wise old tortoise named Bramble, whose shell bore the marks of countless seasons, and whose eyes held the depth of untold stories. Bramble had seen many cycles of life and knew the secrets of the forest as well as he knew the patterns on his own shell. His voice, when he spoke, was like the rustle of leaves, soft yet powerful, carrying the weight of generations. "Gather round, my friends," Bramble called one crisp autumn morning, his voice echoing through the clearing. The creatures of the forest, from the smallest beetle to the swiftest deer, gathered at the base of the Heartwood, eager to hear the tortoise's tale. "The changing of the seasons," Bramble began, "is a dance as old as time itself. Each cycle brings its own magic, its own lessons, and it is up to us to listen and learn." As he spoke, the air shimmered with the promise of transformation. Leaves, once green and vibrant, now blushed with hues of amber and crimson, cascading gently to the forest floor like confetti in the breeze. The scent of ripening fruit mingled with the crisp tang of the coming frost, a sensory symphony heralding the arrival of autumn. "There is a balance to be maintained," continued Bramble, his eyes warm with wisdom. "Every creature, every leaf, every drop of rain plays a part in the harmony of our world." Nearby, a family of hedgehogs huddled together, pricking their ears attentively. The youngest, a curious little fellow named Nettle, looked up at Bramble with wide, wondering eyes. "How do we keep the balance, Bramble?" he asked, his voice as soft as the whisper of the wind. Bramble chuckled, a deep, resonant sound like the murmur of a brook. "Ah, young Nettle, we keep the balance by listening to the forest and to each other. We must respect the seasons and the gifts they bring. In the spring we plant and nurture. In the summer we grow and thrive. In the autumn we harvest and prepare. And in the winter we rest and reflect, knowing that the cycle will begin anew." Nettle nodded thoughtfully, the lesson settling into his heart like a seed waiting to sprout. Around him, the forest seemed to nod in agreement, the branches of the Heartwood swaying gently as if to echo Bramble's words. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of lavender and rose, the creatures of the forest retreated to their nests and burrows, their hearts full of the day's wisdom. The air grew cooler, carrying the promise of a peaceful night's sleep under a blanket of stars. In the quiet of the night, as the forest settled into slumber, a gentle rain began to fall. Each drop shimmered with a silvery glow, a magical phenomenon known only to those who dwelled in the grove. The rain sang a lullaby, its rhythm steady and soothing, a reminder of the world's eternal dance. Bramble tucked himself into the soft earth at the base of the heartwood, his heart warm with contentment. The forest was alive with the sound of dreams, each creature wrapped in the embrace of their own stories, their own hopes for the seasons to come. And so, in this hidden realm where the line between reality and magic blurred, the forest continued its timeless cycle. Under the watchful gaze of the heartwood, the creatures of the grove lived in harmony, their lives a testament to the wisdom of nature, passed down through the ages like a treasured tale whispered by the wind. Story 35. Once upon a time, in a cozy little cottage nestled deep within an enchanted forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her days were filled with simple joys, tending to her mother's flower garden, chasing butterflies through sun-dappled glades, and listening to the wind whispering secrets through the ancient boughs. One crisp autumn evening, as Willow was gathering kindling for the hearth, she stumbled upon an old, weathered book half buried beneath a carpet of fallen leaves. Brushing away the dirt, she traced her finger along the faded lettering on the cover, the wondrous ways of woodland things. Intrigued, Willow carried the book inside and spent the evening poring over its pages by the crackling fire's warm glow. To her delight, she discovered that the book contained a wealth of knowledge about the magic hidden within the most ordinary objects found in nature. With each passing day, Willow delved deeper into the book's secrets, learning how to coax a twig into a whimsical flute or transform a pine cone into a tiny lantern that glowed like a captured sunbeam. Her curious spirit soared as she discovered the extraordinary potential slumbering within the simplest of things. One morning, as Willow wandered through the forest, she encountered a peculiar sight. A cluster of toadstools huddled beneath a gnarled oak, quivering and whispering amongst themselves. Drawing closer, she was astonished to hear their high-pitched voices. "Why, hello there!" piped a particularly rotund toadstool, bobbing on its stem. "We don't often see young humans around these parts." Willow gasped, scarcely believing her eyes and ears. "You can speak?" "Of course we can," another toadstool chimed in. "We're the guardians of this forest, keeping watch over all the wondrous things that grow here." Thus began Willow's extraordinary friendship with the chatty toadstools and their whimsical woodland companions, the wise old oak who dispensed sage advice, the playful squirrels who loved to frolic and tease, and the patient deer who shared the secrets of the deepest groves. Under their gentle tutelage, Willow's journey of discovery blossomed. She learned to listen to the heartbeat of the trees, to decipher the language of bird song, and to walk so lightly that even the most timid woodland creatures would approach without fear. Yet, as the seasons turned, a darkness crept into the forest. A blight began to wither the plants, and a strange malaise seemed to grip the animal inhabitants. Even the ever-cheerful toadstools grew pale and listless. Desperate to save her beloved friends, Willow pored over the ancient book, searching for a cure. At last, she discovered a ritual that could restore the forest's vitality, but it required a rare ingredient that could only be found in the tallest peaks of the Misty Mountains, far beyond the forest's boundaries. Steeling her courage, Willow set off on a perilous journey, guided by the wisdom of her woodland companions. She faced treacherous cliffs, icy streams, and howling winds that sought to impede her quest. But through it all, she held fast to the lessons she had learned, to move with patience and purpose, to seek strength in gentleness, and to find beauty in the most unexpected places. At last, after many trials, Willow reached the summit and located the precious ingredient, a single, shimmering petal from the celestial amaranth that bloomed only under the light of a full moon. Clutching her precious cargo, she hurried back to the forest, her heart filled with hope. Under the watchful gaze of her loyal friends, Willow performed the intricate ritual, calling upon the ancient magics woven into the fabric of nature itself. As the final words faded into the night air, a warm breeze stirred the branches, and a soft rain began to fall, nourishing the thirsty earth. In the days that followed, the forest burst back into vibrant life. The plants regained their verdant hues, the animals frolicked with renewed energy, and the toadstools danced and sang with unbridled joy. Willow had not only saved her beloved woodland home, but had discovered the true essence of its magic, the unbreakable bonds of friendship, courage, and respect for all living things. From that day forth, Willow became a gentle steward of the forest, sharing her hard-won wisdom with all who would listen. And whenever she gazed upon the simplest twig or leaf, she saw not merely an ordinary thing, but a portal into a world of endless wonder and enchantment. Story 36. Once upon a time, in a galaxy where stars shimmered like fireflies across an endless velvet sky, there existed a peculiar planet known to its inhabitants as Lumina. Lumina was a realm of soft, swirling lights and gentle, whispering winds that carried the scent of blooming starflowers. Its surface was a quilt of luminescent fields, bordered by towering crystalline forests that sang when the night breeze danced through their branches. In the heart of one such forest lived a Lumian named Lyra. She was a being of light, her form a delicate silhouette woven from threads of pure luminescence. Her existence was one of quiet contemplation, as she spent her days tending to the starflowers and listening to the songs of the crystal trees. Lyra was content in her solitude, yet she often felt a pang of longing for companionship that the forest's symphony could not quite quell. One serene evening, as the twin moons of Lumina began their celestial waltz across the sky, a peculiar sight caught Lyra's attention. A streak of light, unlike any she had seen before, arced across the heavens before descending into the crystalline canopy with a gentle thud. With curiosity twinkling in her eyes, Lyra glided towards the source of the disturbance. There, amidst the iridescent foliage, lay a creature unlike any Lyra had encountered. It was a small, round being, with a body of shimmering scales in hues of deep ocean blue and emerald green. Its eyes were large and expressive, like twin pools of liquid starlight, and it emitted a faint melodic hum that seemed to resonate with the very essence of the forest. The creature was a Marin, a traveler from the aquatic world of Oceania, who had been swept away on a cosmic current of adventure. His name was Arlo, and though he was far from home, he was not afraid. Instead, he was filled with a sense of wonder at the kaleidoscope of colors around him. As Lyra approached, Arlo's eyes widened in surprise, and a charming trill escaped his lips. "Greetings," he chimed, his voice as soothing as the gentle lapping of waves against a shore. "I seem to have found myself in a place of remarkable beauty." Lyra, her form glowing softly with intrigue, responded with a voice that was the whisper of starlight on water. "Welcome, traveler. I am Lyra, keeper of this forest. You are far from home." Arlo nodded, his scales shimmering with emotion. "Indeed, I come from Oceania, where the seas sing and the skies dance with colors at dawn. I was exploring the cosmos when I was drawn here by the allure of your planet's light." Their conversation was tentative at first, like the first notes of a new melody. Despite their differences, they found comfort in each other's presence, each discovering a beauty in the other's world they had never known before. However, understanding was not immediate. Lyra, accustomed to the serene and unchanging nature of her forest, found Arlo's tales of Oceania's turbulent seas and unpredictable weather bewildering. Likewise, Arlo struggled to fathom the slow, deliberate rhythms of Lumina's landscape, so different from the vibrant chaos of his own world. One day, as they sat by a pool of crystal-clear water that reflected the swirling lights above, Arlo attempted to show Lyra a playful dance from his home. His movements, fluid and free, splashed water everywhere, drenching Lyra's delicate form. She recoiled, her light flickering with distress. Arlo paused, his eyes wide with concern. "Oh, I am sorry. I did not mean to upset you," he trilled, his voice tinged with urgency. Lyra, though startled, soon realized that Arlo's actions had been born of enthusiasm, not malice. She smiled gently, her glow steadying. "It is nothing," she reassured, her tone as calming as a lullaby. "I am simply not used to such exuberance." This small misunderstanding became a moment of growth for them both. Arlo learned to be more mindful of Lyra's sensitivity, while Lyra embraced the spontaneity Arlo brought into her life. As the days turned into weeks, their friendship blossomed like the starflowers in the forest. They faced challenges together, like when a fierce meteor shower threatened to uproot the crystalline trees. Arlo, with his knowledge of currents and tides, devised a way to channel the energy of the meteors safely into the ground, while Lyra used her light to guide the falling stars away from harm. Through these shared trials, a bond of trust and understanding flourished between them. Arlo, who had once been a lone wanderer, found in Lyra a kindred spirit who appreciated the quiet beauty of his songs. And Lyra, who had longed for companionship, discovered in Arlo a friend who brought laughter and adventure into her tranquil world. One evening, as they rested beneath the twin moons, their light casting a silvery glow over the forest, Lyra turned to Arlo, her voice as soft as the night breeze. "Thank you for being here, Arlo. You have shown me the world beyond my forest and the joy that comes from sharing it." Arlo, his eyes shimmering with emotion, replied, "And you, Lyra, have taught me the beauty of stillness and the strength found in gentle light. I am grateful for our friendship." With these words, a warmth spread between them, deeper than the light of the stars and more enduring than the dance of the moons. They realized that, though from different worlds, they had discovered a profound connection that transcended the boundaries of space and time. And so, in the heart of the luminescent forest, a Lumian and a Marin found the true meaning of friendship, not in the sameness of their experiences, but in the harmony of their differences, and the love and understanding that grew between them. As the night deepened and the stars twinkled above, Lyra and Arlo sat side by side, content in the knowledge that they were no longer alone in the vast universe, but part of an unbreakable bond that would light their paths, wherever they may go. And with that comforting thought, they drifted into a peaceful slumber, embraced by the gentle song of the crystalline trees and the soft glow of the starflowers, knowing that their friendship would forever be a beacon of warmth and hope in the cosmos. In a quiet corner of the whimsical world of Luminara, nestled between rolling hills that twinkled with the glow of fireflies, lay the village of Willowbrook. This village was known for its peaceful charm, where every cobblestone path was lined with blooming lavender, and the air was perpetually filled with the sweet scent of honeysuckle. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and orange, a gentle mystery began to unfold. The villagers noticed that the usually vibrant glow from the fireflies seemed dimmer, and the magical fountains that danced in the village square had slowed their rhythmic splashes to a mere trickle. In the heart of the village, under the thatched roof of a cozy little cottage, lived Mina, a curious and kind-hearted young girl with eyes as bright as the stars. Mina had a special knack for noticing things others might overlook, and her heart was woven with the threads of kindness and curiosity. She had a companion, a small wise owl named Bramble, who perched on her shoulder, whispering wisdom in her ear. As Mina sat by her window, the flickering light of a candle casting gentle shadows across her room, she wondered what could be causing the strange occurrences. She turned to Bramble, who ruffled his feathers thoughtfully. "It seems the magic of Willowbrook is a bit under the weather," he cooed softly. Determined to solve the mystery, Mina decided to seek the counsel of the village's elder, a sage named Elder Thistle. The next morning, with the sun casting a golden glow over the dew-kissed fields, Mina set off on the cobblestone path towards Elder Thistle's cottage. Bramble fluttered beside her, his keen eyes scanning the surroundings. Upon arriving, they found Elder Thistle tending to a garden of shimmering plants that seemed to hum with a faint melody. The elder, with a long silver beard and eyes that twinkled like the night sky, greeted them warmly. "Ah, Mina and Bramble," he said in a voice as soothing as a lullaby. "What brings you to my little corner of the world?" Mina explained the dim fireflies and the slowing fountains, her voice a gentle whisper carried by the breeze. Elder Thistle listened intently, nodding slowly. "It seems the heart of our village magic is in need of a little help," he mused. "Perhaps the answer lies in the enchanted woods, where the roots of our magic begin." With a nod of agreement, Mina and Bramble thanked Elder Thistle and made their way to the Enchanted Woods, a mystical forest where the trees whispered ancient secrets. The leaves rustled in a soft, melodic rhythm, and the air was filled with the scent of pine and earth. As they ventured deeper into the woods, they met an array of magical creatures, each offering their own piece of advice. A gentle fawn, with eyes like liquid amber, suggested they listen to the songs of the forest. A family of rabbits, their fur glistening like silver, spoke of a hidden glade where the magic pooled like a serene pond. Following these clues, Mina and Bramble soon arrived at the glade, a place of ethereal beauty where the sunlight danced through the leaves, casting playful patterns on the forest floor. In the center of the glade was a small, clear pool, shimmering with an otherworldly light. Bramble, with his sharp owl eyes, noticed a small stone lodged at the bottom of the pool, interrupting the gentle flow of the magic waters. "Perhaps this is the cause of our troubles," he murmured, his feathers brushing Mina's cheek like a soft feathered caress. With careful hands, Mina reached into the cool, soothing water and gently removed the stone. As she did so, a soft hum filled the air, and the pool began to swirl with vibrant colors. The magic of Willowbrook flowed freely once more, a gentle stream of life and light. Satisfied with their discovery, Mina and Bramble made their way back to the village as the sun began its descent, casting long shadows across the landscape. The fireflies returned to their brilliant glow, and the fountains resumed their cheerful dance, sending arcs of water shimmering in the twilight. That evening, as Mina sat by her window once more, the candlelight softly illuminating her face, she felt a deep sense of peace. The mystery had been solved not through force or urgency, but through gentle observation, wisdom, and the friendship of the magical creatures of the enchanted woods. And so, as the stars twinkled above Willowbrook, Mina drifted into a restful sleep, her heart light with the knowledge that sometimes the smallest actions can restore balance and harmony to the world. The village, wrapped in the embrace of magic and the comfort of understanding, slumbered peacefully, ready to greet another day with open arms. Story 38. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees murmured secrets to the wind and the stars twinkled like curious eyes peeking through the leaves, lay the quaint village of Moonshadow Hollow. Nestled amidst this enchanted forest, the village was a haven for those who cherished the gentle magic that danced in the air like fireflies at dusk. It was here that the mystery unfolded one autumn evening, as the golden leaves rustled and the cool breeze carried the scent of pine and earth. In the heart of the village stood the Moonshadow Clock Tower, an ancient structure with a face that glowed silver under the moonlight. This clock was the heart of the village, its gentle chimes marking the passage of time with soothing regularity. However, one night, something peculiar happened. As the villagers tucked themselves into their cozy beds, the clock began to chime not 12 times for midnight, but 13. The sound echoed through the air, causing the owls to pause in their flight and the woodland creatures to peer curiously from their burrows. The next morning, the villagers gathered around the clock tower, their breaths forming misty clouds in the crisp morning air. Among them was young Finn, a curious boy with eyes as bright as the stars and a mind full of questions. He stood with his grandmother, the village storyteller, who always wore a cloak of deep green that seemed to blend with the forest itself. 13 chimes, you say? She mused, her voice as soft as the moss underfoot. That hasn't happened since, well, not in my lifetime. Finn's curiosity was piqued. What does it mean, Granny? His grandmother smiled, her eyes twinkling with a hint of mystery. It could mean many things, dear one. Perhaps the clock is trying to tell us something, or maybe there's a bit of magic at play. Determined to solve the mystery, Finn decided to investigate. He wandered through the village, gathering clues like a squirrel gathering acorns. He spoke with the baker, whose pastries always smelled of cinnamon and warmth, and with the blacksmith, whose hammer rang like music as he worked. Each had heard the chimes but could offer no explanation. So Finn turned to the forest, where he often found answers hidden among the trees. As he walked, the sunlight dappled the forest floor, and the air was filled with the soft rustle of leaves. Soon he encountered a peculiar sight, a circle of mushrooms, each cap glistening with dew. In the center sat a tiny creature, no taller than a toadstool, with wings that shimmered like dragonfly glass. "Hello there," Finn greeted gently, kneeling down to better see the creature. The tiny being looked up, its eyes as bright as moonbeams. "Hello, young seeker. I am Bramble, a sprite of this wood. What brings you to my circle?" Finn explained the mystery of the 13 chimes, and Bramble listened intently, nodding with understanding. "Ah, the clock tower's song. It is a rare thing indeed, but not without reason. Do you know why it happened? Finn asked eagerly. Bramble fluttered his wings, sending little rainbows dancing across the forest floor. Sometimes the world whispers to us through unexpected means. The clock's 13th chime is a call for balance. Something in the village is out of harmony. What do you mean? Finn furrowed his brow, trying to understand. The sprite glanced up at the trees, where the wind played a gentle tune. Listen to the world around you, young Finn. Pay attention to what is amiss, and you shall find your answer. With a grateful heart, Finn thanked Bramble and set off once more, his senses attuned to the whispers of the world. As he walked through the village, he noticed the little things. A door that had been left ajar, a cat that seemed restless, and a stream that bubbled more vigorously than usual. It was near the stream that he found his next clue. An old stone, half buried in the earth, had been uncovered by the rushing waters. Etched upon it were runes that glimmered with a faint silver light. Finn's eyes widened as he realized they matched the markings on the base of the clock tower. With the stone in hand, Finn hurried back to the village, where he found his grandmother waiting by the hearth, a cup of steaming chamomile tea at her side. "Granny, look what I found!" he exclaimed, showing her the stone. She examined it closely, her fingers tracing the ancient runes. "This is an old charm, meant to protect the village and keep time's balance. It seems the stream has washed it free." Finn's grandmother explained that the stone had likely been placed there long ago, part of a network that maintained harmony in the village. Its displacement had caused the clock to chime 13 times, a gentle reminder to restore balance. With the help of the villagers, Finn returned the stone to its rightful place by the stream, securing it with care. As they worked, the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold. That night, as the village settled into sleep, the clock tower chimed 12 times, its song as sweet and comforting as a lullaby. The balance had been restored, and peace enveloped Moonshadow Hollow once more. As Finn lay in bed, he thought of the magical day, the sprite's wise words, and the gentle power of observation and understanding. He drifted into dreams with a contented heart, knowing that the whispers of the world would always guide him. And in the whispering woods, the trees sighed contentedly, their secrets safe under the watchful eyes of the moon and stars. Story 39. In a quaint little village nestled at the edge of an ancient forest, where the whispering leaves told stories older than time itself, there lived a young woman named Mira. The village, known for its cobblestone streets and charming cottages, was surrounded by meadows that danced in the wind like a sea of emerald waves. The air was sweet, with the scent of blooming jasmine, and the gentle hum of bees provided a soothing melody to the tranquility of the place. Mira was a gentle soul, known for her kindness and her love for tending to the garden that bordered her small, thatched roof home. Her garden was a tapestry of colors, with sunflowers reaching for the sky, roses blushing in shades of pink and red, and lavender whispering soft secrets to the breeze. Yet, despite the beauty she cultivated, Mira felt an unsettling restlessness growing within her. She feared change and clung to the comfort of her routines like a child clutching a favorite blanket. The villagers often spoke of the Enchanted Grove, a hidden part of the forest where magic was said to dwell. It was a place of transformation, where the heart's deepest desires and fears could be revealed and understood. Mira had heard the tales but never dared to venture there, afraid of what she might find. Her grandmother, wise and gentle, often encouraged her with stories of courage and growth, reminding Mira that the most beautiful flowers grow from the most difficult soil. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of gold and violet, Mira found herself drawn to the edge of the forest. The cool evening air caressed her skin, and the soft rustle of leaves seemed to whisper her name. With a heart full of hesitation yet tinged with curiosity, Mira stepped beyond the familiar path, her feet guided by an unseen force toward the enchanted grove. The forest was alive with magic. Fireflies danced like tiny lanterns, weaving patterns in the dim light, and the trees seemed to arch protectively over her, their branches forming a cathedral of nature. As she walked deeper into the grove, the air shimmered with a luminescent glow, and Mira felt a warmth spreading through her chest, as if the very heart of the forest was reaching out to embrace her. In the center of the grove stood an ancient oak tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, with roots that twisted into the earth like the fingers of time itself. Before the tree was a shimmering pond, its surface reflecting the stars above as if they had fallen into its depths. Mira knelt beside the pond, her reflection gazing back with eyes that seemed to hold secrets she could not yet understand. It was then that she noticed a small, glowing orb hovering above the water. It pulsed with a gentle light like a heartbeat, and as she reached out to touch it, the orb burst into a myriad of colors, enveloping her in a cocoon of warmth and light. Mira closed her eyes, feeling a connection to something greater than herself, a thread of magic that wove through the forest and into her very soul. When she opened her eyes, the world around her had transformed. The colors were more vibrant, the sounds of the forest more melodious, and she felt an unfamiliar lightness within her. It was as if the magic of the grove had awakened something dormant inside her, a seed of courage that had finally begun to sprout. As she made her way back to the village, Mira found herself reflecting on the changes she had feared. The forest, in its quiet wisdom, had shown her that change was not something to be feared but embraced, for it was through change that growth occurred. The beauty of the flowers in her garden, she realized, came from their ability to adapt and flourish, just as she could. In the days that followed, Mira carried the magic of the grove within her. She began to explore new paths, both in the forest and in her life, meeting the challenges that came her way with newfound strength and grace. Her friends noticed the change, and with gentle encouragement, she shared her journey with them, inspiring others to seek their own transformations. Her grandmother, watching with a knowing smile, saw the blossoming of her granddaughter and felt a deep pride. Mira had learned that life, much like her beloved garden, was a tapestry of growth and change, woven with threads of magic and possibility. And in embracing that truth, she had discovered the beauty and strength within herself. Thus, in the quiet village by the forest's edge, where the winds carried ancient songs and the stars told stories of their own, Mira continued to grow and flourish, a living testament to the power of transformation and the magic of personal discovery. And so, with the gentle hum of the village life around her and the eternal dance of the leaves above, Mira found peace in the embrace of change, knowing that she was never truly alone in her journey. Story 40. In the heart of a lush and enchanted forest, where the trees whispered ancient secrets and the streams sang lullabies, there was a quaint village named Willowbrook. Willowbrook was a place where magic flowed as naturally as the gentle breezes that carried the scent of blooming wildflowers. The village was nestled in a valley cradled by hills that seemed to watch over its inhabitants with a protective gaze. In this village, there lived a kind-hearted young girl named Amara. Amara had bright, curious eyes that sparkled like the morning dew, and a heart as warm as the summer sun. She lived with her grandmother Esme in a charming cottage made of stone and wood, its roof covered in a soft carpet of moss. Their home was a haven of comfort, with a crackling fireplace that filled the air with the scent of cedar and cinnamon. Each evening, Esme would tell Amara stories of the world beyond their village, tales filled with wonder and wisdom. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to shades of amber and gold, a peculiar thing began to happen in Willowbrook. The village's beloved clock tower, which stood tall in the center of the square, started chiming at unexpected times. It would ring out at dawn, at noon, and even in the quiet hours of the night, stirring the villagers from their slumber. The clock tower had always been reliable, marking the passage of time with its gentle chimes, so this irregularity was both unsettling and intriguing. Amara, ever the curious soul, decided to get to the bottom of the mystery. She bundled up in her favorite knitted scarf and set out toward the square, her footsteps crunching on the path covered with fallen leaves. As she reached the clock tower, she noticed a group of villagers gathered around it, their faces painted with puzzlement. "Perhaps it's the work of a mischievous spirit," mused old Cedric, the village carpenter, stroking his long silver beard thoughtfully. "Or maybe the clock's gears have grown weary from age," suggested Elowen, the town's herbalist, her voice as soothing as the chamomile tea she brewed. Amara listened intently, her mind buzzing with questions. She decided to seek the counsel of her grandmother, who was known for her wisdom and insight. Returning home, she found Esme in the garden, tending to her herbs with gentle hands. Grandmother Amara began, "The clock tower is behaving strangely. It chimes at odd hours, and no one knows why. Do you have any ideas?" Esme paused, wiping her hands on her apron, and looked at Amara with a twinkle in her eye. "My dear," she said softly, "sometimes it is the smallest creatures that hold the greatest secrets. If you wish to solve this mystery, you may need to look beyond what you see." Intrigued by her grandmother's words, Amara decided to seek out the creatures of the forest, who were known to be wise and observant. With the sun casting golden rays through the canopy, she ventured deeper into the woods, where the air was alive with the sounds of rustling leaves and chirping birds. Amara soon arrived at a clearing where the forest's magical creatures often gathered. There, she met Finn, a small, nimble squirrel with fur as soft as a cloud. Finn was known for his keen eyes and clever mind. "Hello, Finn," Amara greeted, kneeling down to be closer to his level. "I seek your help to solve a mystery in our village. The clock tower chimes at strange times, and we don't know why." Finn twitched his whiskers, considering her words. "I have noticed something unusual," he replied in a voice like the rustling of leaves. "A family of pixies has recently moved into the clock tower. They are delightful, but can be quite playful. Perhaps they are the ones causing the chimes." Amara's eyes widened with realization. Pixies were known for their love of games and tricks, yet they were also friendly and approachable. Thanking Finn for his insight, she made her way back to the village, her heart light with the promise of a solution. As twilight painted the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Amara approached the clock tower. She peered inside and, sure enough, saw a cluster of tiny pixies flitting about, their wings shimmering like a rainbow in the dim light. "Hello, little ones," Amara called gently, sending a wave of calm through the air. The pixies paused in their merriment and turned to face her, their expressions curious and innocent. "We didn't mean to cause any trouble," said the eldest pixie, her voice as delicate as a breeze. "We thought it was fun to make the clock chime and see the villagers' reactions." Amara smiled warmly, understanding their playful nature. "I know you didn't mean any harm," she reassured them. "But the chimes have startled the villagers. Perhaps there's a way we can work together so everyone can enjoy the clock tower's music without surprise." The pixies flitted closer, eager to help. After a thoughtful discussion, they agreed to synchronize their play with the clock's usual schedule, ensuring the chimes would only ring at the expected times. In return, Amara promised to visit them often, bringing sweet treats and stories from the village. With the mystery resolved, peace returned to Willowbrook. The villagers, once again lulled by the familiar rhythm of the clock tower, resumed their daily lives with smiles and laughter. And Amara, having forged a new friendship, discovered the joy of understanding and cooperation. As the days passed, Amara often reflected on her adventure. She learned that sometimes the answers to life's puzzles lay not in grand gestures, but in listening and understanding the world around her. With a heart full of gratitude, she would visit the clock tower, sharing tales and treats with her pixie friends, their laughter echoing softly through the village. And so, under the watchful gaze of the hills, Willowbrook continued to thrive, a place where magic and friendship intertwined like the branches of the ancient trees that surrounded it. Amara knew that as long as she listened with an open heart, she would always find her way in this enchanting world. And with the gentle chimes of the clock tower marking the end of another day, the village of Willowbrook drifted into a peaceful slumber, their dreams as sweet and serene as the embrace of a warm blanket on a chilly night. Story 41. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled at the edge of an ancient forest, there lived a gentle young girl named Amara. Her home was a charming stone cottage, its roof adorned with patches of moss and wildflowers that bloomed vibrantly in the spring. The village was surrounded by hills that rolled gently into the distance, and beyond them lay the mysterious enchanted woods, a place whispered about in tales of wonder and magic. Amara was known for her kind heart and curious mind. She spent her days helping her grandmother, who was the village healer, gathering herbs and learning the secrets of nature. The villagers often came to her for remedies, and she dispensed them with a smile, her eyes twinkling with the joy of helping others. One afternoon, as the sun began to dip low in the sky and painted the world in hues of gold and pink, Amara set off into the enchanted woods to collect rare herbs. The forest was a place of deep shadows and soft whispers, where the leaves overhead formed a lush canopy, filtering the sunlight into shimmering beams that danced upon the forest floor. The air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and the sweet fragrance of blooming flowers, creating a symphony of nature's own perfume. As Amara wandered deeper into the woods, she stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen before. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, with branches that stretched toward the heavens like the arms of an old, wise guardian. At its base lay a curious object, a small, intricately carved box made of dark wood, embellished with silver filigree that glinted in the dappled sunlight. Intrigued, Amara approached the box and with a gentle touch, opened it. Inside she found a shimmering blue crystal, nestled on a bed of velvet. The crystal pulsated with a soft, ethereal glow, as if it held the very essence of the sky within its facets. As Amara held it in her hand, she felt a warmth spread through her body, accompanied by a whispering in her mind, a gentle voice that spoke of friendship and journeys yet to come. With the crystal safely tucked in her pocket, Amara continued her herb gathering, her heart alight with the promise of adventure. As she made her way back through the forest, she felt an inexplicable sense of direction, guided by the crystal's subtle pull, as if it knew the way home better than she did. The following morning, Amara awoke with a sense of anticipation. The crystal seemed to hum with energy, and as she held it up to the morning light streaming through her window, she noticed faint images swirling within its depths, scenes of places she had never seen, and faces she did not recognize. Her heart swelled with a longing for discovery, and she knew she must follow where the crystal led. Amara packed a small satchel with provisions and bid her grandmother farewell. With the crystal as her guide, she set out into the unknown, her steps light with excitement and her mind filled with questions. The path led her through the village, where the familiar faces of her neighbors smiled and waved, wishing her luck on her journey. As she ventured further, the landscape began to change. The gentle hills gave way to towering mountains, their peaks dusted with snow that sparkled in the sunlight like a crown of diamonds. The air grew crisp and invigorating, carrying with it the scent of pine and the distant echo of a mountain stream. Amara marveled at the beauty of the world around her, each new vista revealing wonders she had only ever dreamed of. But it was not the scenery alone that captivated her. It was the feeling of being drawn towards something greater, something magical that awaited her beyond the horizon. One evening, as dusk fell and the sky was painted with the deep purples and blues of twilight, Amara found herself at the edge of a vast, shimmering lake. The water stretched out before her like a mirror, reflecting the stars as they began to twinkle in the heavens. She set up camp by the lakeside, the gentle lapping of the water providing a soothing lullaby as she drifted into sleep. In her dreams, the crystal spoke to her again, its voice a melody of comfort and encouragement. It whispered of a hidden world beyond the lake, a place where the natural and the magical intertwined, and where she would find the answers she sought. When morning broke, Amara awoke with renewed purpose. She gazed at the lake, its surface calm and inviting, and knew she must cross it to continue her journey. As she pondered how to do so, a soft rustling in the nearby reeds caught her attention. To her surprise, a small, gentle creature emerged, a creature unlike any she had seen before. It was a water sprite, delicate and ethereal, with translucent wings that shimmered in the sunlight like drops of dew. Its eyes were bright and curious, and it regarded Amara with a look of friendly curiosity. "Hello," Amara greeted, her voice gentle and warm. "I am seeking a way across this lake. Can you help me?" The sprite nodded, its wings fluttering with excitement. It gestured for Amara to follow, leading her to a small wooden boat hidden among the reeds. The boat was simple yet sturdy, crafted with care and imbued with a faint magical glow that hinted at its enchanted nature. With gratitude, Amara climbed into the boat, and the sprite joined her, its presence a comforting companion on her journey across the water. As they glided smoothly over the lake's surface, Amara felt a sense of peace settle over her. as if the very essence of the lake embraced her in a gentle hug. The other side of the lake revealed a landscape transformed. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blossoms and the sound of distant laughter carried by the wind. It was a hidden world, vibrant and alive, where the boundaries between the mundane and the magical blurred into a harmonious tapestry. Amara's heart soared with wonder as she stepped onto the shore, the crystal in her pocket pulsing with a joyful rhythm. She bid farewell to the water sprite, who waved and darted back into the lake, leaving behind a trail of shimmering light that danced upon the water. As Amara explored this new realm, she encountered creatures both fantastical and familiar. There were playful pixies that flitted among the flowers, singing songs of joy, and wise old owls that watched with keen eyes from their perches in the trees. She met gentle deer with coats that glistened like silver, and rabbits whose fur was as soft as the clouds. Among these new friends, Amara felt a sense of belonging and acceptance. She shared stories of her village and the adventures she had faced, and in return, they shared their own tales of magic and mystery. It was a place where friendship blossomed, transcending differences and celebrating the beauty of diversity. As days turned into weeks, Amara's journey led her deeper into the heart of this hidden world, always guided by the crystal's gentle pull. She discovered forgotten ruins covered in ivy, where ancient spirits lingered, whispering secrets of the past. She wandered through meadows where time seemed to stand still, the air filled with the melodic hum of bees and the rustle of leaves in the breeze. Throughout her travels, Amara grew wiser and more attuned to the magic that surrounded her. She learned to listen with her heart and to see beyond the surface, discovering the hidden truths that lay beneath. The crystal, once a mysterious object, became a trusted companion, its voice a constant source of guidance and comfort. But as much as Amara loved this enchanted world, she felt the call of home tugging at her heart. She longed to share the wonders she had discovered with her grandmother and the villagers who had watched her grow. With a bittersweet smile, she knew it was time to return. The journey back was filled with a sense of nostalgia and anticipation. She retraced her steps, each familiar landmark now holding new meaning and memories. The mountains, the lake, and the forest all welcomed her back, their beauty intensified by the experiences she had gained. When Amara finally arrived at her village, she was greeted with open arms and joyful cheers. Her grandmother enveloped her in a warm embrace, tears of happiness glistening in her eyes. The villagers gathered around, eager to hear tales of her journey and the magical world she had discovered. As Amara shared her stories, she noticed a change within herself. She was no longer just the curious girl who left her village. She had grown into someone who understood the power of friendship, the magic of the world, and the importance of following one's heart. The crystal, its journey complete, rested in a place of honor in her grandmother's cottage, a reminder of the adventures and the lessons learned. Amara knew that although her journey had come to an end, the magic of the world would always be a part of her, guiding her as she continued to explore the wonders of life. And so, under the twinkling stars and the gentle glow of the moon, Amara and her village celebrated the return of their beloved traveler. Laughter and music filled the air, and the warmth of friendship wrapped around them like a cozy blanket. As the night drew to a close, Amara gazed up at the sky, her heart full of gratitude and peace. She knew that the journey of discovery was never truly over, and that the magic of friendship and adventure would always be a part of her story. And with that comforting thought, she drifted into a deep, contented sleep, her dreams filled with the promise of new adventures and the joy of a life well lived. Story 42. In a land where the clouds danced in patterns of paisley and polka dots, and the rivers sang softly as they meandered through fields of luminescent daisies, lived a peculiar little village known as Whimsy Wood. It was a place where the sun always seemed to hang just a little bit longer in the sky, painting everything in hues of gold and pink, and the gentle breeze carried the scent of cinnamon and laughter. In the heart of Whimsy Wood, there was a quaint cottage with a roof made entirely of peppermint leaves. This was the home of a most endearing fellow by the name of Twiddletuff. Twiddletuff was known far and wide not just for his shockingly blue hair that curled like a question mark atop his head, but also for his infectious giggle that could lighten even the heaviest of hearts. He was a tinkerer of sorts, always crafting marvelous contraptions from the most unexpected of items: a clock made of sunflower seeds, a teapot that sang lullabies, and a broomstick that swept on its own while telling jokes. One bright morning, as the dew glistened like tiny jewels upon the grass, Twiddletuff awoke to a peculiar sight. His beloved collection of giggleberries, small, vibrant fruits that burst into laughter when eaten, had suddenly become silent. In Whimsy Wood, that was unheard of. The giggleberries were the main ingredient in the village's joy, and their absence of laughter was a sign that something was amiss. Twiddletuff scratched his head, the curl bouncing with his thoughts, and decided he needed to consult with his dear friend, Larkspur. Larkspur was a gentle giant of a fox, with fur the color of autumn leaves and eyes that twinkled with mischief. He was known for his wisdom and his penchant for wearing oversized spectacles that always seemed to be just a tad askew. "Larkspur, the giggleberries have gone quiet," exclaimed Twiddletuff as he approached the fox, who was lounging comfortably under a willow tree whose branches swayed like dancers in an unseen breeze. Larkspur adjusted his spectacles, giving Twiddletuff a warm, reassuring smile. "Ah, my dear Twiddletuff, it seems we have a magical mystery on our hands. But worry not, for every puzzle has its solution, and every silence has its reason." The two friends decided to visit the Whispering Woods, a mystical part of Whimsy Wood, where the trees were known to share their secrets with those who listened closely. As they walked, the path beneath them glowed with the soft, welcoming light of moonflowers, and the air was filled with the sweet melody of crickets playing tiny violins. Upon reaching the heart of the Whispering Woods, Twiddletuff and Larkspur found themselves in a clearing where a peculiar sight awaited them. A cluster of giggleberries hovered in midair, suspended by an invisible force. Beneath them sat a tiny, curious creature with wings made of shimmering gossamer and a cap that appeared to be woven from the finest strands of rainbow. "Hello there! Who might you be?" asked Twiddletuff, bending down to get a closer look. The little creature, realizing it had company, fluttered its wings excitedly. "Oh, hello! My name is Pippin, and I am a sprite of spontaneity. I didn't mean to cause any trouble, honest. I just wanted to see what would happen if the giggleberries could float and fly like me." Twiddletuff and Larkspur exchanged amused glances, their hearts warmed by Pippin's innocent intentions. "Well, Pippin," Twiddletuff chuckled, "it seems you've given our giggleberries quite the adventure. But without their laughter, our village is missing its joy." Pippin's eyes widened with understanding and a hint of remorse. "Oh dear, I never meant for that to happen. Let me see if I can fix it." With a determined nod, Pippin fluttered above the giggleberries, sprinkling a fine dust of twinkling magic from its wings. As the dust settled, the giggleberries began to sparkle and shake, and soon they erupted into a chorus of joyful, infectious giggles that filled the air like 1,000 little bells chiming in harmony. Larkspur's deep, rumbling laugh joined the symphony, and even the trees seemed to sway a little more joyfully. Twiddletuff clapped his hands with delight, his blue curl bouncing merrily. "Thank you, Pippin. You've not only returned the laughter to our giggleberries, but have also given us a new story to tell." Pippin blushed a shade of rosy pink and did a little somersault in the air, clearly pleased with the outcome. "I'm so glad to have been of help. Perhaps next time I'll ask before I borrow someone else's joy." With the giggleberries restored, Twiddletuff, Larkspur, and Pippin made their way back to the village, where they were greeted with cheers and smiles. The news of their adventure spread quickly, and soon Whimsy Wood was alive with celebration, a celebration that echoed with the sound of giggles and the contented purring of a village at peace. As the day turned to dusk, painting the sky in a tapestry of stars, Twiddletuff sat outside his peppermint-roofed cottage, watching the fireflies dance like living constellations. Larkspur lay nearby, his eyes half closed in a dream of contentment, while Pippin perched on a branch above, humming a lilting tune. And so, under the gentle embrace of the night, the village of Whimsy Wood settled into slumber, cradled by the laughter of giggleberries and the warmth of friendship. A gentle reminder that even the quietest moments can hold the loudest joys, and that the smallest creatures can make the biggest difference. Story 43 title: The Whispering Lantern. In the heart of the quaint village of Willowbrook, where the cobblestone streets meandered like a lazy river and cottages stood adorned with ivy and blooming window boxes, there existed a tale, whispered under the breath of the wind, carried on the scent of lilacs, that would forever change the lives of those who dared to believe in the magic of friendship and the strength of the human spirit. It was a crisp autumn evening, and the sun dipped low, casting a golden hue upon the landscape as leaves crunched beneath the feet of those returning home from the day's labor. The air was rich with the aroma of spices and wood smoke, a comforting embrace that promised warmth and rest. In the heart of the village, nestled between the bakery and the apothecary, stood an old lantern shop, its windows aglow with the soft, flickering light of countless lanterns, each one a beacon of secrets yet to be told. The shop belonged to an elderly man named Gideon, whose gentle eyes sparkled with the wisdom of ages. He was known for his remarkable craftsmanship, creating lanterns that were not merely objects of beauty, but vessels of enchantment. Each lantern was said to possess a whisper, a voice that would speak to the heart of its owner, guiding them in times of need. One evening, as the twilight deepened, a young girl named Lila wandered into the shop. Her curiosity was as boundless as the sky, and her heart was filled with dreams of adventure beyond the village she called home. Lila had long hair the color of chestnuts and eyes that mirrored the azure expanse of the summer sea. She was drawn to the shop by an inexplicable pull, as if the lanterns themselves were calling her name. "Welcome, dear child," Gideon greeted her with a smile that crinkled the corners of his eyes like the pages of a well-read book. "What brings you to my humble abode?" Lila hesitated, her gaze flitting from one lantern to another, each one more mesmerizing than the last. "I've heard stories," she began, her voice barely louder than a whisper, "about the lanterns and how they can speak to you." Gideon nodded, his expression one of understanding. "Ah, yes, the Whispering Lanterns. They choose their owners, you know. Would you like to see if one might choose you?" Her heart fluttered with excitement and a hint of trepidation. She nodded, stepping further into the shop, her fingers grazing the polished wood of the counter as she moved. The shop was a labyrinth of light and shadow, with lanterns of every shape and size hanging from the ceiling and perched on shelves. Some were delicate, spun from silver threads, others robust, with glass panes that shimmered like rainbows. But it was one small, unassuming lantern at the back of the shop that caught Lila's attention. A simple thing, with a frame of tarnished brass and a flickering flame that seemed to dance with a life of its own. As she reached out to touch it, a soft voice, like the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze, filled her mind. "I am the Lantern of Whispering Winds," it said. "Will you take me with you, Lila? Together we shall discover the mysteries that lie beyond the horizon." Startled, Lila withdrew her hand, her heart racing with a mixture of fear and wonder. She glanced at Gideon, who watched her with a knowing smile. "Do not be afraid," he said softly. "The lantern has chosen you, dear one. It will be your guide and companion, should you choose to accept its gift." Lila took a deep breath, steeling herself against the uncertainty that lay ahead. With a nod, she reached out once more, her fingers curling around the cool metal of the lantern's handle. At that moment, a warmth spread through her, as if the lantern's flame had ignited a spark within her soul. "Thank you," she whispered, speaking both to the lantern and the kindly old man, who had opened the door to a world of possibilities. With the lantern in hand, Lila set out on a journey that would lead her far beyond the familiar confines of Willowbrook. The path she walked was one of discovery, winding through forests where the trees whispered secrets older than time, and across fields where the stars seemed close enough to touch. As she traveled, the lantern's voice became a constant companion, guiding her with wisdom and gentle encouragement. It spoke of the beauty of the world and the strength that lay within her, urging her to trust in herself and the power of friendship. On her journey, Lila encountered many challenges: rivers that roared with the fury of 1,000 storms, mountains that loomed like ancient sentinels against the sky. Yet, in each trial, she found new friends who shared her dreams and her determination. There was Finn, a mischievous fox with fur like autumn leaves, who taught her the value of quick thinking and laughter in the face of adversity. Then came Mira, a graceful deer whose gentle eyes held the wisdom of the forest, reminding Lila of the importance of patience and understanding. Together, they faced their greatest challenge, a hidden world, concealed within the heart of the forest, where shadows danced and whispered secrets of a time long forgotten. It was a place of beauty and danger, where the lines between reality and magic blurred like the edges of a dream. In this hidden world, Leela learned of an ancient mystery, a riddle that had remained unsolved for generations. The forest sang of a lost relic, a jewel of unparalleled beauty that held the power to heal the land and bring peace to all who dwelled within it. Guided by the lantern's whispers and the unwavering support of her friends, Lila embarked on a quest to uncover the truth. The journey was fraught with peril, but her heart was strong and her spirit undaunted. As they ventured deeper into the heart of the hidden world, Lila and her companions discovered that the true treasure was not the jewel itself, but the bonds of friendship and the courage to face the unknown. In the end, it was their unity, their trust in one another, that allowed them to solve the riddle and restore balance to the land. With the mystery unraveled and the hidden world saved, Lila returned to Willowbrook, her heart forever changed by the journey she had undertaken. She carried with her the lantern, its flame a constant reminder of the magic that lay within, and the strength she had found in the most unexpected places. The village welcomed her with open arms, their hearts warmed by the tales of her adventure and the light of her lantern, which now shone brighter than ever. Lila shared her stories, her laughter ringing through the streets like the sweetest of melodies, inspiring others to seek their own paths and believe in the magic of friendship. And so, the tale of the Whispering Lantern became a cherished part of Willowbrook's lore, a reminder that even the smallest of lights can guide us through the darkest of times, and that the true treasures of life are not those we seek, but those we find along the way. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Lila's story continued to be told, a beacon of hope and wonder for generations to come. And in the quiet of the night, when the world was still and the stars shone bright in the sky, the lantern's whisper could be heard, a gentle promise of adventure, friendship, and the magic that lies within us all. With the warmth of the fire crackling in the hearth and the soft glow of the lantern casting its light upon the room, the tale came to its end, leaving behind a sense of peace and the comforting knowledge that in the world of the Whispering Lantern, dreams and reality were but two sides of the same coin. And so, dear listener, as you close your eyes and drift into the realm of dreams, remember the whispers of the lantern and the light that guides us all. For within each of us, there lies a spark of magic, waiting to be ignited by the warmth of friendship and the courage to step beyond the familiar into the wondrous unknown. Story 44. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of a lush, verdant forest, there was a small village named Breezewood. The village was a place of simple pleasures, where the air was always sweet, with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the gentle rustle of leaves played a symphony that lulled its inhabitants to peaceful slumber each night. The villagers lived in harmony with the land, tending to their gardens and crafting beautiful wares, always mindful of the natural world that embraced them. In this village lived a young girl named Leora. She was known for her bright smile and curious spirit, which often led her to wander the winding paths of the forest, her heart open to the whispers of the trees and the songs of the birds. Leora had a special connection with nature. She could feel the pulse of life around her in a way that others could not. It was as if the forest itself breathed with her, sharing its secrets in the rustle of leaves and the babble of brooks. One sunny morning, as Leora skipped along her favorite path, her attention was caught by an unusual glimmer beneath a cluster of ferns. Kneeling down, she gently parted the leaves to reveal a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to shimmer with their own inner light. Curious, Leora picked up the box, feeling an inexplicable warmth spread through her fingers. She knew at once that this was no ordinary find. With the box tucked securely under her arm, Leora made her way back to the village, eager to share her discovery with her dearest friend, Finn. Finn was a kind-hearted boy with a love for stories and a knack for seeing the world in his own unique way. Together, they sat beneath the shade of a towering oak, the box resting between them like a precious treasure. "This is extraordinary, Leora," Finn said, his eyes wide with wonder. "I've never seen anything like it." "I feel like it has a story to tell," Leora replied, tracing her fingers over the swirling patterns, "but I don't know how to unlock it." As they pondered the mystery of the box, a soft, melodious voice drifted through the air. It was the voice of Elder Mirren, the village's wise and gentle leader, who often shared tales of magic and mystery with the young ones. Hearing their names, Leora and Finn hurried to the village square, where Elder Mirren stood with a welcoming smile. Elder Mirren's eyes twinkled as they fell upon the box in Leora's hands. "Ah, I see you have found the Heartwood box," she said, her voice resonant with warmth and wisdom. "It is a gift from the forest, given only to those with hearts open to its wonders." Leora and Finn listened intently as Elder Mirren explained that the Heartwood box was a magical object, capable of revealing a hidden world within the forest. But to unlock its secrets, they must embark on a journey of discovery and transformation, guided by the whispers of the woods. To open the box, Elder Mirren continued, you must first find the 3 keys hidden within the forest. Each key represents a virtue you must embrace: courage, wisdom, and friendship. Only then will the box reveal its true power. With hearts full of anticipation, Leora and Finn set off on their quest, their path illuminated by the golden light of the afternoon sun. The forest seemed to welcome them, its trees bowing gently overhead as if offering their blessing. Their first task was to find the key of courage. It was said to be hidden within the heart of the enchanted glade, a place where the air shimmered with magic and the ground was carpeted with vibrant, ever-blooming flowers. But the glade was also guarded by the mischievous wood sprites, who delighted in leading travelers astray. As they ventured deeper into the forest, Leora and Finn encountered a dense thicket that blocked their path. The brambles twisted and turned, forming a seemingly impenetrable barrier. But Leora's heart was brave, and with a determined spirit, she reached out to touch the brambles. To her surprise, they parted gently, revealing a narrow path that wound its way through the underbrush. With each step, the air grew warmer, and the scent of wildflowers became more intoxicating. Just as they began to wonder if they were lost, the forest opened into a dazzling glade. Sunlight poured through the canopy, bathing the meadow in a golden glow. The flowers swayed in a gentle breeze, their colors vivid and bright. In the center of the glade stood a magnificent tree, its trunk wide and strong, its branches reaching skyward. At its base, nestled among the roots, lay the key of courage. It was a simple thing, carved from wood and polished to a deep, rich hue. As Leora picked it up, she felt a surge of bravery fill her heart, as if the very essence of the forest had become a part of her. With the first key in hand, Leora and Finn continued their journey, their hearts buoyed by their success. Next, they sought the key of wisdom, hidden within the Whispering Grove. This part of the forest was home to ancient trees whose leaves murmured secrets of the past to those willing to listen. The path to the Whispering Grove was long and winding, but Leora and Finn were undeterred. They followed the gentle guidance of the forest, the rustle of leaves and the call of distant birds leading them onward. As they walked, they spoke of their hopes and dreams, their friendship growing stronger with each shared thought. When they finally reached the grove, they found themselves surrounded by towering trees, their trunks gnarled and wise. The air was filled with a soft melodic hum, like 1,000 whispered voices mingling together. Leora and Finn stood in awe, feeling the weight of centuries pressing gently upon them. To find the key of wisdom, they knew they must listen closely to the whispers of the trees. Closing their eyes, they stood side by side, allowing the murmured secrets to wash over them. Slowly, a pattern began to emerge, a story of the land, of those who had come before, and of the lessons they had learned. As the story unfolded, a single leaf drifted down from the highest branches, landing gently at their feet. Attached to the leaf was the key of wisdom, delicate and shining with an inner light. As Finn picked it up, he felt a profound understanding blossom within him, as if the knowledge of the forest had taken root in his soul. Their hearts full of gratitude, Leora and Finn set out once more, knowing that only one key remained, the key of friendship. This final key was hidden within the crystal cavern, a place of breathtaking beauty and mystery. The cavern was said to be filled with shimmering crystals that reflected the light of the world above, creating a dazzling display of color and light. The path to the crystal cavern was the most challenging yet. It wound through rocky terrain and dense thickets, testing their resolve and their bond. But Leora and Finn pressed on, their friendship guiding them as surely as the stars in the night sky. When they finally reached the entrance to the cavern, they were greeted by a sight of unparalleled splendor. The walls of the cavern glistened with countless crystals, each one capturing and refracting the light in a rainbow of hues. The air was cool and crisp, carrying with it the soft echoes of their footsteps. As they ventured deeper into the cavern, they came upon a pool of crystal-clear water, its surface like glass. Floating on the water was the key of friendship, its form delicate and intricate. But as they reached for it, a sudden tremor shook the cavern, causing the water to ripple and the crystals to spark with light. In that moment of uncertainty, Leora and Finn turned to one another, their eyes meeting with a shared understanding. They grasped hands, their friendship a steady anchor in the midst of the storm. With hearts united, they reached together for the key, pulling it safely from the water's embrace. As the tremors subsided, the cavern was filled with a warm, golden light. The crystals glowed with an inner fire, casting rainbows that danced upon the walls. In that light, Leora and Finn felt their friendship deepen, its roots entwined with the very essence of the world around them. With all three keys in their possession, Leora and Finn returned to the village, their spirits buoyed by the magic of their journey. As they approached the oak tree where they had first examined the heartwood box, they found Elder Mirren waiting for them, a serene smile upon her face. "You have done well, my dear ones," Elder Mirren said, her voice a gentle caress. "The keys you have found are not just physical objects, but reflections of the virtues you carry within you. Courage, wisdom, and friendship, these are the true treasures of the heart." With reverent hands, Leora placed the three keys into the heartwood box. As the final key clicked into place, the box began to glow with a soft, radiant light. Slowly, the lid opened, revealing a shimmering landscape within, an entire world hidden within the confines of the box. Trees rose like sentinels, rivers wound their way through emerald valleys, and birds soared across an endless sky. Leora and Finn gazed into the heart of this miniature world, their hearts full of wonder and awe. In that moment, they understood that the heartwood box was not just a magical object, but a reminder of the beauty and mystery that lay within the world around them and within themselves. As they closed the box, the light faded, but the magic lingered in the air, a soft hum that resonated with their very souls. Elder Mirren placed a gentle hand on their shoulders, her eyes shining with pride. "Remember, dear ones," she said softly, "the true magic of the heartwood box is not in the wonders it reveals, but in the journey it inspires. As long as you carry courage, wisdom, and friendship in your hearts, you will always find your way." And so, with hearts full of gratitude and a newfound understanding of the world and themselves, Leora and Finn returned to the village. The forest embraced them as they walked, its leaves whispering secrets of the journey yet to come. In the days that followed, Leora and Finn shared their tale with the villagers, their story a beacon of hope and inspiration. The heartwood box became a treasured symbol of the magic that lay within the heart of Breezewood, a reminder that the greatest journeys are those that bring us closer to the wonders of the world and to one another. And as the sun set each evening, casting a golden glow over the village, the people of Breezewood gathered to listen to the whispers of the forest, their hearts open to the magic of the world around them. In the quiet moments before sleep, Leora would often hold the heartwood box close, feeling its warmth and the gentle pulse of its magic. She knew that the journey would continue, that each day would bring new adventures and discoveries. For in the heart of the forest and the heart of the village, magic lived on, a timeless song that sang of courage, wisdom, and the unbreakable bonds of friendship. And so, as the stars twinkled in the night sky and the world was wrapped in the soft embrace of dreams, the village of Breezewood slept peacefully, cradled by the gentle whisper of the woods and the promise of the magic yet to come. Story 45. In the quaint village of Windling, nestled between rolling emerald hills and whispering woodlands, there was a little cottage with a thatched roof and ivy-clad walls. Inside lived a gentle soul named Clara, known throughout the village for her warm smile and kind heart. Clara had a deep love for the simple things in life, tending to her garden, listening to the song of the wind, and crafting delicate ornaments from seashells and twigs. One misty morning, as the sun began to paint the sky with strokes of pink and gold, Clara decided to explore the nearby forest. The forest, with its towering oaks and rustling leaves, was a place of mystery and beauty, where the air was always filled with the scent of earth and pine. Clara loved the way the sun filtered through the branches, casting playful shadows on the forest floor. As she wandered deeper into the woods, Clara's eyes caught sight of something unusual. Tucked beneath a sprawling fern was an old, weathered lantern. Its glass was clouded with age, and its metal frame bore intricate engravings that seemed to shimmer in the dappled sunlight. Drawn by a curious sense of wonder, Clara picked up the lantern, feeling a gentle warmth emanating from within. Back at her cozy cottage, Clara polished the lantern until it gleamed. That evening, as the stars began to twinkle in the night sky and the fire crackled softly in her hearth, she lit the lantern with a single match. To her astonishment, the lantern's light was unlike any she had ever seen. It cast a soft, golden glow that filled the room with a comforting warmth, as if the lantern held a piece of the sun itself within its glass. As the light danced around her, Clara noticed something extraordinary. The shadows cast by the lantern began to move, swirling together to form images, stories of old, forgotten worlds and creatures of legend. Enchanted by this magical revelation, Clara realized that the lantern held the power to illuminate not just her home, but also the hidden wonders of the world. Eager to learn more, Clara decided to seek the wisdom of the village elder, a wise old woman named Agnes, who lived at the edge of the village. Agnes was known for her deep knowledge of the ancient lore and her gentle guidance, always ready with a story or a piece of advice that seemed to hold the answers to life's mysteries. With the lantern safely tucked under her arm, Clara set out the next morning. The path was lined with wildflowers swaying in the breeze, and the birds sang a cheerful tune as if to accompany her on her journey. Along the way, she met her friends, Oliver the squirrel and Pippa the sparrow, both of whom were curious about her newfound treasure. "What's this you've got, Clara?" chirped Pippa, fluttering down to perch on Clara's shoulder. "It's a lantern," Clara replied with a smile, "but it seems to be a very special one." Oliver chittered excitedly, his bushy tail twitching. "I've heard of lanterns like that. They say they can reveal the invisible wonders of the world." Together, the three friends made their way to Agnes's cottage, where the wise elder greeted them with a warm embrace and a twinkle in her eye. Clara shared her story, and Agnes listened intently, nodding with understanding. "This lantern," Agnes began, her voice as soothing as a lullaby, "is a gift from the world itself. It shows what is often hidden from our eyes and reminds us of the magic that exists all around us. But remember, dear Clara, the true power of the lantern lies not in its light, but in the heart of the one who holds it." Clara pondered Agnes's words, feeling a newfound sense of purpose and wonder. She realized that the lantern was not just a tool for discovery, but a reminder of the beauty and magic that could be found in everyday life, if only one took the time to look. As Clara and her friends made their way back through the forest, they encountered a group of villagers struggling to find their way home. The path had become obscured by a thick fog that had rolled in unexpectedly, shrouding the forest in a veil of mystery. Clara, remembering Agnes's wisdom, knew that the lantern could help. She carefully lifted it high, and its gentle glow pierced through the fog, illuminating the path and revealing the way home. The villagers followed the light, their hearts filled with gratitude and relief. "Thank you, Clara," they said, their voices warm with appreciation. "You've saved us with your kindness and wisdom." As the days turned into weeks, Clara continued to use the lantern to help those in need, always guided by the gentle light that revealed the hidden beauty of the world. Through her journey, she learned that true magic lay not in the lantern itself, but in the love and kindness she shared with others. And so, under the watchful eyes of the twinkling stars and the gentle embrace of the night, Clara returned to her cottage each evening, her heart aglow with the warmth of friendship and the quiet magic of the world around her. The lantern remained a cherished companion, a reminder that even in the darkest times, a single light could illuminate the path to understanding and joy. As the fire in her hearth crackled and the shadows danced on the walls, Clara would close her eyes, feeling at peace with the world and her place within it. And the lantern, with its soft, golden glow, continued to cast its gentle light, a beacon of hope and wonder in the quiet village of Windling. Story 47. In a corner of the universe, where stardust shimmered like scattered diamonds and nebulae painted the skies in hues of purples and blues, there existed a small, quiet planet known as Luminara. Luminara was a world of gentle breezes and softly glowing flora, a place where peace seemed to drift down like the gentle fall of twilight snow. On Luminara, nestled amidst the luminescent forests, stood the humble home of a young luminarian named Paxi. The luminarians were a tranquil species, their skin glowing faintly in the dark, casting a warm, golden light wherever they went. Paxi loved nothing more than to wander through the woods, listening to the soft rustle of the leaves and the distant songs of the night creatures. One evening, as Paxi sat by the banks of the Glitter River, watching its sparkling waters meander lazily through the forest, a strange object streaked across the sky. It was a vessel from a faraway planet, and it made a soft but urgent landing in a clearing not far from where Paxi sat. Curiosity piqued. Paxi approached the vessel, their heart thumping with a mix of excitement and trepidation. As the door of the craft opened with a gentle hiss, a being unlike any Paxi had ever seen emerged. It was tall and lean, with skin that shimmered like the scales of a fish and eyes that glowed with the deep blue of an ocean depths. The being introduced itself as Arion, a traveler from the planet Aquara. Arion had journeyed to Luminara in search of the legendary Luminara crystals, said to hold the power to illuminate the darkest of places. However, a malfunction in his navigation system had forced him to land unexpectedly. His mission was important to his people, who dwelled in a world where light was a rare and precious commodity. Despite the initial barriers of language and custom, Paxi and Arion found a way to communicate, using gestures and the universal language of kindness. Paxi, ever the gracious host, offered to help Arion find the crystals he sought. Together they set off into the heart of the forest, where the crystals were said to reside. The journey was not without its challenges. The forest, though beautiful, was a maze of glowing vines and whispering shadows. At times, the path seemed to disappear entirely, swallowed by the ever-shifting luminescence. But Paxi, with an innate understanding of the forest's rhythms, guided Arion through the tangled undergrowth and across the sparkling streams. As they traveled together, Paxi and Arion learned much from one another. Paxi taught Arion the songs of the forest, melodies that calmed the heart and soothed the soul, while Arion shared tales of the vast oceans of Aquara, where great schools of fish danced beneath the waves and coral gardens bloomed with vibrant life. One evening, as they rested beneath the canopy of shimmering leaves, they encountered a misunderstanding that threatened to unravel their budding friendship. Arion, eager to press forward, insisted on taking a path that Paxi knew was fraught with hidden perils. Frustrated by Arion's insistence, Paxi's gentle voice rose in protest, their glow dimming with worry. In that moment of tension, they paused, each caught in their own thoughts. Paxi realized that Arion's urgency came not from a lack of trust, but from a deep-seated fear of failing his people. Arion, on the other hand, saw that Paxi's caution was born of wisdom and a desire to keep them both safe. With new understanding, they spoke softly, apologizing for their harsh words and promising to listen more closely to one another. The misunderstanding became a turning point, a moment that deepened their bond and taught them the true meaning of friendship, the willingness to see the world through another's eyes. Their journey continued, with Paxi guiding Arion safely past the hidden dangers of the forest. At last they arrived at the heart of Luminara, where the crystals lay nestled within a hidden glade, their light pulsating gently with the rhythm of the planet itself. In the glow of the crystals, Arion felt a sense of awe and gratitude. Here was the light his people needed, a light that would bring hope and warmth to the darkest corners of Aquara. As he carefully gathered the crystals, Paxi watched with a sense of fulfillment, knowing that their world had offered a gift that would illuminate another. As they prepared to part ways, Arion turned to Paxi, his eyes reflecting the gratitude that filled his heart. "Thank you," he said, his voice carrying the depth of oceans. "You've given me more than just light. You've shown me the true value of friendship." Paxi smiled, their glow warm with the joy of connection. "And you've taught me the strength that comes from trust and understanding," they replied. "May our paths cross again, dear friend." With a final embrace, Arion boarded his vessel, the crystals safely secured within. As the ship rose into the starlit sky, Paxi waved farewell, their heart aglow with the beauty of a friendship forged in the gentle glow of Luminara's light. And so, beneath the endless stars where new stories were written every night, Paxi returned to the Glitter River, knowing that the light of friendship would forever guide their way, just as surely as the stars guided travelers across the vast, infinite sky. Story 48. Once upon a midsummer's eve, a warm breeze danced through the ancient forest, rustling the emerald canopy above. Beneath the boughs, a symphony of birdsong and the gentle gurgling of a crystalline stream set the rhythm for the hidden lives that unfolded. Deep within a hollow oak, a family of squirrels were busily preparing for the coming autumn. Thistle, the eldest and wisest among them, watched over her kinfolk with a keen eye as they gathered acorns and hickory nuts. "The balance of nature is a delicate dance," she imparted in her soft, whiskered voice. "We must take only what we need and give back to the forest in kind." Her words carried the weight of generations, echoing the teachings passed down through countless seasons. The young ones listened intently, their bright eyes wide with wonder. As the summer sun began to dip below the tree line, a magical phenomenon unfolded. Tiny pinpricks of light, like fireflies made of stardust, began to flicker and swirl through the twilight air. Thistle's tail twitched with delight at the familiar sight. "Ah, the celestial waltz," she murmured reverently. A reminder that even in the darkness, there is beauty and guidance to be found. The squirrel family gazed in hushed awe as the luminous dance wove intricate patterns, leading them deeper into the forest's embrace. Beneath an ancient willow, its branches trailing in the moonlit stream, they discovered a veritable feast laid out by their woodland kin. Mushrooms as plump as pillows dotted the mossy ground, while ripe berries and succulent nuts beckoned from every nook and cranny. It was a celebration of nature's abundance, a harmonious offering from all who called this emerald sanctuary home. As they feasted with joyful chittering, Thistle shared the old tales of how the forest's creatures had long ago formed an unbreakable bond. Through times of plenty and scarcity, they looked after one another, ensuring that no creature went hungry or felt alone. Her words painted vivid pictures of lush glades where deer grazed peacefully alongside rabbits, and ancient trees that sheltered families of owls, their wise eyes ever watchful over the forest's rhythms. The young ones listened, enraptured, as Thistle described the magic that ebbed and flowed with the turning of the seasons. How the first snowfall would blanket the world in pristine silence, and the warmth of spring would coax forth a symphony of new life. Her voice was a soothing balm, weaving the lessons of harmony, balance, and stewardship into the very fabric of their beings. As the night deepened and the celestial waltz faded, the squirrel family retreated to their cozy hollow, bellies full and hearts overflowing with wonder. Thistle's final words lingered like a lullaby in the air. "Remember, my loves, we are all caretakers of this sacred place. As long as we respect and nurture the forest, it will provide for us in turn. Such is the way of harmony, the eternal dance that binds us all together." With that, she curled up amid the slumbering pile of her kin, secure in the knowledge that the ancient wisdom would be carried forth, safeguarding the hidden lives and magical balance of the forest for generations to come. Story 49. The Whispering Woods. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and lush, verdant forests, there lay an ancient woodland known to the villagers as the Whispering Woods. The forest was a place of enchantment, where the air was filled with the sweet scent of pine and the ground carpeted with a soft blanket of fallen leaves. It was here that a young girl named Leora lived, known throughout her village for her boundless curiosity and kind heart. Leora had always been drawn to the woods, with its towering trees that seemed to touch the sky and the cool, shaded paths that wound their way through the undergrowth. The villagers often spoke of the forest's mysterious aura and its ability to hide secrets within its depths. For Leora, the whispering woods were a place of wonder, where the possibilities seemed endless, and every rustle of leaves whispered of hidden adventures. One crisp autumn morning, as the first rays of sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled shadows on the forest floor, Leora set out on her usual exploration of the woods. Her heart fluttered with excitement and anticipation, for she had heard tales of an ancient magical object hidden deep within the forest, a golden compass said to have the power to guide its bearer to their heart's true desire. As Leora ventured deeper into the forest, the air grew cooler, and the sounds of the village faded into a gentle hum. The woods were alive with the chorus of birdsong and the soft rustle of leaves in the breeze. She moved with purpose, her footsteps light and sure, guided by an unyielding sense of destiny. After hours of wandering, Leora paused by a small, bubbling brook to rest. The water sparkled in the sunlight, and the gentle murmur of the stream was a soothing balm to her weary spirit. As she sat there, a glint of gold caught her eye. Nestled among the moss-covered stones was an object that shimmered with an ethereal glow. Her heart skipped a beat as she realized she had found the golden compass. The compass was exquisitely crafted, with intricate engravings along its edges and a needle that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. As Leora held it in her hands, a warm sensation spread through her, filling her with a sense of hope and purpose. She understood, in that moment, that the compass would lead her on a journey beyond her wildest dreams. With the compass in hand, Leora continued deeper into the forest, her steps guided by the gentle pull of the needle. The path before her twisted and turned, leading her through groves of ancient oaks and fields of vibrant wildflowers. Along the way, she encountered creatures both great and small, deer that bounded gracefully through the underbrush and butterflies that danced in the sunlight. As the sun began its descent, casting the forest in a warm golden glow, Leora stumbled upon a hidden glade. The clearing was a place of serene beauty, with soft grass underfoot and a canopy of leaves that filtered the fading light. In the center of the glade stood a magnificent tree, its bark shimmering with a mystical light. Drawn to the tree, Leora approached, her heart filled with a sense of awe. As she neared, she noticed something extraordinary, a door carved into the trunk, framed by delicate vines and adorned with symbols that seemed to pulse with magic. With a deep breath, she reached out and gently pushed the door open. Inside, Leora discovered a hidden world unlike anything she had ever imagined. The space within the tree was vast, filled with shelves lined with ancient books, maps, and artifacts. The air was thick with the scent of old parchment and a hint of something sweet and floral. As she explored, Leora found herself drawn to a particular map, its surface covered in intricate lines and markings. The map seemed to resonate with the same energy as the compass, and she realized that it held the key to unlocking the forest's deepest secrets. With the map in hand, Leora set off once more, her heart alight with determination. The map led her through hidden paths and secret clearings, revealing the forest's true nature. She discovered a world teeming with life and magic, a place where the trees whispered ancient tales and the very air shimmered with possibility. Along her journey, Leora encountered others who had been drawn to the forest's enchantment. She met a wise old owl named Eldwin, whose eyes held the wisdom of centuries, and a playful fox named Finn, who became her steadfast companion. Together, they formed an unlikely but unbreakable bond, united by their shared quest to uncover the forest's mysteries. As days turned into weeks, Leora found herself changing in ways she could never have anticipated. The forest taught her patience and resilience, and the companionship of her new friends brought her joy and laughter. She learned to listen to the forest's whispers, to understand its language, and to see the beauty in its hidden depths. One day, as they journeyed through a particularly dense part of the forest, the compass began to glow with an intensity that took Leora's breath away. The needle pointed unwaveringly to a spot just beyond a thicket of brambles. With Eldwin's guidance and Finn's nimble paws, They carefully cleared a path, revealing a hidden grove bathed in a soft, golden light. In the center of the grove stood an altar, upon which rested a magnificent crystal, its facets shimmering with all the colors of the rainbow. As Leora approached, the compass vibrated with a joyful hum, and she knew she had found what she had been seeking. The crystal was imbued with the forest's magic, a source of power and wisdom that had been hidden away for generations. As Leora held the crystal in her hands, she felt a profound connection to the forest and all its inhabitants. She understood that her journey had been about more than finding the compass or the crystal. It had been about discovering her own strength and the power of friendship. With the crystal's light illuminating their path, Leora and her friends made their way back through the forest, their hearts filled with gratitude and a sense of fulfillment. As they emerged from the woods, the village lay before them, bathed in the soft glow of the setting sun. Leora's journey had changed her, and she carried the lessons of the forest with her, lessons of kindness, courage, and the magic that exists in the world around us. The villagers welcomed her return with open arms, and she shared her tale with them, inspiring a new generation to seek the wonders of the Whispering Woods. As night fell and the stars twinkled above, Leora sat by the fireplace in her cozy cottage, the golden compass resting beside her. The gentle crackle of the fire and the warmth of the hearth filled the room, and she knew that the forest's magic would always be a part of her. And so, with a heart full of love and memories, Leora drifted into a peaceful sleep, dreaming of new adventures and the endless possibilities that awaited her in the Whispering Woods. Story 50. In a hidden corner of the world, beyond the reach of human roads and bustling cities, there lay an ancient forest known as Eldergrove. This was no ordinary forest. It thrummed with an ancient magic, whispering secrets in the rustle of leaves and the babble of streams. Here the trees stood like wise old sentinels, their gnarled branches woven into a tapestry of green and gold. The air was rich with the fragrance of moss and pine, and the soft earth underfoot was a patchwork of ferns and fallen leaves. At the heart of Eldergrove, nestled beneath the protective canopy of the tallest oak, was a meadow that served as a gathering place for all the forest's inhabitants. This meadow was a sanctuary, where peace and harmony reigned, watched over by creatures both ordinary and extraordinary. There lived a gentle hare named Bramble, whose fur was as soft as the morning mist, and eyes as bright as dew-kissed clover. Bramble was known throughout the forest for his kind heart and gentle wisdom, traits he had inherited from his ancestors, who had roamed these lands long before the oldest oak had taken root. Bramble spent his days quietly observing the balance of life around him, learning from the natural rhythms of the forest. One crisp autumn day, as the leaves turned to fiery shades of amber and crimson, a peculiar phenomenon began to unfold in Eldergrove. The winds, usually a soft whisper, started to carry a strange, melodic hum. It was a sound that stirred the souls of all who heard it, an ancient song that seemed to come from the heart of the forest itself. Curious, Bramble lifted his ears and followed the melody, leading him deeper into the woods where the trees grew closer together, their branches entwined like the fingers of old friends. The sound grew stronger, resonating through the air and vibrating in his bones. As he ventured further, he noticed other creatures drawn by the same enchanting tune. Squirrels with their bushy tails twitching eagerly, a family of deer with coats as dappled as sunlight through leaves, and a wise old owl whose eyes gleamed like polished amber. At the source of the melody, they found an ethereal sight, a circle of ancient stones, each one covered in a tapestry of lichen and moss. In the center of the circle stood a grand tree, more magnificent than any other in the forest. Its trunk was wide and strong, its branches reaching skyward as if to embrace the heavens. This was the heartwood, a tree born from the very essence of the earth itself. The heartwood sang a song of seasons, its voice a blend of whispering winds and rustling leaves. It was a song of change and continuity, of life and renewal. As the animals gathered around, the heartwood shared its message. The balance of the forest was shifting, and they must work together to preserve the harmony that sustained them all. Bramble listened intently, understanding the gravity of the heartwood's words. The forest was facing a challenge, one that required the wisdom of ages and the cooperation of all its inhabitants. The natural cycle of seasons was being disrupted by the encroaching chill of an early winter, threatening to overshadow the golden days of autumn before the forest was ready. With the Heartwood's guidance, Bramble and his friends devised a plan. The squirrels, nimble and quick, would gather and distribute the last of the acorns and nuts, ensuring that no creature went hungry during the unexpected cold. The deer, graceful as the wind, would clear paths through the forest, making travel easier for others. The owl, with its keen eyes and ancient knowledge, would watch the skies and advise on the best times to move and rest. As the days grew shorter and the first snowflakes danced down from the heavens, all of Eldergrove united in their efforts. Under Bramble's gentle leadership, they worked in harmony, each creature contributing their unique skills and strengths. The Heartwood song continued to echo through the forest, a guiding melody that reminded them of their connection to one another and to the earth. As the snow settled softly over the forest like a blanket of stars, Bramble felt a deep sense of peace. The forest had come together, and in doing so, they had preserved the balance that was their lifeblood. Winter in Eldergrove, though unexpected, became a time of quiet reflection and shared warmth. The creatures of the forest huddled together, telling stories passed down through generations, tales of courage and kindness, of wisdom and friendship. The Heartwood, ever watchful, stood tall and proud, its branches holding the sky aloft. As the snow melted and the first hints of spring began to stir, Bramble and his friends emerged from their winter shelters. The forest was alive with the promise of new beginnings, the air filled with the sweet scent of budding flowers and the joyful chorus of birdsong. Through the challenge they had faced, the creatures of Eldergrove had learned that true harmony lay not just in the balance of nature, but in the bonds of friendship and the wisdom shared among them. Together they had woven a tapestry of life more vibrant than any season, and the forest thrived beneath the watchful gaze of the Heartwood. And so, as the sun set over Eldergrove, casting long shadows that danced like storytellers across the forest floor, Bramble nestled down in his burrow, surrounded by the gentle sounds of a world at peace. The Heartwood's song lingered in the air, a lullaby that promised safety and serenity to all who called the forest home. Story 51. In a village cradled by rolling hills and ancient woods, there lived a gentle girl named Amara. The village, known as Lantley Vale, was a place where stories were more than mere tales. They were the lifeblood of the community. Each whispered legend seemed to drift upon the mist that lingered over the fields in the early morning, and each tale was told with the reverence of a prayer at twilight. Amara was known among the villagers not just for her kindness, but for the curious amulet she wore, a simple stone of translucent blue, set in a frame of intricate silver vines. It was said to have been a gift from her mother, who had vanished into the forest one autumn long ago, leaving behind only this token of love. Amara often clasped the amulet in her hand, especially when she felt the pang of longing for her mother's comforting embrace. The forest that bordered the village was a place of mystery and whispers, its trees standing tall like ancient sentinels guarding secrets of old. The villagers respected the forest, speaking of it only in hushed tones, for it was said to be the dwelling place of the eldermost, a realm unseen by ordinary eyes where the fabric of time was delicate and dreams were woven into reality. One crisp evening, as the sky began to blush with the colors of sunset, Amara sat by the hearth of her cottage, the flickering flames casting gentle shadows that danced upon the walls. Her father, a wise storyteller, spoke of the eldermost and the enchanted beings who dwelled within. His stories were always filled with wonder, but tonight there was a gravity to his words that made Amara's heart flutter with both excitement and trepidation. "There's an ancient prophecy, my dear," her father said, his voice a soothing melody. "It speaks of a child born under the harvest moon who shall unite the worlds with the light of a heart pure and brave. The amulet you wear, it is said, holds the key to this prophecy." Amara listened, her fingers tracing the cool surface of the stone around her neck. A part of her had always felt different, like she was meant for something beyond the simplicity of village life. But the idea of being part of a prophecy was daunting, a weight she wasn't sure she could carry. "Do you think it's true?" she asked, her voice a mere whisper. Her father smiled, a gentle, knowing smile. "Truth is often found in the things we choose to believe. The forest knows its secrets, Amara. Perhaps it's waiting for you to discover them." That night, as the stars twinkled like scattered diamonds across the velvet sky, Amara lay awake, her mind a whirl of thoughts and dreams. She couldn't shake the feeling that the forest was calling to her, a siren song that tugged at her heartstrings with sweet insistence. The following morning, as the first light of dawn caressed the village, Amara found herself drawn to the edge of the forest. The air was crisp and filled with the earthy scent of pine and damp leaves. She hesitated for a moment, the enormity of stepping into the unknown holding her back. But then, with a deep breath, she clutched her amulet and stepped forward, the forest welcoming her with open arms. The light within the forest was different, softer, as if filtered through 1,000 dreams. Sunbeams pierced through the canopy, creating pools of golden light upon the forest floor. As Amara ventured deeper, she felt a strange sensation, as though the forest was breathing, alive with the heartbeat of ages. Her footsteps were light, almost instinctively avoiding the scattered twigs and fallen leaves. It wasn't long before she came upon a clearing, bathed in the gentle glow of the morning sun. In the center stood a grand oak, its branches sprawling wide, leaves whispering secrets with each rustle. At the base of this majestic tree, she noticed something peculiar. A door, small and unassuming, intricately carved with symbols that seemed to shimmer in the light. Amara's curiosity was piqued, but she hesitated, sensing that this was a moment of significance. She reached for her amulet, feeling its warmth pulse beneath her fingers, as if in response to the door before her. Gathering courage, she stepped forward and pressed her palm against the cool wood. The door swung open silently, revealing a passageway that seemed to lead into the very heart of the tree. Taking a deep breath, Amara stepped inside, her heart racing with both fear and exhilaration. The passage was narrow and dimly lit, winding downward in gentle spirals. The walls seemed to hum with an ancient energy, filling her with a sense of wonder. At last she emerged into a vast chamber, its ceiling a tapestry of twinkling lights that mirrored the night sky. The air was cool and filled with the scent of jasmine and lilac. In the center of the chamber stood a figure, tall and regal, with eyes that glowed like embers. The figure was ethereal, cloaked in robes of starlight, their presence both calming and commanding. "Welcome, Amara." The figure spoke, their voice a gentle breeze that caressed her skin. "I am Elowen, guardian of the Eldermost. We have awaited your arrival." Amara was taken aback, her mind racing with questions. "You know who I am?" she asked, her voice trembling slightly. Elowen nodded, their expression kind. "Indeed, your coming was foretold long ago. The amulet you bear is a beacon, a key to our world and yours. It is time for you to learn your part in the prophecy." Elowen gestured for Amara to come closer, and as she did, a series of images began to unfold before her eyes. She saw visions of a world entwined with her own, a place where magic flowed like a river, connecting all living things in a delicate balance. She saw the Eldermost, a realm of wonder and wisdom, but also a realm in danger. A darkness loomed on the horizon, threatening to unravel the threads of magic that bound their worlds together. "The darkness seeks to sever the bond between our realms," Elowen explained, their voice tinged with sorrow. "It is your destiny to restore the balance, to unite our worlds with the light of your heart." Amara felt a surge of determination welling within her, a newfound strength she hadn't known she possessed. But she also felt the weight of responsibility, the enormity of the task ahead. "How can I do this?" she asked, her voice a mix of hope and uncertainty. "Through friendship and wisdom," Elowen replied with a gentle smile. "The journey will not be yours alone. You will find allies, those whose hearts beat in time with yours. Together you shall weave a new story, one of hope and unity." With these words echoing in her mind, Amara returned to the village, her heart alight with purpose. She knew she couldn't embark on this journey alone, and so she sought out those she felt a kinship with, kindred spirits whose hearts, like hers, longed for something more. Her first companion was a boy named Rowan, known for his inquisitive mind and gentle nature. Rowan had always been fascinated by the stories of the forest, and when Amara shared her encounter with Elowen, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Imagine the adventures we could have, he exclaimed, his enthusiasm infectious. I'll stand by you, Amara. Together we can face whatever challenges come our way. Next, they befriended a girl named Leora, whose laughter was as bright as her fiery red hair. Leora was known for her courage and unwavering loyalty. She joined them with a grin, declaring her readiness to face any danger for the sake of friendship and adventure. Together, the trio prepared for their journey, gathering supplies and listening to the tales of the village elders. Each story, each piece of advice was a thread in the tapestry they were weaving, a tapestry that would guide them on their quest. The day of their departure dawned bright and clear, the sky a brilliant canvas of blue. The villagers gathered to bid them farewell, offering blessings and words of encouragement. Amara, Rowan, and Leora stood at the edge of the forest, their hearts beating in unison, filled with the promise of the journey ahead. As they ventured into the depths of the forest, the world around them seemed to shift and change, the light dancing in playful patterns upon the leaves. The forest was alive with the songs of birds and the rustle of creatures unseen, a symphony that accompanied their every step. Their path led them through meadows of wildflowers, where the air was sweet with the scent of lavender and honeysuckle. They crossed babbling brooks, their waters crystal clear and cool against their skin. Each moment was a discovery, a reminder of the beauty that lay within the world they sought to protect. As they traveled deeper, they encountered creatures of magic, a family of deer with coats that shimmered like moonlight, a mischievous fox whose eyes gleamed with secrets, and a wise old owl who offered them guidance with riddles woven from starlight. With each encounter, Amara felt her heart grow lighter, her resolve stronger. She learned to listen, to trust in the wisdom of her companions and the world around her. Rowan's clever mind often found solutions to puzzles that seemed insurmountable, while Leora's courage inspired them to face their fears with bravery. Days turned into weeks, and their journey led them to the edge of a great lake, its waters as still as glass, reflecting the sky above. It was here that they faced their first true test, a creature of shadow that sought to sow discord and fear among them. The creature emerged from the depths of the lake, its form shifting and changing like smoke caught in the wind. Its eyes glowed with malice, and its voice was a whisper that echoed in their minds, feeding on their doubts and insecurities. "Why do you think you can succeed?" the creature taunted, its words seeping into their hearts like poison. "The task is too great, the darkness too powerful. You are but children, dreaming of things beyond your reach." For a moment, doubt clouded Amara's mind, the weight of the creature's words pressing down upon her. But then she remembered Elowen's wisdom, the light of friendship and hope that had guided her thus far. She reached for her amulet, feeling its warmth radiate through her, a beacon of strength and unity. "We may be young," Amara said, her voice steady and clear, "but our hearts are strong. We are not alone, and together we can overcome any challenge." Rowan and Leora stood by her side, their expressions filled with determination. They joined hands, their bond a shield against the darkness. The creature recoiled, its form flickering and fading as the light of their unity banished the shadows. With the creature vanquished, the waters of the lake shimmered with a renewed brilliance, reflecting the strength of their hearts. Amara, Rowan, and Leora continued their journey, their bond stronger than ever, a testament to the power of friendship and hope. Their path led them to the heart of the Eldermost, a place where magic flowed like a river, weaving through the air in shimmering threads of light. Here, they found Elowen once more, waiting for them with a serene smile. "You have done well, Amara," Elowen said, their voice a gentle caress. "You have proven the strength of your heart and the power of friendship, but the journey is not yet over. The final challenge awaits." Amara nodded, her resolve unwavering. She knew that the darkness still lingered, a shadow that threatened to unravel the world she loved. But she also knew that she was not alone, that her friends stood with her, their hearts beating as one. Together they ventured into the heart of the Eldermost, where the darkness lay waiting, a presence that chilled the air and dimmed the light. It was a void, an absence of hope and warmth, a force that sought to divide and conquer. But Amara, Rowan, and Leora stood firm, their hands joined, their hearts united. They faced the darkness with the light of their friendship, a beacon that pierced through the shadows, casting them aside like mist before the dawn. As the darkness receded, the eldermost was bathed in a radiant glow, a tapestry of light and color that filled the air with warmth and wonder. The threads of magic wove themselves together, a testament to the unity of their worlds. Amara felt a sense of peace wash over her, a knowledge that they had fulfilled the prophecy, that they had woven a new story of hope and unity. She smiled, her heart filled with gratitude for the journey, for the friends who had stood by her side, and for the world they had saved. As they returned to the village, the people welcomed them with open arms, their hearts filled with joy and celebration. The stories of their journey were told and retold, a new legend woven into the fabric of Lantley Vale. Amara, Rowan, and Leora stood at the edge of the forest, watching as the sun set beyond the hills, painting the sky with hues of gold and crimson. They knew that their journey had changed them, that they had grown and learned in ways they couldn't have imagined. And as they stood together, their hearts united, they knew that their story, like the stories of old, would live on, a testament to the power of friendship, hope, and the light of a heart pure and brave. With a contented sigh, Amara clasped her amulet, feeling its warmth pulse beneath her fingers. She knew that the forest would always welcome her, that its secrets were now a part of her, woven into the tapestry of her life. And as the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Amara knew that she was home, surrounded by the love of her friends, the warmth of the village, and the magic of the world she had helped to save. Story 52. In the heart of a timeless forest, where sunlight danced upon the emerald canopy and shadows whispered of ancient secrets, there lay a secluded glade that few eyes had ever seen. It was a place of unparalleled beauty, where nature embraced its wild splendor, and the air was thick with enchantment. The glade was cradled by towering trees, their trunks wrapped in mossy cloaks, and their branches stretched skyward like arms in prayer. In this hidden world, creatures lived in a delicate balance, each playing their part in the grand tapestry of life. The wise old owl, known as Sage, perched upon his favorite branch and watched over the forest with eyes that had seen centuries unfold. His feathers were as soft as the night sky, and his gaze was deep as the forest itself. Sage was revered by all, for he carried the wisdom of ages and spoke the language of the leaves and wind. Among the inhabitants of this magical realm was a gentle doe named Lyra. Her coat shimmered in dappled sunlight, and her eyes were pools of serenity. Lyra moved with a grace that seemed to echo the rhythm of the forest, and wherever she stepped, flowers blossomed in her wake. She was beloved by all, for she had a heart as kind as spring rain. The glade was also home to an ancient turtle named Aegis. His shell was a mosaic of Earth's history, each pattern a chapter of time. Aegis moved with deliberate slowness, as if savoring every moment of his long life. He often shared stories of times long past, his voice a gentle rumble that soothed all who listened. The forest was not merely a backdrop for these creatures, but a living entity. It breathed with the rhythm of the seasons, its moods shifting like the wind through the trees. Each season brought its own magic, and none was more enchanting than the arrival of spring's whisper, a gentle breeze that heralded the change from winter's embrace. This particular year, as the snow melted and the first buds appeared, the forest was abuzz with anticipation. Spring's whisper was more than a change in weather. It was a magical phenomenon that infused the forest with vitality and joy. The scent of blooming flowers mingled with the earthy aroma of fresh growth, and the songs of birds filled the air like a symphony composed by nature itself. But as the days grew longer and the warmth of the sun kissed the earth, a shadow of concern crept into the hearts of the forest dwellers. The whisper, though gentle, seemed different this year, quieter, as if muted by an unseen force. The streams, usually gushing with melted snow, trickled with less vigor, and the air carried a hint of unease. Lyra was the first to voice her concern, her gentle eyes reflecting the worry she felt. "Something is amiss," she confided to Sage one evening, as the sky blushed with the colors of dusk. "The forest doesn't sing with the same joy it once did." Sage nodded, his feathers rustling softly. "I too have felt the change," he replied, his voice a soothing balm. "We must listen to the forest and find the source of this disturbance." With a nod of agreement, Lyra and Sage sought out Aegis, who was nestled by the edge of a clear pond, his favorite spot for contemplation. As they approached, the old turtle opened his eyes, sensing their presence. "Ah, my friends," he greeted them warmly. "The forest speaks, and we must heed its call." Together, the trio decided to embark on a journey through the forest, guided by the whispers of the trees and the wisdom of their hearts. They hoped to uncover the mystery that lay beneath the surface, threatening the harmony of their beloved home. Their path took them through sun-dappled clearings and shadowed groves, where the forest seemed to hold its breath in anticipation. They listened to the rustling leaves and the murmurs of the streams, seeking clues to the forest's ailment. It was a journey of discovery, not just of the land, but of the bonds that tied them together. As they traveled, they encountered other creatures, each with their own stories and concerns. A family of squirrels chattered about the scarcity of nuts, while a chorus of frogs lamented the drying ponds. The forest was a symphony of voices, each adding their note to the melody of life. It was during a quiet evening beneath a canopy of stars that the answer came to them, whispered by the wind that caressed their faces. Aegis, with his deep understanding of the world, was the first to speak. "The balance has been disrupted," he said, his voice a gentle rumble. "The ancient riverbed has been blocked by fallen stones, preventing the water from flowing freely." Sage nodded, understanding dawning in his wise eyes. "We must restore the flow, for the river is the lifeblood of our forest." Lyra, with her gentle heart, added, "We must work together, for it is through unity that we find strength." With renewed purpose, the three set out to the riverbed, a hidden place where the water once sang its joyous song. When they arrived, they found the stones, heavy and immovable, blocking the river's path. The task was daunting, but they knew they could not do it alone. Gathering the forest's creatures, Lyra, Sage, and Aegis shared their plan. The birds would carry pebbles away, the squirrels would dig small channels, and the deer would nudge the larger stones. Even the tiniest ants contributed, carrying grains of sand to aid the effort. As the creatures worked together, the forest seemed to come alive with energy. The sun shone brighter, the air hummed with hope, and the earth vibrated with a sense of renewal. Slowly but surely, the stones began to move, guided by the collective effort of the forest's inhabitants. Finally, with a mighty rush, the water broke free, cascading down the riverbed and breathing life back into the forest. The sound of the flowing river was a song of triumph, echoing through the trees and filling the hearts of all who heard it. With the river restored, spring's whisper returned, its gentle breeze carrying the promise of abundance and harmony. The forest thrived once more, its balance restored by the wisdom and unity of its denizens. As the sun set on the forest, painting the sky with hues of gold and lavender, Lyra, Sage, and Aegis gathered in the glade, surrounded by their friends. They felt the warmth of the earth beneath them, and the embrace of a world that was whole once more. In the quiet of the evening, Sage spoke, his voice a gentle caress. "The forest is our home, and we are its guardians. Remember this lesson, passed down through the ages. Together, we can overcome any challenge." Lyra looked around at her friends, her heart swelling with gratitude. "We are stronger for having faced this together," she said softly. Aegis, with a contented sigh, added, "Let us cherish the harmony we have restored, and may it guide us in the days to come." And so, as the stars twinkled above like scattered jewels, the creatures of the forest settled into peaceful slumber, knowing that their world was safe and their bonds were unbreakable. The forest, with its ancient wisdom and timeless beauty, cradled them in its embrace, whispering promises of peace and prosperity through the rustling leaves. In this hidden realm, where magic and reality danced in harmony, the gentle cycle of life continued, nurtured by the love and unity of those who called the forest home. And as night enveloped the glade, the forest sang its tender lullaby, a melody that would echo through the ages, a testament to the enduring power of friendship and the balance of nature. Story 53. In the twinkling expanse of the Andromeda cluster, where stars shimmered like scattered diamond dust across an indigo canvas, there floated a lonely, luminescent planet named Valoria. Its skies were a swirling dance of violet and gold, and the air hummed with a gentle melody that only the heart could hear. Here lived a being named Leora, a creature of light and laughter, whose form seemed to flow like liquid crystal in the sun's embrace. Leora's people were known for their wisdom and their ability to weave dreams into reality, but despite such gifts, she felt a yearning for something she couldn't quite name. Far away, in the shadowy depths of the Nebulan Belt, a planet called Zorvan orbited its twin suns. It was a world bathed in shadows and whispers, where the Zorvanians, creatures of earth and stone, moved with deliberate grace. Among them was a young Zorvanian named Corbus, whose skin shimmered with the deep hues of the planet's rich minerals. Corbus had always been curious about the universe beyond his rocky home, dreaming of light and warmth he had never known. Their worlds were as different as night and day, yet fate, in its mysterious wisdom, had a plan to bring them together. It began with a miscalculation in a Valorian starship, a rare occurrence that sent Leora spiraling off course during a routine journey of exploration. As her ship tumbled through uncharted space, it was the gravitational pull of Zorvan that drew her in, guiding her gently to the surface in a glimmering arc of light. Corbus, who spent his days mapping the underground caverns and listening to the stories of the stones, was the first to see the brilliant streak against the sky. Intrigued and unafraid, he followed the trail to where Leora's ship had landed, its silver hull gleaming under the twin suns. Their first meeting was fraught with misunderstanding. Leora, used to the light and vibrancy of her world, found the shadowy landscape of Zorvan bewildering and intimidating. Corbus, accustomed to the slow rhythms and earthy tones of his home, was overwhelmed by Leora's radiant presence and her rapid melodic speech. Yet, in the quiet moments that followed, as they peered into each other's eyes, one pair like molten metal and the other like captured starlight, they sensed something familiar in the other, a shared loneliness amidst the vastness of the universe. "Why have you come to our world?" Corbus asked, his voice a deep rumble like distant thunder. "I did not mean to," Leora replied, her voice soft like the caress of a breeze. "But now that I am here, perhaps I can find a way to return home with your help." Corbus nodded, feeling a strange warmth in his chest. "I will help you," he promised, "if you will share your stories of the stars with me." And so began their journey together, a quest to repair Leora's ship, and more importantly, to learn from each other. They traversed the planet's surface, Leora illuminating the dark paths with her light, while Corbus showed her the beauty of shadows, where even the darkest places held secrets worth discovering. They faced challenges along the way. Once, as they navigated a treacherous ravine, a sudden landslide trapped them. It was Corbus's strength and deep connection to the earth that saved them, guiding them through a hidden tunnel back to safety. Another time, when a fierce storm threatened to tear them apart, it was Leora's ability to weave dreams that calmed the winds, creating a protective aura around them. Through each trial, their understanding deepened. Leora learned to appreciate the grounding presence of Corbus, finding comfort in his steady nature. Corbus, in turn, discovered joy in Leora's laughter and the way she saw beauty in everything, even the smallest pebble. As the days turned into weeks and then months, the bond between them grew, an unspoken language of shared glances and gentle smiles. They taught each other their world's wonders, and in doing so, discovered wonders within themselves. One evening, as they sat together on a ridge overlooking the vast Zorvanian plains, Leora spoke of a dream she had woven. "In this dream," she said, "I saw a bridge of light stretching between our worlds, a path that allowed us to visit each other whenever we wished." Corbus listened, his heart swelling with a warmth he had never known. "Perhaps," he mused, "the bridge is not one of light but of friendship, a connection that transcends distance and time." Leora smiled, her eyes reflecting the glow of the setting suns. "Then we have already built it," she whispered, resting her hand on Corbus's. At last, the day came when Leora's ship was ready to return to Valoria. As she prepared to leave, both felt the weight of the impending farewell, yet neither was sad. For they had found something more enduring than proximity, a friendship that would forever light their paths, no matter where they journeyed. "Will you come to visit my world?" Leora asked, her voice hopeful. Corbus nodded, his smile like the dawn breaking over Zorvan. "I will cross any bridge to see you again." As Leora's ship ascended, a stream of light trailing behind, Corbus watched until it became a star among stars. And though they were separated by galaxies, they knew they were never truly apart. In the end, Leora and Corbus taught each other that friendship is a bridge built on understanding and kindness, a beacon of light in the vastness of space. And as they journeyed through their lives, they carried with them the warmth of that connection, a reminder that even the most unlikely companions can find home in each other's hearts. Story 54. In the heart of the ancient forest, where towering oaks and whispering pines stood shoulder to shoulder, there existed a world unseen by most. This was a sacred realm where the natural creatures of the forest lived lives intertwined with magic and mystery. The forest was a place where the veil between the real and the ethereal was as thin as a spider's web glistening in the morning dew, a world where whispers of ancient wisdom floated on the breeze. In this forest, there lived a gentle deer named Lena. Her coat was the soft brown of autumn leaves, her eyes as deep and tranquil as the forest pools. Lena was known and beloved by all forest creatures, for she possessed a heart as kind as the gentle spring rain. By her side was a wise old owl named Bram, whose feathers were the color of storm clouds, and whose eyes held the secrets of the ages. Bram had watched over the forest for many years, and he knew its rhythms and stories as well as he knew the stars. One crisp morning, as the first blush of dawn painted the sky, Lena and Bram set out to explore the forest's hidden glades and secret hollows. The air was alive with the scent of pine and the promise of discovery. As they wandered, Lena listened to the soft crunch of leaves beneath her hooves and the distant murmur of the brook that wound its way through the trees. Their journey led them to the heart of the forest, where a circle of ancient stones stood sentinel against time. Here, the very air shimmered with magic, and the gentle hum of the earth's energy was palpable. It was said that these stones were placed by the forest's first guardians, creatures of immense wisdom who had long since become part of the forest itself. As Lena and Bram rested in the circle's embrace, they were joined by other forest dwellers, the curious fox with a coat like wildfire, the playful squirrels who danced through the trees, and the gentle rabbits who watched with wide, trusting eyes. Together, they formed a community bound by friendship and respect for the world they called home. In this sacred space, Bram shared stories of the forest's past, tales of balance and harmony that were passed down through generations. He spoke of the changing seasons, how each one brought its own magic and challenges. Spring, with its burgeoning life and fresh beginnings. Summer, with its warmth and abundance. Autumn, with its rich tapestry of colors and the harvest. And winter, with its quiet, reflective beauty. The forest is a living tapestry, Bram said, his voice a soothing balm. Every creature, every tree, every stone has its place in this intricate web. We must cherish and protect it, for we are its guardians. As the sun climbed higher, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor, a gentle breeze stirred the leaves, carrying with it the scent of blooming wildflowers and the sound of a distant melody. It was the song of the seasons, a magical phenomenon that wove through the forest, a reminder of the delicate balance that held their world together. The creatures listened in awe, feeling the song resonate deep within their hearts. It was a song of unity, of hope, of the enduring strength of nature. Lena closed her eyes, letting the melody wrap around her like a warm blanket, and she knew that this moment, this harmony, was something to be cherished and protected. As the day began to wane, and the sky blushed with the colors of sunset, Lena and Bram returned to their homes, their hearts full of peace and purpose. They knew the forest's secrets, its wisdom, and its beauty, and they carried these treasures with them like precious gems. And so, in the ancient forest where magic and reality danced together, the creatures continued to live in harmony with the world around them. They faced challenges with courage and compassion, knowing that their strength lay in their unity and their love for their home. As the stars appeared one by one in the velvet sky, the forest settled into a gentle slumber, cradled by the whispers of the wind and the guardianship of its wise and gentle creatures. The song of the seasons lingered in the air, a promise of balance and peace, a testament to the enduring magic of the world. Story 55 title, The Whispering Woods and the Silver Key. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and a shimmering lake, there lived a young girl named Marin. Her hair danced with the hues of autumn leaves, and her eyes held the gentle curiosity of a brook meandering through a forest. Each day after her chores were done, she would wander into the whispering woods, a thicket known for its gentle rustles and the soft hum of nature's secrets. Marin loved the woods. They were her sanctuary, a place where she could dream and imagine a world beyond the mundane tasks of village life. The trees stood tall like ancient guardians, their leaves murmuring tales as old as time. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, painting the forest floor with golden patterns that shifted and swayed with the breeze. One late afternoon, as the sun began its descent, casting long shadows that stretched like sleepy cats across the ground, Marin stumbled upon something peculiar. In a small clearing where the grass grew lush and wildflowers nodded in the gentle wind, lay a curious object. It was a key, but not just any key. This key shimmered with a silvery sheen, and when Marin picked it up, it felt warm to the touch, as if it had been waiting for her. The key was intricately designed, with delicate engravings that seemed to pulse with a life of their own. Marin turned it over in her hands, marveling at its beauty. Her heart fluttered with a mix of excitement and wonder. What door could this key possibly open? And why had she found it here, in her beloved woods? As Marin pondered these questions, a gentle voice threaded through the air, as soft as the rustling leaves. "Dearest Marin," it whispered, "the key you hold is a gift from the woods. It is a doorway to a world unseen, a world within our own." Marin glanced around, her eyes wide with awe. "Who speaks?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "The woods speak, child," the voice replied, lilting like a lullaby. "We have watched you, and we know your heart is pure. This key opens the way to the hidden realm, a place where magic breathes in every leaf and stone. But beware, for with such a gift comes great responsibility." Marin nodded, her heart swelling with a sense of purpose. She felt the weight of the key in her hand, the promise it held. "What must I do?" she asked, her voice steady with resolve. "Use it wisely. Seek not just for yourself, but for others. The path will reveal itself when the time is right," the voice advised, fading into the gentle rustle of the woods. With the key tucked safely into her pocket, Marin returned home, her mind buzzing with possibility. That night, as she lay in bed, she dreamt of the hidden realm. In her dreams, she saw lush landscapes filled with colors and creatures she had never imagined. She awoke with a sense of anticipation, knowing that her life was about to change in ways she could not yet comprehend. The next morning, Marin returned to the woods, guided by an invisible thread of intuition. She walked deeper into the forest than she ever had before, her footsteps light against the carpet of pine needles. The air was cool and fragrant, filled with the earthy scent of moss and the sweet perfume of wildflowers. As she walked, the woods seemed to transform around her. The trees grew taller, their trunks wider, and the canopy above became a tapestry of vibrant greens and golds. Marin felt a tingling sensation at the back of her neck, a gentle nudge from the world around her, as if it was guiding her towards something extraordinary. Eventually, she arrived at a grand oak tree, its gnarled branches stretching wide like welcoming arms. Its bark was rough and ancient, etched with patterns that seemed to shift and shimmer in the dappled sunlight. At the base of the tree, hidden beneath a blanket of fallen leaves, was a small, ornate door. Marin's heart skipped a beat. The door was the perfect size for the key she had found. With a trembling hand, she withdrew the silver key from her pocket. It glinted in the light, an echo of the magic she felt surrounding her. She inserted it into the lock, turned it gently, and heard a soft click. The door swung open soundlessly, revealing a passage that seemed to lead into the heart of the tree itself. Taking a deep breath, Marin stepped inside. The air was cool and filled with a faint luminescent glow. The walls of the passage were smooth and curved, as if the tree had grown around the tunnel with loving care. As she ventured deeper, she felt a sense of peace enveloping her, a warmth that wrapped around her like a comforting embrace. After a short walk, Marin emerged into a world unlike anything she had ever seen. The hidden realm was a place of wonder, where the ordinary laws of nature seemed to bend and blend in harmonious symphony. The sky was a serene shade of lavender, with clouds that drifted lazily like wisps of cotton candy. The ground was carpeted with grass, so soft it felt like walking on the fluffiest of pillows. In this magical realm, creatures of all kinds roamed freely. There were deer with coats that shimmered like starlight, birds with feathers that gleamed in every color of the rainbow, and squirrels that chattered merrily as they darted among the trees. Each creature seemed to acknowledge Marin, nodding or chirping in friendly greeting as she passed by. Marin wandered through this enchanted land, her heart brimming with joy and wonder. She felt a deep connection to everything around her, as if she had always belonged here. As she explored, she encountered others who had found their way to the hidden realm. There was a wise old tortoise, his shell adorned with tiny glowing runes, and a sprightly fox with eyes that twinkled mischievously. But the most intriguing of all was a young boy named Finn. He was about Marin's age, with tousled hair the color of chestnuts and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. Finn had found his way to the hidden realm through a different path, guided by a sense of adventure and a heart as open as Marin's. Together, Marin and Finn explored the wonders of the hidden realm. They climbed trees that reached into the sky, their branches swaying like dancers in the wind. They swam in crystal-clear lakes, where the water was as warm as a gentle embrace. They laughed and played, their friendship blossoming like the wildflowers that dotted the landscape. As the days passed, Marin learned more about the hidden realm and its magic. She discovered that the realm was a reflection of the natural world, a place where balance and harmony were sacred. The creatures and plants lived in symbiosis, their lives intertwined in a delicate dance. But all was not perfect in the hidden realm. Marin and Finn soon learned that the balance was being threatened by a mysterious force. The once vibrant colors of the realm were beginning to fade, and the creatures were becoming restless. The wise old tortoise, whose name was Eldrick, explained that the source of the imbalance lay in the heart of the realm, a place known as the Crystal Glade. "The Crystal Glade is the heart of our world," Eldrick said, his voice a gentle rumble. "It is where the magic of the realm is concentrated, and it is the source of our harmony. But something has disturbed its peace, and we must find a way to restore it." Marin and Finn felt a sense of responsibility welling within them. They knew they had to help, to use the gift of the silver key to protect this magical world that had welcomed them so warmly. With the guidance of Eldrick and the other inhabitants of the hidden realm, they set off on a journey to the Crystal Glade. The path to the glade was fraught with challenges, but Marin and Finn faced each one with courage and determination. They crossed rivers where the waters ran swift and strong, using their wits and teamwork to navigate safely. They climbed steep hills, their spirits buoyed by the encouragement of their new friends. As they journeyed, Marin and Finn's bond grew stronger. They learned to rely on each other's strengths, to support one another in moments of doubt. And with each step, Marin felt herself changing, growing in ways she had never imagined. The hidden realm was teaching her about the power of friendship, the importance of balance, and the beauty of the world around her. Finally, after days of travel, Marin and Finn reached the Crystal Glade. It was a breathtaking sight, a clearing bathed in soft, ethereal light. In the center of the glade stood a magnificent crystal, its facets shimmering with every color of the rainbow. But the crystal's light was dim, and the air around it felt heavy with an unspoken sorrow. As Marin and Finn approached the crystal, they could see that its surface was marred with dark streaks, as if something had tainted its purity. Marin reached out, her fingers brushing against the crystal's cool surface. She felt a pulse of energy, a plea for help that resonated deep within her. "We need to restore the balance," Finn said, his voice filled with determination. "But how?" Marin thought of the silver key, its promise of unlocking hidden worlds and secrets. She withdrew it from her pocket, feeling its familiar warmth in her hand. As she held it up to the crystal, the key began to glow, its light growing brighter and more radiant. The crystal responded, its facets lighting up one by one, chasing away the dark streaks that marred its surface. The air in the glade grew lighter, the colors around them becoming more vibrant and alive. Marin and Finn watched in awe as the crystal's light pulsed in harmony with the key, a symphony of magic and wonder. With the balance restored, the hidden realm came alive with new energy. The creatures rejoiced, their songs and calls echoing through the trees. The colors of the realm deepened, painting the landscape with a richness that took Marin's breath away. As the glade basked in the restored light, Marin felt a sense of fulfillment, a deep satisfaction that came from knowing she had done something meaningful. She had learned that true magic lay not only in the wonders of the hidden realm, but in the connections she had made, the friendships she had formed, and the lessons she had learned. With the mission complete, Marin and Finn knew it was time to return to their own worlds. They bid farewell to their friends in the hidden realm, promising to return whenever they could. As they made their way back through the passage, Marin felt a sense of peace and contentment, knowing that the hidden realm would always be there, a place of magic and wonder just waiting to be explored. When Marin emerged from the tree and stepped back into the whispering woods, she felt a gentle breeze caress her face, as if the woods were welcoming her home. She looked at the silver key once more, its surface still warm and vibrant. She knew it would remain a cherished reminder of her journey, a symbol of the magic that lay within the world and within herself. As she walked back to the village, Marin felt a new sense of purpose. She knew that the lessons she had learned in the hidden realm would guide her in the days to come. She had discovered the power of friendship, the importance of balance, and the beauty of the world around her. And she knew that, no matter where her journey took her, the magic of the hidden realm would always be with her, a beacon of hope and wonder. That night, as Marin lay in bed, she held the silver key close to her heart. She drifted off to sleep, her dreams filled with the vibrant colors and joyous songs of the hidden realm. And in her dreams, she was not alone. She was surrounded by friends, old and new, who shared in the magic of the world and the beauty of the journey. And as the stars twinkled overhead, the whispering woods stood watch, a silent guardian of secrets and stories waiting to be told. Story 56. In the tranquil village of Willowbrook, where the river sang softly beneath the canopy of ancient oaks, and the air was sweet with the scent of blooming honeysuckle, there lived a young weaver named Mara. She was known throughout the village not just for her deft hands and beautiful tapestries, but for the quiet wisdom that seemed to shine from her eyes, like the gentle glow of fireflies on a summer's night. Every morning, as the sun peeked over the horizon, painting the sky with hues of rose and amber, Mara would sit by her loom, her fingers dancing over the threads with a grace that belied their strength. Her tapestries were not just pictures woven into cloth, they were stories, capturing the essence of the world around her and the hidden worlds that lay just beyond the veil of the ordinary. One brisk autumn morning, as leaves spiraled down like golden coins from the trees, the village awoke to a peculiar sight. Outside Mara's cottage, nestled against the gnarled roots of an ancient oak, lay a small, intricately carved box. It was unlike anything the villagers had seen before, its surface inlaid with shimmering patterns that seemed to shift and change under the light. Curious whispers filled the air as villagers gathered around, their breath visible in the crisp morning as they speculated about the box's origins. But Mara, with a calm smile, simply picked it up and carried it inside, feeling a gentle warmth emanating from it, as though it held a living heart. That evening, by the flickering glow of her hearth, Mara examined the box more closely. It was warm to the touch, with engravings that told a story of their own, a story of stars and moons, of rivers flowing into oceans, of mountains that touched the skies. As she traced the patterns with her fingertips, the box shivered softly and opened of its own accord, revealing a single, delicate thread of silver light. The thread seemed to beckon her, and with a mixture of awe and curiosity, Mara reached for it. As soon as her fingers brushed the thread, the world around her transformed. The walls of her cottage faded away, replaced by a vast starlit sky and a landscape that pulsed with vibrant colors and sounds. Mara found herself standing at the edge of a forest unlike any she had ever known. The trees were tall and slender, their leaves shimmering like emeralds in the moonlight. The air was filled with the soft hum of magic, a melody that resonated within her very soul. As she took her first tentative steps into this hidden world, she heard a soft rustling amidst the trees. Emerging from the shadows was a creature both familiar and strange, a fox with fur as white as snow, eyes bright as sapphires, and an air of ancient wisdom. The fox regarded her with a gentle curiosity, his bushy tail sweeping gracefully across the forest floor. "Welcome, Mara," the fox spoke, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "You have been chosen to walk between worlds, to weave the threads of fate and dream." Mara, though startled, felt an inexplicable sense of peace. "Chosen?" she asked softly, her voice barely louder than the rustling leaves. "For what purpose?" The fox smiled, a mysterious yet kind expression. "To mend the tapestry that binds our worlds. There is a rift, a tear that threatens to unravel both the realm of magic and your own." As Mara listened, she felt the weight of the fox's words settle upon her like a gentle snowfall. Yet she also felt an undeniable spark of determination ignite within her heart. This was a task she could not turn away from, a journey that called to the deepest parts of her being. With the fox as her guide, Mara ventured deeper into the forest. The path beneath her feet was soft with moss, and the air was alive with the scent of pine and earth. As they walked, the fox explained the nature of the rift, a fracture born from forgotten memories and lost dreams, hidden deep within the heart of the enchanted woods. The journey was not without its trials. Mara and the fox navigated through shadowy glades, where whispers echoed like forgotten lullabies and crossed streams that sang of times long past. Yet through each challenge, Mara felt the strength of her own heart growing, her determination unwavering. As they traveled, Mara began to notice the subtle changes within herself. Her senses became sharper, more attuned to the magic that flowed around her. She could feel the pulse of the forest, hear the stories carried on the wind, and see the delicate threads of light that connected all living things. One evening, as they rested beneath a canopy of stars, the fox shared a tale, a legend of a weaver who had once saved their realm from a similar fate, using not just skill, but the power of understanding and compassion. The story resonated with Mara, reminding her of the strength found in unity and the importance of weaving together the stories of different worlds. Finally, after many days and nights, they reached the heart of the forest, where the rift lay hidden. It was a place of startling beauty, a glade bathed in silvery moonlight, where flowers glowed with an inner light, and the air was thick with the scent of jasmine and mystery. In the center of the glade, Mara saw the rift, a swirling vortex of shadow and light, a wound in the fabric of reality. It was both terrifying and mesmerizing, a reminder of the fragility of all things. With the fox by her side, Mara approached the rift, feeling the weight of destiny upon her shoulders. As she reached out with her heart and spirit, the silver thread she had carried from the village began to glow with an ethereal light, illuminating the darkness. With each careful movement, Mara began to weave, her fingers dancing through the air as if playing an invisible harp. She wove stories of hope and love, of courage and wisdom, infusing each thread with the essence of her journey and the lessons learned along the way. The rift responded, its shadows softening, its chaotic energy calming as Mara's tapestry of light and life took shape. Slowly, gently, the rift began to mend, its edges knitting together with a grace that spoke of harmony and balance. As the final thread was placed, a gentle sigh seemed to echo through the glade, and the rift vanished, leaving behind a serene stillness. The forest, the world itself, seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, the balance restored. Mara stood in the glade, her heart full, the silver thread glowing softly in her hands. She knew that the journey had changed her, taught her the true power of weaving not just with hands, but with heart and soul. The fox watched her with a smile, his eyes twinkling with pride. "You have done well, Mara. The worlds are safe once more, thanks to your courage and wisdom." Mara nodded, feeling a deep sense of fulfillment. She had discovered a hidden strength within herself, a connection to the magic that bound all worlds, and a deeper understanding of the threads that wove them together. As she prepared to return to her own world, the fox gifted her a single, radiant feather, a token of the friendship and journey they had shared. With a grateful heart, Mara accepted it, knowing it would forever remind her of the magical realm and the lessons she had learned. When Mara stepped back into her cottage, the morning sun was just beginning to paint the sky in shades of gold and pink. The box lay on her table, closed and silent, its task complete. Yet Mara knew that the magic of the journey would remain with her always, woven into the very fabric of her being. From that day forward, Mara's tapestries held an even greater beauty, their threads shimmering with the light of a hidden world, and the stories of a journey that transformed not just her, but the worlds she had touched. And in the village of Willowbrook, as the villagers gathered around her loom, they felt a warmth in their hearts, a gentle reminder of the magic that lay just beyond the ordinary, waiting to be discovered by those with the courage to seek it. As the years passed, tales of Mara's journey became legend, stories told by the fireside on crisp winter nights and beneath the starry skies of summer. They spoke not just of a weaver and a fox, but of the enduring power of friendship, the strength of the human spirit, and the magic that connects us all. And so in the quiet village of Willowbrook, where the river sang softly beneath the ancient oaks, the legacy of Mara and her magical journey lived on, a testament to the wonders that awaited those who dared to dream. Story 57. In the vast stretch of the galaxy, where stars twinkled like tiny lanterns in the infinite depths, there existed a planet named Lyra. It shimmered with a gentle, mysterious glow, as if bathed in perpetual twilight. This was a world of lush lavender forests and rivers flowing with liquid silver. Here lived a gentle species known as the Lyrans, beings of shimmering light and soft whispers, who cherished harmony and peace above all else. Across the galaxy, far beyond the radiant glow of Lyra, was the rugged planet of Cragmore. Its terrain was harsh, with towering mountains carved by relentless winds and valleys that echoed the deep rumble of its restless core. The inhabitants of Cragmore, the Cragmites, were robust and sturdy, with skin like granite and hearts warm as the molten rivers beneath their feet. They valued strength and resilience, living in a world where the landscape itself seemed to challenge them daily. One day, a peculiar event brought these two worlds together. A cosmic storm, fierce and unpredictable, swept through the galaxy, causing a small Lyran starship to veer off course. Aboard this vessel was Lumina, a curious and adventurous Lyran, whose spirit shone as brightly as the stars she loved to explore. The storm tossed her ship like a leaf upon a turbulent sea, until it finally crash-landed on the rugged surface of Cragmore. As Lumina emerged from her damaged craft, she found herself in a land vastly different from her own. The air was thick and warm, the ground solid and unyielding beneath her feet. Her light, usually soft and fluid, flickered nervously in the unfamiliar world. But Lumina was not alone for long. Her arrival had not gone unnoticed. From the shadow of a nearby rock formation, a cragmite named Tharn approached. His form was solid and imposing, his eyes glinting like polished obsidian. He had heard the crash and, with a curiosity that mirrored Lumina's own, had come to investigate. At first, their meeting was fraught with misunderstandings. Lumina's light seemed strange and ethereal to Tharn, while his granite-like form appeared intimidating to her. "Who are you?" Tharn rumbled, his voice deep as the caverns of Cragmore. "I am Lumina," she replied, her voice a gentle melody that danced around the rocks. "I come from Lyra, but my ship has been damaged. I mean no harm." Tharn studied her for a moment, then nodded with understanding. "You are far from home. This is Cragmore, where the land is strong and the night is long. You must have been caught in the storm." As they spoke, their initial apprehensions began to dissolve. Lumina's gentle light revealed a warmth in Tharn's eyes, while her voice, calm and soothing, eased the tension in the air. They found, despite their differences, a shared curiosity and a desire to understand one another. Over the following days, Lumina and Tharn faced many challenges together. The harsh environment of Cragmore tested Lumina's delicate nature, while Tharn's strength was constantly needed to navigate the rugged landscape. Yet through each trial, they learned from each other. Lumina discovered that beneath Tharn's sturdy exterior was a heart capable of great kindness and patience. Tharn, in turn, saw that Lumina's light was not just a physical glow, but a beacon of hope and resilience. One evening, as they rested by a bubbling lava stream that flowed like liquid ember through the darkened valley, Lumina shared stories of her homeland. She spoke of the lavender forests and silver rivers, painting vivid pictures with her words. Tharn listened, his imagination ignited by the beauty of her tales. In return, Tharn spoke of Cragmore's ancient mountains and the strength found in their silent endurance. He told stories of the Cragmites' history, their unyielding spirit, and the warmth of their communities. Lumina listened with fascination, finding beauty in the strength and resilience of Tharn's people. As their friendship deepened, so did their understanding of one another. They realized that despite the vast differences between their worlds, there was much they shared: the desire for connection, the joy of discovery, and the comfort found in companionship. One day, as they traversed a particularly treacherous path, Lumina stumbled, her light flickering dangerously as she struggled to regain her balance. Without hesitation, Tharn reached out, his strong arms steadying her. "I've got you," he said, his voice a steady anchor amid the swirling winds. Later, as they sat together beneath the vast stretch of stars, Lumina turned to Tharn with gratitude shining in her eyes. "Thank you, Tharn. You have shown me strength in ways I never knew." "And you, Lumina," Tharn replied, his voice softening, "have taught me that light can be gentle yet powerful. You have opened my heart." Their journey together was a tapestry woven with moments of mutual support and understanding. Through their shared challenges, they discovered the true meaning of friendship, one that transcended physical forms and planetary origins. Eventually, with Tharn's help, Lumina repaired her ship. As they stood together, ready for Lumina's departure, a bittersweet feeling filled the air. "I will miss you, my friend," Lumina said, her light shimmering with emotion. "And I you," Tharn replied, his voice rumbling with warmth. "But remember, the stars that separate us can also bring us together. Look up, and know I am watching the same sky." With a final embrace, Lumina's ship lifted into the air, her light casting a gentle glow over the rugged landscape of Cragmore. As she soared back toward her home, she carried with her not just memories of her adventure, but a heart full of newfound friendship. And so, across the galaxy, two unlikely companions discovered that friendship, like the stars, could shine brightly even in the darkest of places. Story 58. Once upon a time, in the quaint little village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and meandering streams, there stood an old ivy-covered cottage. This charming abode belonged to a kind-hearted woman named Agnes, known far and wide for her warm smile and her skill in crafting the most exquisite quilts. But it wasn't just her quilts that drew people to her door. It was the whispers of wonder that surrounded the magical thimble she possessed. This thimble, a simple object in appearance, had been handed down through generations of Agnes's family. It was said that with each stitch made using the thimble, a piece of one's heart and dreams was sewn into the fabric. The quilts that Agnes created were not just warm and comforting. They had the power to soothe worries and kindle joy in the hearts of those who wrapped themselves in their folds. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden leaves danced on the breeze, a young girl named Lila visited Agnes. She was a curious child with eyes as wide as saucers and a heart yearning for stories. Lila loved to wander through the forest by the village, collecting fallen leaves and listening to the secrets whispered by the wind. "Agnes," Lila began, her voice soft as a sigh, "I've heard that your quilts are magical. Is it true?" Agnes chuckled gently, her eyes crinkling with warmth. "Ah, Lila dear, magic is in the eye of the beholder. But yes, these quilts do have a touch of something special." Lila's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Can you teach me how to make one?" Agnes nodded, her heart swelling with affection for the eager child. "Of course, my dear, but first you must promise to treat each stitch with care and fill it with your own hopes and dreams." With that promise made, Lila began to learn the art of quilting. Agnes taught her how to select the finest fabrics, how to wield a needle with grace, and most importantly, how to pour her heart into every stitch. As they worked together, Lila found herself drawn not only to the craft, but also to the stories Agnes shared, tales of love, friendship, and the little wonders that filled everyday life. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the world was bathed in a gentle twilight glow, Agnes handed Lila the magical thimble. "It's time for you to use this," she said softly. "Remember, it will weave your heart into the fabric." With trembling hands, Lila took the thimble and began to sew. She stitched her dreams of adventure, her love for the forest, and her hope for a bright future into the quilt. As the quilt grew, it shimmered with a soft, otherworldly light, as if capturing the very essence of her spirit. Days turned into weeks, and finally, the quilt was complete. Lila stood back to admire her work, feeling a sense of accomplishment and wonder. The quilt was beautiful, imbued with a warmth that seemed to radiate from within. But one night, as Lila lay wrapped in her creation, she heard a soft, melodious voice calling her name. "Lila, dear Lila," the voice sang, "come and find me." Intrigued and a little apprehensive, Lila rose from her bed and followed the voice through the moonlit forest. The path was illuminated by the silver light of the moon, casting gentle shadows that danced along with her footsteps. The voice led her to a hidden glade, where a pool of water shimmered like a mirror beneath the starlit sky. There, standing by the water's edge, was a woman with hair like spun silver and eyes that glittered like the night sky. "I am Seraphina, the guardian of dreams," she said, her voice as soft as a lullaby. "You have woven your dreams into your quilt, and now I wish to offer you a gift." Lila listened in awe as Seraphina continued. "There is a world beyond this one, a place where dreams and reality intertwine. Would you like to see it?" With a heart full of wonder and a spirit ready for adventure, Lila nodded. "Yes, please." With a graceful motion, Seraphina beckoned Lila closer. As Lila stepped forward, the surface of the pool shimmered and rippled, revealing glimpses of a wondrous land filled with vibrant colors, floating islands, and creatures of all shapes and sizes. "This is the realm of dreams," Seraphina explained. "Here, your heart can wander freely, and you can learn to understand the dreams of others." Lila spent what felt like hours exploring this magical realm, guided by Seraphina. She discovered that each dream was a tapestry of emotions, desires, and fears, woven together by the dreamer's spirit. Some dreams were joyful and bright, while others were more somber and shadowed, yet all were beautiful in their own way. Through her journey, Lila learned that the heart's true magic lay not in the thimble, but in the ability to understand and connect with others through their dreams. She realized that kindness and empathy were the threads that bound people together, creating a tapestry of shared experiences and mutual understanding. When it was time to return to her world, Seraphina gifted Lila a small silver pendant shaped like a star. "Carry this with you," she said, "and remember that the magic of dreams is always with you." With a heart full of gratitude, Lila returned to Willowbrook, where she continued to craft quilts with Agnes. Each quilt she made carried the warmth of her newfound understanding, bringing comfort and joy to those who received them. And so, in the cozy village of Willowbrook, beneath the endless sky and amidst the whispering winds, Lila found her place in the world. She had discovered that the true wonder lay not in the magical thimble, but in the simple, profound magic of understanding and kindness, a lesson she carried with her for the rest of her days. And so, as the fire crackled softly and the stars twinkled above, Lila's story became a cherished bedtime tale, reminding all who heard it of the gentle power of dreams and the boundless strength of a kind heart. Story 59. In a time when the whisper of the wind carried secrets from tree to tree, there lay a forest so ancient that the roots of its oldest trees seemed to cradle the earth itself. This forest, known as Eldergrove, was a tapestry of emerald leaves, golden sunbeams filtering through a dense canopy, and the gentle murmur of streams weaving their way through moss-laden stones. The creatures of Eldergrove lived in a harmony that was as intricate as it was delicate. From the playful squirrels who danced upon the branches, to the wise old tortoises who moved with the grace of ages, each creature knew its role in the grand design of their verdant home. The air was always fragrant with the scent of pine and fresh rain, a soothing balm that lulled every creature into a sense of belonging and peace. Among the denizens of the forest was a gentle doe named Amara. Her coat was a soft shade of chestnut that seemed to glow with the shifting sunlight, and her eyes sparkled with the wisdom of many seasons. Amara had a special gift. She could feel the subtle shifts in the forest, the changes that whispered through the leaves and sang through the streams. It was a gift passed down from her ancestors, a deep connection to the heartbeat of the earth. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was laced with the tang of fallen leaves, and the sky was a canvas of gentle grays and blues, Amara sensed a change. It was a small tremor in the fabric of harmony, a dissonance that fluttered like a moth caught in a breeze. She paused in her grazing and lifted her head, ears alert, eyes scanning the familiar landscape. It was then that she noticed the trees. Some of them were shedding their leaves too early, their branches bare and forlorn against the sky. The streams, usually bubbling with life, seemed to murmur a tune that was slightly off-key. The wind carried a whisper that was not of the forest, a note of imbalance that troubled her heart. Determined to understand this change, Amara made her way through the forest to the wise tortoise named Bramble. Bramble was known for his knowledge of the old stories, tales woven into the very roots of Eldergrove. As she approached the clearing where Bramble often basked in the soft sunlight, she found him resting under a grand old oak, his shell dappled with light and shadow. "Good morning, Amara." Bramble greeted her with a slow nod. His voice was like the rustle of leaves, gentle and reassuring. "What brings you to my corner of the forest this fine day?" Amara stepped closer, her hooves whispering against the fallen leaves. "I feel a change, Bramble. The trees are shedding their leaves too soon, and the streams seem to have lost their usual song. I fear something is amiss." Bramble closed his eyes, as if listening to the memories of the earth itself. After a moment, he opened them again, filled with a calm understanding. "The change you sense is a reminder of balance, Amara. The forest has always been a dance of give and take, of growth and rest. Sometimes, when the balance tips, it is up to us to help restore it." "But how?" Amara asked, her voice a soft melody of concern. "What can we do to help?" "The answer lies in the stories of the seasons," Bramble replied, a smile in his eyes. "Each season brings its own magic, its own lessons. We must seek out the essence of autumn, the wisdom it holds to understand the imbalance. Perhaps the creatures of the forest can help, each in their own way." With Bramble's guidance echoing in her mind, Amara set off on a journey through Eldergrove, seeking the wisdom of her fellow creatures. Her first stop was the burrow of Fen, the fox, whose coat was a fiery blaze against the backdrop of autumn leaves. Fen was known for his cleverness and keen instincts. "Fen," Amara called softly as she approached his den, "can you help me understand the changes in our forest?" Fen emerged from the shadows, his eyes sharp and bright. "Ah, Amara, I've noticed it too. The earth feels restless, as if waiting for something. Perhaps the answer is in the soil itself, the way it nourishes and supports us." With this insight, Amara continued her journey, her heart guided by the wisdom she gathered. She visited the owls who perched in the high branches, their eyes like twin moons observing the world below. They spoke of the winds and the way they carried stories from distant lands. She listened to the frogs by the pond, who sang of the water's journey and its ceaseless cycle of renewal. Each creature offered a piece of the puzzle, a fragment of understanding that Amara stitched together in her heart. As the shadows lengthened and the forest was cloaked in the soft glow of twilight, Amara returned to Bramble, her mind alight with the wisdom of the forest. "Bramble," she began, settling beside the old tortoise, "I've learned that the balance of our forest is a reflection of the balance within ourselves. The trees, the streams, the air, they all mirror the harmony we must carry in our hearts." Bramble nodded, his eyes twinkling with approval. "Indeed, Amara, the change you sensed was a call to remember our connection to the earth, to live with gratitude and respect for the cycles of life. The forest is our teacher, and we are its loyal students." Together, they watched as the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, each a reminder of the vast universe that cradled their small, enchanting world. The forest, with its gentle rustlings and soft sighs, seemed to breathe a sigh of relief as balance was restored. As the moon bathed the forest in its silvery light, Amara felt a deep sense of peace settle over her. The trees, once shedding their leaves in confusion, now stood tall and proud, their branches a testament to the strength of unity and understanding. The streams, now singing a harmonious tune, mirrored the serenity that had returned to Eldergrove. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, Amara and her friends drifted into a gentle slumber, cradled by the ancient forest and its timeless tales. The lesson of balance, whispered through generations, was once more understood and cherished, ensuring that the heart of the forest would beat strong and true for all the seasons to come. Story 60. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees seemed to lean in close to exchange secrets, and the air was always filled with the soft rustle of leaves, there stood a quaint little cottage. This cottage was home to a young girl named Felicity, whose eyes sparkled with curiosity and whose heart brimmed with kindness. Felicity had a knack for finding the extraordinary in the ordinary, and in the whispering woods, the ordinary had a habit of becoming extraordinary quite often. It was early autumn, and the forest was ablaze with hues of amber, crimson, and gold. Each morning, a gentle mist would envelop the woods, making the world seem like a dreamy watercolor painting. Felicity loved this time of year, especially the way the leaves crunched under her feet and how the crisp air painted her cheeks with a rosy glow. But this autumn, something peculiar was afoot in the whispering woods. Each morning, Felicity found small piles of pebbles arranged in intricate patterns outside her doorstep. The designs were unlike anything she had seen before: spirals and stars, crescents and circles, each more elaborate than the last. It was as if the forest itself was trying to communicate with her. Intrigued, Felicity decided to investigate. She began her day by visiting the wise old owl, Orin, who lived in the ancient oak tree at the heart of the woods. Orin was known for his vast knowledge of the forest and its mysteries. His feathers were as soft as the mist, and his eyes held the wisdom of centuries. "Good morning, Orin," Felicity greeted as she approached the great oak. "I hope I'm not disturbing you, but I have a puzzle I can't quite unravel." Orin blinked slowly, his amber eyes thoughtful. "Ah, Felicity," he hooted warmly. "Curiosity is the best kind of disturbance. Tell me, what perplexes you so?" Felicity described the strange pebble patterns, her voice tinged with excitement and a hint of bewilderment. Orin listened intently, nodding his head in rhythm with her tale. "These are no ordinary stones," Orin mused once she finished. "They are the work of the pebble sprites, small but clever creatures known for their love of creating art with nature's treasures. They often appear during times of change, when the forest is preparing for something new." "But why would they leave their art at my doorstep?" Felicity wondered aloud. What change could they be heralding? Orin's eyes twinkled with mischief. "Perhaps the answer lies in observation, dear Felicity. Sometimes the forest reveals its secrets to those who simply watch and wait." Taking Orin's advice to heart, Felicity spent the following days paying closer attention to her surroundings. She noticed how the sunlight danced through the canopy, casting playful shadows on the forest floor. She listened to the birds' songs, which seemed to carry a melody of anticipation. And she watched the animals, who were busy preparing for the winter months. One evening, as the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and peach, Felicity decided to sit quietly by her doorstep, hoping to catch a glimpse of the elusive pebble sprites. She wrapped a soft woolen shawl around her shoulders, the warmth seeping into her as she settled into her chair. As the night deepened and the stars began to twinkle overhead, Felicity's eyelids grew heavy. Just as she was about to drift into sleep, she heard a gentle rustling coming from the path. Peering through the darkness, she saw tiny figures moving gracefully in the moonlight, their bodies shimmering like silver. The pebble sprites were more enchanting than she had imagined. They were no taller than her hand, with delicate wings that fluttered softly as they worked. Their laughter was like the tinkling of distant wind chimes, and their movements were as fluid as the stream that wound its way through the woods. Felicity watched in awe as the sprites carefully selected pebbles from the ground, arranging them in a new pattern that seemed to glow with an inner light. As they finished, one of the sprites turned towards her, its eyes sparkling with the light of 1,000 stars. "Thank you for your patience, dear one," the sprite said in a voice as soft as the night breeze. "We are the messengers of change, and we have chosen you to witness our art." "But what change do you bring?" Felicity asked, her voice a whisper of wonder. "The forest is preparing for a celebration," the sprite replied. "A rare celestial event, the harvest moon dance, is soon to occur. It is a time when the forest and its creatures come together in harmony, celebrating the balance of light and dark, the cycle of life." Felicity's heart swelled with joy at being part of such a magical moment. "How can I help?" she asked eagerly. "You have already done much by observing and understanding," the sprite said. "But if you wish, you can join us in our preparations. Share your warmth and kindness, and the forest will resonate with your spirit." And so, in the days leading up to the harvest moon dance, Felicity worked alongside the pebble sprites and other forest creatures. She helped weave garlands of autumn leaves and berries, her fingers deftly tying knots with strands of ivy. She baked sweet treats infused with honey and cinnamon, filling the air with a comforting aroma that lingered long after the oven had cooled. On the night of the harvest moon dance, the forest was aglow with the light of lanterns hung from the trees, their soft glow mingling with the silver of the moonlight. Creatures of all shapes and sizes gathered in the clearing, their eyes bright with excitement and friendship. Felicity stood among them, her heart full as she watched the sprites dance in the moonlight, their movements a graceful symphony of light and shadow. The air was filled with laughter and music, a celebration of life and the beauty of the changing seasons. As the night wore on, Felicity realized that the mystery of the pebble patterns had led her not just to an answer, but to a deeper understanding of the world around her. The forest, with all its wonders and secrets, had become a part of her, and she a part of it. When the first light of dawn began to creep over the horizon, casting a soft glow over the whispering woods, Felicity returned to her cottage with a heart full of peace and contentment. She knew that the forest would continue to whisper its secrets to those who listened, and she felt grateful to be one of its listeners. And so, as she drifted into a gentle slumber, Felicity knew that the forest's magic would always be with her, a comforting presence that would guide her through the mysteries and wonders of life. Story 61. Once upon a time, in a secluded mountain village nestled amid ancient cedar forests, there lived a young woman named Leah. Though she had grown up surrounded by the rich tapestry of her people's traditions, she often found herself yearning to understand the deeper meanings behind the rituals and stories passed down through generations. One crisp autumn evening, as the golden leaves danced on the wind, Leah's grandmother beckoned her to sit by the crackling hearth. With a twinkle in her eye, the elder woman withdrew an ornate wooden box adorned with intricate carvings of swooping birds and winding vines. "This box has been in our family for centuries," her grandmother whispered, running her weathered hands over the smooth surface. "Within it lies the key to unlocking our most sacred legacy." Leah's heart raced with anticipation as her grandmother lifted the lid, revealing a bundle wrapped in soft deerskin. Gently unfurling the material, she revealed a magnificent feathered cloak, its vibrant hues shimmering like 1,000 sunsets. "This is the mantle of the sky dancers," her grandmother explained, her voice rich with reverence. "Our ancestors believed that by donning this sacred garment, one could soar among the clouds and commune with the very spirits of the wind and rain." As Leah ran her fingers over the delicate feathers, she felt a profound connection to her roots, as if the wisdom of her forebears was flowing through her veins. Her grandmother began to weave a tale of their people's sacred bond with the natural world, of how they had once lived in harmony with the rhythms of the earth and sky. Through the flickering shadows cast by the fire, Leah envisioned vast forests teeming with life, where her ancestors had learned the healing properties of every plant and the intricate language of the animal kingdom. She saw them performing sacred dances beneath the full moon, their movements mirroring the ebb and flow of the tides, their voices raised in reverent melodies that seemed to beckon the very stars to shine brighter. As the night wore on, Leah's grandmother shared the ancient wisdom of their people, lessons of patience, resilience, and respect for all living beings. She spoke of the delicate balance that must be maintained between humans and nature, and how their ancestors had served as guardians of the land, ensuring that future generations could thrive. With each story, Leah felt a profound sense of belonging wash over her, as if she had finally found the missing piece of her own identity. She understood now that her heritage was not merely a collection of quaint customs, but a rich tapestry woven with the threads of sacred knowledge and profound reverence for the world around them. As the embers in the hearth faded to glowing coals, Leah's grandmother placed the mantle of the sky dancers back into its wooden box, sealing it with a gentle kiss. "Remember, my child," she whispered, "our legacy lives on through us, and it is our sacred duty to carry these teachings forward, like a tender flame sheltered from the wind." Leah nodded, her heart swelling with a newfound sense of purpose. She knew that from that night on, she would walk through life with a deeper appreciation for the rich tapestry of her heritage and a profound reverence for the natural world that had nurtured her ancestors for generations untold. As she drifted off to sleep, Leah dreamed of soaring among the clouds, her feathered cloak catching the warmth of the rising sun, and she felt a profound sense of unity with the vast, eternal cycle of life that had always surrounded her, yet had remained a mystery until now. Story 62. Once upon a time, in a cozy little cottage nestled deep within an enchanted forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. She was a curious child, always eager to explore the wonders that surrounded her home. One crisp autumn evening, as Willow sat by the crackling fireplace, she heard a faint tinkling sound. Intrigued, she followed the melodious chime to her mother's sewing basket, where a simple silver thimble lay nestled among spools of thread. As Willow reached out to touch the thimble, a warmth spread through her fingertips, and suddenly the room seemed to come alive. The very fabric of the curtains rippled like waves, and the wooden floors transformed into a lush, mossy carpet. Willow gasped in wonderment as she realized that this unassuming thimble held the power to reveal the hidden magic within ordinary objects. With a gleam in her eyes, she slipped the thimble onto her finger, and a new world of possibilities unfolded before her. Over the following days, Willow explored the Enchanted Forest with her newfound ability, marveling at the secrets it unveiled. The towering oak trees whispered ancient tales, and the gurgling streams sang melodies of joy. One day, as she wandered deeper into the woods, Willow encountered a wise old owl perched on a gnarled branch. "Young one," the owl hooted, "your gift is a precious one, but it also carries great responsibility." Willow listened intently as the owl explained that a dark force threatened to shroud the magic of the forest in shadow. To protect this wondrous realm, she would need to embark on a journey to find 3 sacred relics, each guarded by a peculiar helper. The first relic lay hidden within a hollow log, watched over by a playful family of chipmunks. With their guidance and Willow's thimble, the log unfurled its bark like a scroll, revealing a shimmering gemstone. The second relic was a delicate feather, nestled within the nest of a mother bird. Her melodious song guided Willow through a maze of brambles, teaching her the importance of patience and perseverance. The final relic was a smooth river stone, resting at the bottom of a crystalline pool. A wise old turtle offered Willow counsel, reminding her that true strength lies in understanding and compassion. With all 3 relics in hand, Willow returned to the heart of the forest, where the dark force had taken root. Instead of confronting it with force, she allowed the relics to channel the magic of the forest, filling the air with a warm, golden light that dispelled the shadows. As the darkness retreated, Willow realized that her journey had not only protected the enchanted realm, but had also transformed her. She had grown wiser, braver, and more attuned to the wonders that surrounded her. From that day forward, Willow became a guardian of the forest, using her magical thimble to reveal the hidden beauty in all things. And whenever she felt lost or uncertain, she would slip the thimble onto her finger, remembering the lessons she had learned, that true magic lies in the power of friendship, wisdom, and an open heart. Story 63. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there stood a small, unassuming cobbler's shop. The cobbler, a gentle soul by the name of Finn, was known for his kindness and skillful hands. Each shoe he crafted bore the mark of his care, and it was said that his shoes had a way of finding their perfect owner, often leading them to unexpected adventures. One brisk autumn day, as golden leaves danced gently in the breeze, Finn discovered a peculiar pair of shoes tucked away in the corner of his shop. They appeared ordinary at first glance, with scuffed brown leather and worn soles, yet they possessed an undeniable allure. Intrigued, Finn polished them to a soft gleam, and as he did, he noticed a faint shimmer that seemed to pulse with each rhythmic stroke. That evening, a young girl named Mira entered the shop. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity, and she moved with the lightness of one who often wandered the paths of dreams. Mira had heard tales of Finn's shoes and hoped to find a pair that would guide her on a journey of her own. "Good evening, Finn," Mira greeted, her voice as soft as the gentle rustle of leaves. Finn smiled warmly. "Good evening, Mira. I believe I might have just the pair for you. He presented her with the mysterious shoes, and as Mira slipped them on, she felt a warmth spread from her feet upwards, wrapping her in a comforting embrace. The shoes fit perfectly, as though they had been waiting just for her. "Thank you, Finn," Mira said, her heart alight with wonder. "They're perfect." As she stepped out into the cool night air, the world around her seemed to hum with possibility. The shoes guided her along the cobblestone paths of Willowbrook, each step resonating with the rhythm of an unseen melody. Mira soon found herself at the edge of the Enchanted Forest, a place of whispered tales and forgotten secrets. The trees stood tall and ancient, their branches entwined like old friends sharing a secret. Feeling an irresistible pull, Mira ventured deeper into the forest. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, and the soft glow of moonlight filtered through the leaves, painting delicate patterns on the forest floor. As she wandered, Mira encountered a wise old owl perched upon a low branch. His feathers were a tapestry of silvery grays, and his eyes gleamed with ancient wisdom. "Greetings, young wanderer," the owl hooted softly. "What brings you to this part of the woods?" "I'm not quite sure," Mira admitted, her voice barely a whisper. "These shoes seem to have a mind of their own." The owl chuckled, a sound like the rustling of pages in a well-loved book. "Ah, the shoes of discovery. They reveal paths not often seen by the eye, but always present to the heart." Curious about the owl's words, Mira asked, "What should I do?" "Trust in the journey," the owl replied, "and listen carefully to the world around you. It often speaks in ways we do not expect." With a nod of gratitude, Mira continued her walk, the shoes guiding her deeper into the heart of the forest. She soon came upon a small clearing bathed in silver moonlight, where a gentle stream burbled cheerfully over smooth stones. In the center of the clearing stood a large stone, etched with symbols that glowed faintly in the night. Mira approached, feeling the hum of ancient magic beneath her fingertips. It seemed the stone held a secret, one that could only be unlocked by a heart pure and true. As she pondered the stone, two playful fireflies flitted into the clearing, their lights flickering like tiny lanterns. They danced around Mira, illuminating the symbols with their soft glow. "Hello there," chirped the first firefly, who introduced himself as Pip. "What brings you to our little corner of the world?" "I'm following the path these shoes have shown me," Mira explained, marveling at the tiny creature's vibrant personalities. "Well, you've found the Stone of Echoes," said the second firefly, who went by the name of Flick. "It holds the wisdom of ages past. To unlock its secrets, you must first listen with your heart." Mira closed her eyes, allowing the sounds of the forest to wash over her, the gentle rustle of leaves, the whisper of the breeze, and the soft murmur of the stream. Gradually she began to hear a melody, faint at first but growing clearer with each heartbeat. It was a song of life and love, of journeys taken and dreams fulfilled. Opening her eyes, Mira traced the glowing symbols on the stone with newfound understanding. As she did, a soft light radiated from the stone, enveloping the clearing in its warm embrace. The fireflies danced joyously, their lights twinkling like stars. "You've done it, Mira," Pip exclaimed. "You've unlocked the song of the Stone of Echoes." Flick added, "This song will guide you through challenges and remind you of the strength found in wisdom and friendship." Mira smiled, her heart full of gratitude and wonder. She knew that this journey had changed her, teaching her to listen beyond the surface and to trust in the gentle guidance of her heart. As dawn painted the sky with hues of pink and gold, Mira bid farewell to her newfound friends and retraced her steps through the forest. The shoes felt light and sure beneath her feet, guiding her back to Willowbrook with a sense of peace and fulfillment. When she returned to the cobbler's shop, Finn awaited her with a knowing smile. "Welcome back, Mira. Did you find what you were seeking?" Mira nodded, her eyes alight with joy. "I did, Finn, and so much more." Finn's smile widened, and in that moment, the warmth of the shop, the gentle creak of the wooden floorboards, and the scent of polished leather wrapped around them like a comforting embrace. As Mira stepped out into the bright morning light, she knew that the shoes had not only led her on a journey through the forest, but also into the depths of her own heart, where she had discovered the true magic of listening and understanding. And so, with each step she took, Mira carried with her the song of the Stone of Echoes, a gentle reminder that the world is filled with wonders waiting to be discovered by those who are willing to listen. Story 64. In the heart of a faraway land, nestled between the azure blue of the ocean and the towering emerald peaks of ancient mountains, there lay a quaint village named Luminara. The air was perpetually filled with the scent of lavender and the gentle hum of distant waterfalls, creating a melody that soothed the soul. Here the sun seemed to rise with a tender touch, painting the skies in hues of peach and gold, while the evening stars winked playfully from a velvet canopy. Within this village lived a gentle soul named Arya. Arya was known for her kindness and the gentle way she would weave her words into comfort for those who sought her counsel. Her heart, however, carried a weight unknown to others, a deep-seated fear of change. Arya cherished the familiar rhythms of Luminara, where every day unfolded like a well-loved storybook. But as she watched the sea tides ebb and flow and the seasons paint the world anew, she felt an inner stirring, a call to grow, to transform. Yet change was not something Arya embraced easily. It seemed to her as unpredictable as the whims of the wind. She often found herself gazing at the stars with a heart full of questions, yearning for the courage to step beyond the boundaries she had set for herself. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves shivered in shades of amber and gold, Arya wandered into the forest that bordered the village. There she stumbled upon a curious sight, a circle of mushrooms that seemed to pulse with an ethereal glow. As she bent down to inspect them, a soft, lilting voice floated through the air. "Welcome, dear one," the voice sang. Arya turned to see a small, luminous creature perched upon a mossy rock, a fairy with wings like stained glass, shimmering in the dappled sunlight. "I am Serene," the fairy introduced herself, her eyes twinkling like dew-kissed petals. "I have watched you from afar, Arya, and I sense the turmoil in your heart." Arya felt a strange warmth emanating from Selene's presence, a warmth that chased away the chill of uncertainty. "I am afraid of what lies beyond," Arya confessed, her voice barely above a whisper. Selene nodded with understanding. "Change is the essence of life, dear Arya. It is as necessary as the dawn that follows night. But fear not, for I shall guide you through a journey of transformation, where magic mirrors the growth within." With a gentle wave of her hand, Selene summoned a swirl of golden light that enveloped them both. When the light faded, Arya found herself standing in a place that seemed both familiar and wondrously new. The forest was alive with colors she had never seen, trees with leaves like sapphires and rubies, flowers that sang with the voices of 1,000 birds, and streams that danced over stones as if each drop were a note in an endless symphony. "This is the forest of reflection," Selene explained. "Here the magic of nature mirrors your inner journey. Each step you take will reveal a part of yourself that is waiting to bloom." Arya took a tentative step forward, her heart a mix of trepidation and excitement. As she walked, the trees whispered secrets of the ages, and the wind carried with it stories of those who had walked before her. She felt the earth beneath her feet, steady and reassuring, and realized that change, like the path she tread, was something she could choose to embrace with each step. As days turned into nights, Arya encountered many wondrous creatures. An owl with feathers spun from moonlight, who taught her the wisdom of seeing beyond the surface. A fox with eyes like emeralds, who showed her the joy of playful discovery. And a wise old tortoise, whose slow, deliberate movements reminded her that growth need not be hurried. But the most profound lesson came from the cocoon of a caterpillar she found nestled amongst the leaves. Arya watched with bated breath as the cocoon trembled and a butterfly emerged, its wings unfurling in a blaze of color. It was then that Arya understood the beauty of transformation, that it was not a loss of what was, but an embrace of what could be. With each encounter, Arya felt the fear within her slowly dissolve, replaced by a gentle acceptance and a newfound courage. She realized that change was not an enemy to be feared, but a friend to be welcomed, a chance to become more fully oneself. Finally, the day came when Selene led Arya back to the circle of glowing mushrooms. "You have learned well, dear one," the fairy said, her voice filled with pride. "The magic within you is now as vibrant as the world around you." Arya smiled, her heart lighter than it had ever been. As she stepped back into the familiar landscape of Luminara, she carried with her the lessons of the forest. She understood now that life, in its endless dance of change, was a tapestry woven with threads of magic and mystery. The village seemed more vibrant, the people kinder, and the sky wider than before. Arya embraced each day with an open heart, ready to welcome whatever wonders it might bring. She spent her days sharing stories of her journey, inspiring others to explore the magic within their own hearts. And at night, as she lay beneath the stars, she felt a deep sense of peace. The transformation she had feared had become a part of her, a beautiful journey that had opened her eyes to the infinite possibilities of the world. And in the gentle embrace of change, Arya found her true self, a blossoming spirit as radiant as the dawn. Story 65, The Whispering Grove. Once upon a time, in a land cradled by ancient forests and murmuring streams, there was a small village known as Willowbrook. Nestled between the rolling hills and the edge of the whispering woods, Willowbrook was a place where stories of magic lingered like the sweet aroma of blooming wildflowers. It was here, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, that our tale begins. In the heart of Willowbrook lived a young girl named Marin. She was known for her bright, curious eyes that seemed to see more than what was simply there. Marin had a special bond with the Whispering Woods, where she spent countless afternoons exploring its lush green depths. The villagers often spoke of the woods with an air of reverence, as it was said to be a place where the boundary between the ordinary and the magical blurred like a watercolor painting left out in the rain. Marin's adventures in the woods were filled with wonder and discovery. She would often find herself sitting by the babbling brook, listening to the stories carried by the wind through the rustling leaves. Her favorite spot was a secluded grove, where sunlight danced through the canopy, casting gentle patterns on the forest floor. It was here that Marin felt most at peace, as if the very trees embraced her with their ancient wisdom. One day, as Marin wandered deeper into the woods than ever before, she stumbled upon something extraordinary. Nestled between the roots of an old oak tree was a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was adorned with delicate patterns of leaves and vines, and it seemed to shimmer with a faint, iridescent glow. As Marin reached out to touch it, the air around her seemed to hum with anticipation. With a gentle click, the lid of the box opened, revealing its contents, a single smooth stone that fit perfectly into the palm of her hand. The stone was unlike anything Marin had ever seen. It was a deep, vibrant blue, with swirling patterns that danced across its surface like ripples in a pond. As she held it, Marin felt a warmth spreading through her fingers, a comforting presence that seemed to whisper secrets only she could hear. Intrigued by her discovery, Marin decided to take the stone back to the village. She sensed that it was important, perhaps even magical, although she couldn't quite explain why. The villagers, however, were wary of anything that came from the depths of the Whispering Woods. They warned Marin of the dangers of meddling with things beyond their understanding, but she felt a connection to the stone that she couldn't ignore. Determined to uncover the stone's secrets, Marin spent her days studying it, listening intently to the soft, melodic whispers that seemed to emanate from within. Each night, as she lay beneath the starry sky, the stone would glow softly, filling her dreams with vivid images of faraway places and ancient stories. One evening, as Marin sat by the fireplace in her cozy cottage, she noticed something unusual. The whispers from the stone were clearer, more distinct, as if urging her to embark on a journey. The flames crackled warmly, casting flickering shadows on the walls, and Marin felt a stirring in her heart, a call to adventure that she could no longer resist. With the first light of dawn, Marin set out on her journey, guided by the whispers of the stone. She walked through the village, past fields where golden wheat swayed gently in the breeze, and into the welcoming embrace of the Whispering Woods. The path ahead was uncertain, but Marin felt a sense of purpose, as if she were meant to discover something that would change her life forever. As she ventured deeper into the forest, the world around her seemed to come alive. The trees whispered greetings, their leaves rustling in a symphony of sound. Birds sang sweet melodies, and the air was filled with the fragrant scent of wildflowers. Marin felt a sense of wonder and belonging, as if she were part of a grand tapestry woven by the very hands of nature. The journey was not without its challenges. There were moments when the path seemed to disappear, swallowed by dense undergrowth or tangled vines. But Marin pressed on, her determination unwavering. She knew that the stone was guiding her, and she trusted in its wisdom. One afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky, Marin arrived at a clearing unlike any she had seen before. In the center stood a magnificent tree, its branches stretching towards the heavens like outstretched arms. The bark was smooth and silver, and the leaves shimmered with a golden hue. It was a tree of extraordinary beauty, and Marin felt drawn to it, as if it held the answers she had been seeking. As she approached, the stone in her hand glowed brighter, and the whispers grew louder, filling the air with a harmonious melody. Marin understood that this was the heart of the Whispering Woods, a place where the magic of the forest converged in a dazzling display of light and sound. With reverence, Marin placed the stone at the base of the tree. To her amazement, the ground beneath her feet began to tremble softly, and the tree's branches swayed, as if in response to an unseen breeze. Slowly, a doorway appeared in the trunk, carved with the same intricate patterns as the box she had found. Taking a deep breath, Marin stepped through the doorway and into a hidden world. It was a realm of breathtaking beauty, where the colors were more vibrant and the air hummed with magic. The trees were taller, their leaves a kaleidoscope of colors that changed with every breath. Streams of crystal-clear water wound through the landscape, their surface sparkling like 1,000 tiny diamonds. Marin felt a deep sense of peace and wonder as she explored this magical world. She wandered through fields of flowers that sang as she passed, their petals brushing against her skin like a gentle caress. In the distance, she could see mountains that seemed to touch the sky, their peaks cloaked in a veil of mist. As she journeyed further, Marin encountered creatures of all shapes and sizes. There were graceful deer with antlers woven from silver vines, and birds with feathers that shimmered like rainbows. She even met a wise old fox, whose eyes sparkled with ancient knowledge. Each creature greeted her warmly, as if they had been expecting her arrival. In this hidden world, Marin felt a profound sense of connection to the land and its inhabitants. She realized that the stone had brought her here not just to explore, but to learn and grow. The whispers that had guided her were the voices of the forest, sharing their wisdom and urging her to see the beauty in all things. Marin spent many days in this magical realm, absorbing its lessons and forging bonds of friendship with its inhabitants. She learned to listen to the whispers of the wind, to see the world through the eyes of the creatures she met, and to appreciate the delicate balance of nature. But eventually, the time came for Marin to return to her own world. Although she was reluctant to leave, she knew that her journey had changed her in ways she could never have imagined. She had gained a deeper understanding of the world around her, and a sense of purpose that burned brightly in her heart. As she stepped back through the doorway, Marin felt a gentle warmth spread through her, as if the magic of the hidden world was now a part of her. The tree stood silent once more, but the whispers lingered in the air, a reminder of the journey she had undertaken and the wisdom she had gained. Returning to Willowbrook, Marin carried with her the lessons of the Whispering Woods. She shared her experiences with the villagers, teaching them to see the world through new eyes and to cherish the beauty that surrounded them. Her stories spread far and wide, inspiring others to embark on their own journeys of discovery and transformation. And so, in the cozy village of Willowbrook, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, Marin's tale was woven into the fabric of the land, a story of friendship, wonder, and the enduring power of the natural world. As the years passed, the whispers of the forest continued to guide those who listened, reminding them of the magic that lay hidden within the heart of the Whispering Woods. In the end, Marin's journey was not just about finding a mysterious stone or discovering a hidden world. It was about understanding the importance of connection and the beauty of the world around us. Through her adventures, she learned that true wisdom comes from embracing the unknown, listening to the whispers of the heart, and cherishing the friendships that blossom along the way. And so, as the sun set over the rolling hills of Willowbrook, the villagers gathered around their hearths, sharing stories of magic and wonder. The crackling fire cast a warm glow, and the whispers of the forest filled the air, a gentle reminder of the magic that lay just beyond the edge of the woods. Story 66. Once upon a time, in the heart of a forest where the trees whispered secrets and the brook babbled cheerful tunes, there stood a quaint little village named Twinklewood. Twinklewood was no ordinary village. It was a place where magic danced through the air like fireflies on a summer night, and every day was filled with delightful surprises. In this enchanting village lived a group of quirky, endearing friends. There was Binky, a plump rabbit with ears so long they trailed behind him like a royal cape. Binky had a penchant for collecting shiny pebbles and could often be found polishing them with a cloth made from the softest moss. His best friend was Lullabelle, a tiny mouse with an enormous heart and a talent for baking the most scrumptious acorn puddings. She wore a little apron stitched from sunflower petals and always had a sprinkle of flour on her nose. Their circle of friends included Gus, a gentle giant of a snail who moved at his own leisurely pace, leaving a sparkling silver trail wherever he went. Gus carried a tiny wooden house on his back, complete with a chimney that puffed out sweet-smelling smoke. Last but not least was Pippin, a mischievous squirrel with a bushy tail that seemed to have a mind of its own. Pippin was always up for an adventure and had a knack for finding hidden paths through the forest. One bright morning, as the sun peeked through the leaves and painted the forest floor with dappled light, an unexpected problem arose in Twinklewood. The village's beloved rainbow fountain, which was known for its shimmering streams that changed color with the seasons, had mysteriously stopped flowing. The villagers were perplexed, for the rainbow fountain was not just a beautiful sight, but also the source of the village's magical energy. Binky, Lullabelle, Gus, and Pippin gathered around the silent fountain, pondering what could have caused such a peculiar predicament. As they sat in thoughtful silence, a soft rustling came from the bushes, and out hopped a peculiar little creature they had never seen before. It was a Wibble, a round and fluffy being with eyes that twinkled like stars and a tail that sparkled with 1,000 tiny lights. "Hello," chirped the Wibble, bouncing with excitement. "I'm Twizzle, and I've come to help with the fountain." The friends exchanged curious glances, intrigued by their new acquaintance. "How do you plan to help?" asked Lullabelle, her whiskers twitching with curiosity. Twizzle grinned, revealing a set of teeth as bright as moonbeams. "I have a knack for finding hidden treasures, and I believe there's a magical gem that powers the fountain. It must have been misplaced." With a plan in mind, the friends set off on a whimsical quest through the forest, guided by Twizzle's keen sense of treasure hunting. They ventured into the enchanted grove, where the trees swayed to their own music, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming flowers. The path was lined with mushrooms that glowed softly, casting a warm, inviting light. As they journeyed deeper into the grove, they encountered a series of delightful challenges. The first was a bridge made entirely of spider silk, delicate and shimmering in the morning sun. Binky, with his nimble feet, hopped across first, followed by Lullabelle, who clung to his back. Gus took his time, inching carefully, while Pippin scampered across in a daring leap. Next, they came upon a puzzle of leaves, each one inscribed with a different melody. They needed to play the right tune to unlock the path ahead. With Lullabelle's knack for rhythm and Pippin's quick paws, they soon had the leaves singing in harmony, and the path opened before them, revealing a hidden glen. In the center of the glen stood a magnificent tree, its branches adorned with crystals that caught the sunlight and scattered rainbows in every direction. At the base of the tree lay the magical gem, its glow dim but still pulsing with a gentle light. Twizzle bounced over to the gem, his eyes alight with joy. "There it is! With this, we can restore the fountain." As they returned to Twinklewood, the friends felt a sense of anticipation and excitement. They placed the gem back in its rightful spot beneath the rainbow fountain, and with a soft, musical hum, the fountain sprang to life once more. Streams of color arced through the air, filling the village with a renewed sense of wonder and magic. The villagers gathered around, cheering and clapping as the fountain's vibrant waters danced in the sunlight. Binky, Lullabelle, Gus, Pippin, and their new friend Twizzle beamed with pride, knowing they had brought joy back to their home. And so, in the heart of Twinklewood, where magic was as ordinary as the air they breathed, the friends celebrated their triumph with a feast of acorn pudding, honeyed nuts, and the sweetest berries the forest had to offer. As they laughed and shared stories beneath the twinkling stars, they knew that together they could overcome any challenge, no matter how whimsical or wonderful. And from that day on, Twizzle became a cherished member of their little band, always ready for the next adventure that lay just around the corner. And so, in the gentle glow of the rainbow fountain, the village of Twinklewood drifted into happy dreams, knowing that all was right with their magical world. Story 67. In the gentle embrace of a small, sleepy village nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, where the sun cast golden ribbons across the fields and the air was always sweet with the scent of lavender and honeysuckle, there lived a young woman named Mira. Mira was known for her gentle heart and an insatiable curiosity about the stories her grandmother used to tell by the fireplace, tales of ancient traditions and forgotten legacies that seemed like whispers from the past. Mira's grandmother, a wise woman with a twinkle in her eye and hands that always seemed to hold a piece of the earth's magic, had passed away the previous winter. But before bidding her farewell, she entrusted Mira with a small, intricately carved wooden box. Inside, she had said, lies the key to our family's heritage, a treasure more precious than gold. The box had sat patiently on a shelf in Mira's room, waiting for the right moment to reveal its secrets. One evening, as the sky turned a soft shade of twilight and a gentle breeze caressed the leaves, Mira decided it was time. She settled by the window, where the last light of the day played gently across the floor, and opened the box. Inside lay a delicate amulet shaped like a crescent moon, crafted from silver so pure it seemed to glow with an inner light. Alongside it was a bundle of yellowed parchment papers tied with a faded ribbon, the ink barely legible. Mira's fingers brushed over the amulet, and a warmth spread through her hand, as if the metal was pulsing with life. Intrigued, she carefully untied the ribbon and began to read. The papers told the story of her ancestors, guardians of an ancient tradition that stretched back through time, like the roots of the great oak in the village square. They spoke of an ancient covenant with the natural world, a bond forged to protect the harmony between the earth and its inhabitants. The amulet was a symbol of this covenant, a reminder of the balance they promised to uphold. As Mira read, the room seemed to fill with a gentle glow, as if the stories were being woven into the very air she breathed. She learned of her great-great-grandmother, a healer who could speak with the winds and understand the whispers of the streams. There were tales of her grandfather, a kind-hearted man who could coax the most stubborn seeds into bloom with just a word and a smile. The words on the page seemed to resonate deep within Mira, awakening a sense of belonging she had never known. It was as if the voices of her ancestors were calling out to her, urging her to take up the mantle they had left behind. With newfound resolve, Mira knew what she had to do. She would honor her family's legacy, not just by understanding it, but by living it. She would find ways to nurture the bond between her village and the natural world, ensuring that the harmony promised so long ago would endure. The next morning, as the first light of dawn painted the world in hues of pink and gold, Mira set out towards the heart of the forest. She followed the path her grandmother had often taken, where the trees stood tall and proud, their leaves rustling in gentle conversation. As she walked, the amulet rested against her heart, a comforting presence guiding her steps. Deep within the woods, where the sunlight danced through the canopy and the air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, Mira found a small clearing. It was a place she remembered from her childhood, where her grandmother had often brought her to gather herbs and learn the secrets of the forest. Mira knelt down, pressing her hand against the cool, damp earth, and closed her eyes. She let the sounds of the forest envelop her, the soft rustle of leaves, the distant call of a bird, the gentle babble of a nearby brook. In that moment she felt the pulse of the earth beneath her palm, a steady, comforting rhythm that seemed to echo the beat of her own heart. She whispered a silent promise to her ancestors, a vow to uphold their traditions and to protect the world they had cherished. As she did, the amulet warmed against her skin, and Mira felt a sense of peace wash over her, as if the forest itself was acknowledging her pledge. Over the weeks that followed, Mira devoted herself to learning the ways of the earth. She studied the plants and herbs, understanding their healing properties and the delicate balance they maintained within the ecosystem. She shared her knowledge with the villagers, teaching them how to cultivate their gardens in harmony with nature, ensuring that the land would continue to thrive for generations to come. The village, once drowsy with the weight of forgotten traditions, began to awaken. The fields blossomed, the streams ran clear and sweet, and the air was filled with the laughter of children playing among the wildflowers. Mira's heart swelled with joy as she watched her community flourish, the legacy of her ancestors living on in every seed planted and every tree nurtured. Mira had found her place, a connection to her past that gave meaning to her present. She understood now that the amulet was not just a symbol, but a reminder that magic existed in the world around her, in the simple acts of kindness and care that could transform a village and heal the earth. As the seasons turned, Mira often found herself returning to the forest clearing where she would sit quietly, listening to the symphony of the natural world. She felt the presence of her ancestors around her, their wisdom and love guiding her every step. And though the path was not always easy, she knew she was never alone. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky was painted with the soft glow of twilight, Mira stood by the window of her cottage, the amulet resting lightly against her chest. She watched as the stars began to twinkle in the vast velvet sky, each one a tiny beacon of light and hope. In that moment, she felt a profound sense of gratitude for the journey that had led her to this understanding, for the legacy that had been entrusted to her, and for the promise of the future she was helping to shape. The night was calm, the world at peace, and Mira knew that she was exactly where she was meant to be. Story 68, The Whispering Woods and the Celestial Compass. Once upon a time, nestled at the edge of a serene village, draped in the golden hues of late autumn, there lay the Whispering Woods. These woods, shrouded in mystery and gentle echoes of ancient tales, were a place where the leaves rustled with secrets and the streams sang lullabies to the moon. The villagers spoke of the woods with reverence, for it was said that within its heart lay a hidden world where the ordinary and the magical danced together under the watchful gaze of towering trees. In this quaint village lived a young girl named Leora. With hair like spun gold and eyes as bright as the clearest sky, Leora was known for her insatiable curiosity and kind heart. She spent her days wandering the edges of the Whispering Woods, her spirit drawn by the promise of adventure and the allure of the unknown. Her grandmother, wise and gentle, often shared tales of the woods, tales that spoke of a magical object hidden within, an object said to possess the ability to reveal one's true path. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun cast its warm embrace over the village, Leora set out on a journey that would change everything. She carried with her a small satchel, packed with essentials for exploration, a flask of sweet apple cider, a loaf of bread, a small notebook, and a pencil for sketches and notes. But most importantly, she carried the unwavering hope of discovering the truth about the magical object her grandmother had whispered about, the celestial compass. The woods greeted Leora with a cool breeze that tousled her hair and a symphony of rustling leaves that seemed to welcome her arrival. She walked along the winding paths, her footsteps crunching softly against the carpet of fallen leaves, each step taking her deeper into the wood's embrace. As she ventured further, the familiar sounds of the village faded into the distance, replaced by the gentle murmur of a nearby brook and the occasional call of a distant owl. The deeper Leora traveled, the more the world around her began to change. The trees, ancient and wise, seemed to lean in, their branches creating a canopy that filtered the sunlight into soft, dappled patterns on the forest floor. She felt a sense of calm wash over her, as if the woods themselves were guiding her, urging her onward toward the heart of their secrets. As midday approached, Leora found a small clearing bathed in sunlight, a perfect spot to rest and enjoy her lunch. She sat on a moss-covered log, savoring the sweet flavor of her apple cider, the tangy taste mingling with the crisp air. As she nibbled on her bread, she noticed something curious. A small path, barely visible, leading away from the clearing and deeper into the woods. Her heart quickened with excitement, and with renewed determination, she set off down the hidden path. The woods around her seemed to hum with anticipation, the air thick with the promise of discovery. As she walked, she noticed the subtle changes in the environment. The trees grew taller, their bark etched with intricate patterns, and the air seemed to shimmer with a gentle, otherworldly glow. Finally, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, Leora reached the heart of the whispering woods. Before her stood a magnificent tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches stretching toward the heavens like welcoming arms. At its base lay a small, ornate chest, its surface covered in delicate carvings that seemed to tell a story of stars and journeys long past. Leora approached the chest with a sense of awe and reverence, her fingers tracing the carvings as she gently lifted the lid. Inside, nestled amidst a bed of soft moss, lay the celestial compass. It was a beautiful object, crafted from silver and gold, its surface etched with constellations that seemed to twinkle in the fading light. As she held the compass in her hands, a warm sensation spread through Leora's chest, filling her with a sense of clarity and purpose. The compass's needle spun gracefully, settling to point in a direction that seemed to call to her very soul. It was as if the woods themselves whispered to her, guiding her toward her true path. With the compass as her guide, Leora began a journey of discovery, one that led her deeper into the hidden world of the whispering woods. Along the way, she encountered creatures both wondrous and wise, a gentle deer with eyes that held the wisdom of ages, a mischievous fox with a coat like fire, and a wise old owl whose hoots resonated with the echo of ancient wisdom. Through her encounters, Leora learned valuable lessons about friendship, courage, and the importance of listening to one's heart. The deer taught her the value of patience and trust, the fox showed her the joy of laughter and play, and the owl imparted the significance of wisdom and reflection. As days turned to weeks, Leora's journey transformed her, her spirit growing stronger and her heart more attuned to the world around her. The compass, ever faithful, continued to guide her, helping her navigate the challenges she faced with grace and resilience. One evening, as the stars twinkled above like 1,000 tiny lanterns, Leora found herself standing at the edge of a sparkling lake, its surface a mirror reflecting the night sky. The lake was a place of magic, a place where dreams and reality intertwined in a dance of wonder. As she gazed into the water, she saw the reflection of the compass, its constellations shimmering like stars in the depths of the lake. In that moment, Leora realized that the true magic of the compass lay not in its ability to show her the way, but in its power to reveal the strength and wisdom within herself. With this newfound understanding, Leora returned to the village, her heart filled with gratitude and a sense of fulfillment. She carried with her the lessons of the woods, the friendships she had forged, and the knowledge that true magic lies in the journey of self-discovery. The villagers welcomed her return with open arms, eager to hear the tales of her adventures. And though the celestial compass now sat upon a shelf in her room, its needle resting quietly, its true purpose had been fulfilled. For Leora had found her path, not through the guidance of a magical object, but through the strength and wisdom she had discovered within herself. And so, the whispering woods continued to whisper their secrets to those who dared to listen. Their magic a gentle reminder that the journey of life is one of discovery, transformation, and the enduring power of friendship. As the village settled into the peaceful embrace of night, the stars above twinkled in silent approval, watching over the world below with a warmth that promised endless possibilities and dreams yet to be fulfilled. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the ordinary and the magical entwined, Leora's story became a part of the ancient tapestry of tales, a testament to the power of courage, kindness, and the unyielding spirit of exploration. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the world was hushed and still, the woods would whisper their stories to the stars, ensuring that their magic lived on in the hearts of all who believed.